Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
think Rocket is the stronger team, but they play more standard and we can like outplay them this way because standard is predictable.
Steve wants to find Power of Evil and he does!
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
They are famous for being like surprising, so we'll have to watch out for many things.
Vizichunchi's the next focus. I've seen this with Unicorns so many times, and it's going to happen again. Hylissang is down, and Rocket channeled their inner fanatic to defend their Nexus turrets.
It's not like they have the best players, right? But they use some different strats.
A quadra kill just like that for the Orianna. Can he secure it up? Yes, he can. A pentakill for Power of Evil.
We adapt really fast and we can surprise the enemy.
We got Echo, we got Echo!
It's going to be difficult just because they can pull off something weird. But for now, let's take it step by step.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the European LCS Summer Quarterfinals. We're coming to you live from our studio in Berlin, Germany. As you can see, the crowd is absolutely ready to go for this quarterfinal. Just a few minutes ago, Rocket was at the pool talking some strats. Push them in, push them in. No, just kidding. And there are the Unicorns of Love walking in the building, getting ready for their quarterfinal with Horo there right at the end, of course. Hello, I'm Evie Shock Supporter, and alongside me is James Stress O'Leary and Martin the Fisho Lunge as we look towards our second quarterfinal matchup of the summer playoffs between the Unicorns of Love and Rocket. Let's start by pulling up that bracket after yesterday's action. And well, what a landslide victory for H2K over Giants.
Blink and you miss it was the name of yesterday's game because 3-0 real quick win for H2K over the Giants. And, you know, now they have to go on and face Origin in the next semi-final coming up on Saturday this coming week. So that's a really interesting series between those two, but we're not quite at the semi-finals.
No, I mean, another interesting one is this quarterfinal. Unicorns Rocket should be a lot closer compared to what we saw yesterday between the two teams. Obviously, the winner will go on and face Fnatic, so not exactly the ideal opponent you want to face, but still you're going to fight for more championship points and so on.
Yeah, that is what the important thing is here as well, those championship points. Yesterday, H2K got at least 90 championship points for the season, which ties them with the Unicorns of Love for now, which adds another extra dimension to this quarterfinal.
Yes, a lot of pressure on today's game for the Unicorns. The Unicorns must win today, not only to go through the playoffs, but to keep their chances of going to Worlds alive. Otherwise, H2K, they're in the prime position to qualify for Worlds from the championship
if Fnatic
points.
wins, which
yes.
is what
if Fnatic wins. I mean, if things go as a lot of people are predicting, the team with the most championship points at the end of the season, they're going to clinch that second seed into the World Championships.
Yeah, and of course the other teams, if you're not the one who's winning the EU LCS, you will play the regionals or the regional qualifier after our World Final, after our EU LCS final. Could be the World Final, who knows. As you can see here, Giants already locked in their spot because, again, they're lowest in the points. All the teams in playoffs will be qualified for this regionals here. However, you got to start at the first round if you're low on championship points. That is Giants that didn't pick up anything from last split. And then you work your way up. If you win after taking basically 3 best out of 5s in Giants situation here, you make it to Worlds as a 3rd spot.
Yeah, it also means that 3 out of the 6 teams that were in the playoffs we will see at Worlds. As I said, it might be scary or a good thought depending on who you're supporting. But that does bring us to today's quarterfinal match where the 4th seed, the Unicorns of Love, will face the 5th seed, plays Rocket in a best of 5. And clear your schedule because as soon as things wrap up here in Berlin, we'll send it over to Los Angeles for the North American LCS quarterfinal between Gravity and Team Solo Mid.
And that's a really intriguing story that's come behind this, the quarterfinal over in America. You know, here we've had Fnatic remain victorious. Normally it'd be TSM, Cloud9 at the top of North America, but TSM, they're in a quarterfinals, not getting straight through to the semifinals. So a lot of pressure and a lot on the line for the TSM and Gravity lineups later today.
And also just a lot of unanswered questions. I mean, how does it work now with the coaching staff over there? Can Bjergsen once again become the big carry, or is it the rest of the team that got to step up around him? There's so many questions for Team Solomid and also Gravity. I mean, they've been very exciting to watch.
Yeah.
I don't think this game is going to be more than at least 4. It's going to be, sorry, for at least 5 games.
Yeah, I think for both series, we're in for quite a treat. And as we turn to the matchup at hand, we want to get your thoughts. Hop on Twitter and tell us which champion are you still waiting to see played on patch 5.14 and why?
The Gangplank.
Yeah.
We saw him. Okay, we saw him. So we saw him in NA. It was played yesterday. It was okay, I think, in Europe. A lot of the top laners probably have already practiced the Gangplank. They're probably ready to pull him out, but there are safer picks to go for. So unless you are like down maybe 2-0 and you gotta try and turn it around, you want to try something surprising, Gangplank could be the way to go.
I'm along the same lines. The Tahm Kench is one that I'd like to see. We have seen it just like we've seen a little of the Gangplank, but I think both champions, we need to see how players are refining them. Gangplank, it's the barrel mechanics. Tahm Kench, how do you utilize the ultimate? How do you utilize the devour mechanic? There's a lot still to learn from those champions.
Tahm Kench, Gangplank, let us know who you still want to see on the Rift and tweet at Owl Esports. Of course, use that hashtag LCS, and we'll check out all your answers later here on the desk. And now, it's time to take a look at the 2 teams setting up on stage right now, the Unicorns of Love and Rocket. For the UOL, they will be starting on the blue side for Game 1. Vizicachi, Horo, Power of Evil, Vardax, Hylissang, and Sheepy, of course, with their brand new jungler in the mix, setting up on stage against Rocket, who are on the red side for this one, with, of course, Steve, Jankos, Nukeduck, Mr. Rawls, Vander, and Yamato Cannon. Well, if we look at the story of these 2 teams, maybe through the entire season, they are 2-2. In my opinion, maybe Rocket looking better in the last couple of weeks, even though the Unicorns have a better record.
Right. I think the key here for both teams, it's inconsistency. I mean, that's obviously not the key to win for them. That's something they need to fix. And it's been the same story. I mean, we see Rocket the last few weeks beat some of the top teams and then still lose to some of the bottom teams. Unicorns have done the same. And I feel like playstyle-wise, there's just a lot of stuff they need to work on. I mean, for Rocket, way too passive in the early game, and Unicorns of Love play way too much around Power of Evil. They gotta get these side lanes going, otherwise it's not gonna work out.
I think it's one of the real big points about this game is both teams like to end up playing passive in the early game. They've been playing Power of Evil on these later scaling mid laners, and you know, just as a team playing around that, they've been a little bit rough when it comes to the early game in a lot of the games we've seen.
I almost feel it's kind of weird saying Unicorns play passive in the early game, because I think that's been the problem. They don't. They tend to, again, play super aggressive, even though they don't have the right champions for it. Again, when they play the APS role in the mid lane, they would try and force ganks around Power of Evil, and you on APS role in the early game, you do nothing. That's where you gotta, again, play a bit more passive, defensive warding, or you need to play again around these side lanes. They're the ones who can make plays in the early game, not your scaling mid laner. Wait for late, then he's gonna do fine. And that's what we have seen for Unicorns. Once they reach the late game, it's working out.
But too many times they do fall behind at that 20-minute mark, and then they can't pick it up anymore.
No, again, so honestly, we had a graphic here showing Unicorns of Love at 20 minutes all split long. You will notice in 12 out of 18 games, they've been behind. Now, okay, they've come back 4 times. That is the most as well in the EU LCS, so credit to them for bringing it back. But this is just way too often we see these scaling compositions and a team who doesn't know how to hit the brakes. You know, say, this is not the time to fight. We don't need to contest this dragon. We don't have to go for a risky tower dive. We can wait it out. Rocket is a team that struggles when it comes to making the aggressive plays. So if that remains the same, Unicorns might be able to get it to late game and then pull out some wins.
They might, but to me, that mid lane matchup is incredibly important. Yesterday, we saw Giants, of course, who lean so much on Pepinero, who has been going for those scaling champions, but the meta seems to have shifted out of his favor, and I feel that maybe for Power of Evil, he's in the same boat.
He's in a very similar boat, yeah. And honestly, Power of Evil, when we look at it, in the first 15 minutes of the game, he's actually the lowest ranked player when it comes to kill participation at 15 minutes. Nukeduck, on the other side, you can see considerably more involved, 9, 4, and 10 overall at 15 minutes. But honestly, Nukeduck, just in general, has been going from strength to strength throughout this split. We saw it, the turnaround with the Varus, with the Victor, and just week after week, he's actually been putting in very strong performances.
Finally, almost, as you say.
Sure, I mean, he's living up to the hype. We saw also when he faced Fnatic, managed to get some kills on Febiven, even forcing him to flash into a wall. I mean, that's skill. But the key thing here also between these two guys is I feel like Nukeduck's champion pool is a lot more meta. He's played Victor, he's played a lot of Azir as well. Again, he took the Varus once it became a big thing with the poke. And the Yasuo pick coming in, which is so extremely strong against other poke champions. And what we see Unicorns play time and time again is these scaling poke champions. The Yasuo pick would either have to be a ban, or Unicorns have to step away from that approach and play something different. Maybe we can see the likes of the Syndra coming in, even though that can still be tricky for Power of Evil in that mid lane. But we need more early game focus if they want to play the style we normally see, because they cannot pick these poke champs into a Yasuo, into the likes of a Victor as well, where Nuke Dog can really punish him in the laning phase because Jankos will gank for him. Obviously, the poke could work fine later on then, but that's not the case.
You know, I think it's really interesting. We heard Hylissang talk earlier about how, you know, predictability can play into this with regards to Rocket. I actually think, and we were talking about this earlier, how predictable Unicorns can become at this point as well. We've looked at their picks and bans very similar week on week. So it'll be interesting to see whether we do see any of the Gouda that the Unicorns have brought out. But one thing that isn't as predictable this time around, they've changed up their jungler. Yeah. The jungle substitution now with Horo coming in for Gilius does add a different dynamic here on this matchup.
Yeah, definitely, and that is so important, especially when you're playing Rocket. And how good or how bad Rocket has been doing throughout the split of the season, Jankos has always been there. He's a rock for that team.
Yeah, he's the rock. He's the backbone of everything Rocket does in the early game. If he has a good start, and that's also why you see the 100%, you know, kill participation on the first plots, because the lanes don't really get the kills on their own. They need Jankos to come and assist them. So when he knows what to do in the early game, if he knows exactly where he should apply the pressure, Rocket can start getting early leads. But again, it's not consistent enough. That's been the problem for Rocket as a team. Suddenly they mess up a lane swap, and the next time Jankos is ganking the wrong lane, or he misses that first gank here and it goes horribly wrong, and then everything just slows down. The team becomes more reactive than proactive, and then we start getting these late game team fights where everything can happen, and it's not even guaranteed Rocket is going to win there.
That's quite interesting, because Horo is in there now, so might not necessarily know all of his jungle pathing or where he's going to go, which could be a plus or a minus for the Unicorns of Love, because they have to, with their sometimes sloppy decision-making, there's a new voice now in there. How will it work?
It's a new voice. It's also a voice that we haven't seen in competitive since leaving MYM in the spring split. I was actually talking to Sheepy's dad a little bit before, who has a lot to do with the Unicorns team, and he was talking to me about how Horo's fitting in. Apparently fitting in very well, and just in general seems to be fixing a lot of the little problems that the Unicorns of Love have had. However, one of the big problems they've had is to do with that shot calling. And it's a problem that we've seen with Horo a little bit as well, is if a team isn't always backing up his calls, Horo's the type of player that is going to go for an engage if he sees it. If the team aren't behind him, the Unicorns of Love are going to have to really difficultly balance team fights, because we've seen how they play. It's all on getting Power of Evil into those team fights. If he's not on the same page as Horo, it's going to be a tough set of series.
Yeah. All in all, it's going to be a really, really tense series, I think. And as the teams near picks and bans for Game 1, let's check in with Pulse, who's on stage with the coaches for the UOL and Rocket.
Thank you very much, Afia. I'm stood here with Yamato and Sheepy ahead of their game just to talk about how they think this one's going to go. Now, first off, Yamato Cannon, the community has criticized you for potential inconsistencies on your team, but over the last couple of weeks, you guys have definitely stepped up. Do you feel that's going to play a factor into playoffs?
I feel there's a consistency in our inconsistency. There's usually the first game of the week is the bad game, and then the second game of the week is the good game. So with that in mind, I feel the best of 5 is the perfect kind of setting for us.
Okay, well, Sheepy, I kind of want to ask you the same sort of question, but you guys, you were 9-9 when you were in spring, and now coming into this one as well in this playoffs, it didn't seem to matter in spring. Do you think the Unicorns are going to perform just as well in summer?
I think there's no real excuse for us. I think we're just inconsistent, but with Horo coming in, I think a lot of this stuff just has come really natural to us, and we're trying to improve as much as possible about that. I'm just really excited to see how things are planning out right now, because we really try to fix the inconsistency from us.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Horo. I actually want to ask you about that. Now coming into this best of 5, how has it been like integrating Horo into the team?
He's honestly a fantastic guy. He has helped me as well a lot with coaching, because the mindset he's bringing into the team, I think, is exactly what you need in a team. And I think that his mindset is also very consistent based. So coming from the Korean scene, I think this will help us a lot.
Oh, very interesting. We'll see how that works out, Sheepy. Now, Yamato, you guys are going up against the Unicorns. We know the Unicorns have a propensity towards Gouda. Have you prepared anything special for this matchup?
Well, they prepare cheese, I prepare ham. So you could say this best of 5 is a sandwich, but I think Unicorns of Love is going to go home hungry.
Go home hungry. Do you have anything to answer from that one, Sheepy?
Well, either way, they'll go ham or they go home. So let's see.
Oh, and on that bombshell, we're going to find out from Jankos what it means to him to be in the summer playoffs.
being in play is so important. Like, I don't know, it's just such a relief that we still can be the good team, you know, that we are not relegation team, that we are not like super bad. Like maybe we are not the best either. Maybe there's like better teams out there still, but we can prove ourselves in playoffs. And I think in a BO5 our team should work better.
Well, I'm certainly hoping everybody's as hungry as I am for these teams to go ham. My name's Trevor Quickshot Henry, here to cover all of the action with the help of Mitch, Crepo Force Balls, as the Unicorns of Love and Rocket are readying up for picks and bans. Crepo, what are we expecting from these teams, and what do you want to eat?
The talk about the sandwich actually made me hungry, so expecting. Both these teams are behind at 10 minutes. Only one of them is very slightly ahead, that's Rocket. They're like 300 gold ahead at like 20 minutes, so nobody can get behind, you know. Well, at least one of them will get to have to get ahead. So I want to see like how they use that to their advantage. Whether we'll see when two teams that are classically called boring face off against each other, either the game will go really long or things will go absolutely mental in the early game. And I'm hoping for the latter, but we'll see. Well,
knowing Horo and how he played in the spring split, tending to go in aggressively often, maybe that can help out Unicorns' early to mid-game decision making. It's something that we've criticized both of these teams for, in fact, and somewhat surprisingly, Lulu banned straight out the gate from UOL.
Also, a lot of these teams opted for a red side when they're in their side choice selection. That means that they want to counter pick later for potentially mid lane or whatever lane they leave open until last. However, that puts pressure on the Elise and Italy bans for the blue side team, obviously, you know, because you have that first pick to your disposal. You can lock in one of those really strong junglers, and Jankos is really known to play like these type of junglers that invade on their own merit and just try to control the enemy jungler that way. I want to see if Horo is ready for that, and who's going to pick Elise, who's going to pick Nidalee. Will they just trade them evenly and ban out other things? So many options in this new patch. And very targeted bans thus far. Janna, Fizz, and Lulu from Unicorns towards Rocket. Elise is still up, Nidalee is still up. So if UOL wanted a safe jungle pick and it's not banned, that could hold some of their cards. I don't like the Janna ban against Vander specifically because I feel when you watch Rocket play, they rely very heavily on his engage to make something happen. If it isn't Steve teleporting and flanking, it almost has to be Vander on the likes of Alistar. So getting Alistar to Vander is playing into Rocket's hands, in my opinion. Well, one thing that was used by Power of Evil's hands was that Orianna secured the only pentakill of the European LCS with his Runeglaive Orianna, in fact, several weeks ago. That will not be viable. First pick Sivir from UOL, and there's this Alistar you were expecting from Vander. Again, prior to that, yes, we have the pentakill from Power of Evil. Yes, as I forget his name. It's early, guys, here. It's the first game of the day. Let's take it slow. No. You had that pentakill, but before that, his stats weren't all that impressive. He played very far back in lane, had to scale up, no pressure. Again, everything that we were talking about, that was just bad for Unicorns. So again, yes, you're banning out things. I feel like you're almost helping the other teams with these bans. Yeah, 5 games Power of Evil used Orianna, and he lost 3 of them. Yep. So not the greatest statistics. Several deaths. KDA is around 3, which isn't terrible. Rocket ran the clock down. They've got that engage tool from Vander, Alistar, and they did lock in Elise. And just before we move on to the picks, Rocket banned out Kalista against Vardax. He is not a Kalista player. He has left it open on multiple occasions, even when it was the best solution to pick by a large margin. Then they gave him the free Sivir without having the Kalista to trade for. Again, I think this is a drafting mistake by Rocket. However, because Unicorns of Love were pinched in the AD carry position, they lock in Sivir immediately. This gives Rocket, in my opinion, a fantastic opening with Elise and Alistar. So much potential. It fits in almost any composition. Alistar is fantastic for Vander when it comes to engaging. And I want to see if Jankos can make this Elise work. And it looks like we have a Rek'Sai as an answer, not the Nidalee that we were potentially expecting. So Horo going for the, the map-wide play, having the global ultimate to assist the lanes at various stages of the game. And what may be a Nautilus top lane or support to round it out. Yeah, keeping their cards close to the chest, as it were. For Unicorns, locking in that early Sivir as well will help shore up some of the weaknesses that Vardax has had throughout the split, not really shining in contrast to a lot of other AD carries. 2 more picks coming in there, Cogmore and Rumble, but also potential flex on that Cog. I think the Sivir pick is fantastic for Vardax because he fulfills the utility role within his team. He is not one of the carries for Unicorns of Love. He just has to scrape by. He gets around the same amount of percentage farm in his team that Rallis does. I think it's around the 23% mark. So they're very similar in that regard. Having added utility for his carries on his team, I think is fantastic with the Sivir pick. However, it does allow Rocket to get away with a Kog'Maw pick in lane. and just get that scaling up towards, because Rallis later in the game positions fantastically well. That's why they got him over Woolite, because he's just a consistent factor that you can always rely on, rather than having very high highs and very low lows.
And of course, for that Kog'Maw, if Mr. Oz stays on, he has played it already in the summer split, undefeated in that single game, 5-2 and
100%
8.
win rate.
100% win rate. But yeah, 5-2 and 8, and use that positioning that we've talked about. Unicorns will be rounding out their composition. There will also be some engage from Hylissang's Annie. Hilly's roaming is something that he's done several times throughout the split. And Power of Evil on the safe blind pick Victor, which has kind of become the norm in recent weeks.
Yeah, Victor obviously was the third pick mid in our prioritization prior to this patch. You know, we had Jace and Varus slightly higher when the poke meta was rampant. However, this control mage combined with an aggressive support like Annie, obviously locking Nautilus as a top laner right now. This looks like a very mid-game focused Unicorns of Love. They are not going for the late game. They will have to look for dragon fights for a potential 5th dragon aspect as a win condition. If not, a lot of fighting could go on here.
And they're going to have to... Way, right! So, not only have Unicorns gone for this mid-game team comp, I feel they don't have the greatest damage the longer the game goes.
No, they have
you can
more
argue.
late-game damage. This is why it's mid-game, but they spike so hard. They have hard engage. They have a lot of CC, good base damage that falls off later in the game. Obviously, Nautilus scales in the tanky department, but later on, we'll have to look at Victor and Sivir. They still can do a lot of late-game damage.
We talked about...
Less, but now, let's get to what's at hand here, Anivia.
Yeah, we talked about the 100% one-game Kog'Maw for Mr. Rolls. You also have a 100% win rate on Anivia.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a joke. That's fine for normal season. Let's keep it. What does Anivia offer here?
You tell me.
She has disengage, but she's slow in wrapping up. I'm really interested to see what Nukta goes in terms of build. Will he go for a traditional Athene, say like, do I really need the magic resistance to get through the lane? Am I going to stack up a tier into Roa? Because that is an incredibly slow build. I've tried it. I've failed many times. But it offers disengage. It offers kite. When a team with Nautilus and Sivir's running at you, the Icebird might be enough.
Wow, we'll see if it works out. The teams have locked in their champions. It's time to load up the best of 5 between Unicorns of Love and Roccat.
Like, I'm always honest, so I'll be honest at this time as well. They just don't have the best players, but they are good as a team. If they won't surprise us, obviously we can beat them.
Against Rocket, they play more standard and we can like outplay them this way because standard is predictable.
I don't think like adapting was a big strength of Unicorns last split. I think they were pretty lucky.
I think they will try their best, but we're really, really smart in best of 5s. I think we're gonna win against Rocket.
And we heard strong words from Yankos. Obviously, we can beat them. This is game 1 in the best of 5. The standard, predictable Roccat pull out Anivia for the first time in the summer split. Will it be enough to give themselves an early lead in this best of 5? You know the deal on Twitter. Tell us who you think's going to win.
Yeah, hashtag UL win, hashtag ROC win. However, in the tradition of playoffs, when 4th and 5th seed play each other, this time that is obviously UOL in the 4th seed, Roccat in the 5th, only one time a team has managed to win as a 5th seed. The other 4...
Higher seed won.
Yep, higher seed usually wins. Although, if I recall correctly, that was Unicorns of Love against Gambit, so well, they may have experience with that.
That they do.
Doesn't really matter right now, though, because we have Anivia locked in. I still want to look at that. Both mid laners are running cleanse here, so no all-in potential with the Ignite, which honestly helps. Because you have to pick the cleanse for safety later on in the game. It lessens the risk of just getting flashed upon with, you know, Ignite combo and taking you down.
And both supports want to do exactly that. Alistair and Annie want to be jumping into your faces, both mid laners, low mobility, control mages. And we'll get to explore the mid lane matchup a little later. For the time being, the makings of a lane swap appears to be set up, and Roccat grouped for a spotted invade.
Yeah, obviously Alistair and melee range champion supporting that long range Kog'Maw. They're swapping. I don't know who's predicting who here. I feel Kog'Maw does well into Sivir, but the Alistair obviously gets outranged vastly by Annie. Does have sustain though. It looks like Roccat is starting the aggressive side here in the enemy jungle. UL are starting in their own jungle, but they have the right side of the map to their disposal. It is normal lanes with a twist, so we'll need to see Steve. He's doing what's become common. He's not shared on the blue buff though. He's just tanking as much as he can for Elise, a very sustaining jungler in her own merit already. See if he gets any experience from that. Steve did get the full Gromp experience, so he's now going to base level 2. He wants to teleport down to the bot lane. And obviously we have to track what Chachi did. He also got level 2 and a little bit extra XP, and he's going down to bottom lane. Due to RNG, it's pushing slightly towards Steve. So Chachi lost a couple extra creeps here. All in all, very even, just flip the map around type of start.
Looking at the top laners, Rumble is Steve's second most played champion, and this is the first time that we've seen Chachi on the Nautilus. It has been in the meta for a while, but we need to see how practiced he is on the champion.
Now I like Steve on damage carries because I think it opens another opportunity for Jankos to make plays in the game. Whenever Steve has played, say, split pushers, damage carries, people that pack a punch like Echo, whenever Jankos then ganked for him, it worked out for Rocket. Whenever he played the likes of Maokai and Jankos tried to gank, they just couldn't get the kill, they ended up wasting a lot of time. So in that sense, I like it. However, Steve was one of the key factors for Rocket winning a lot of games with his teleports and his flanks. Rumble obviously is not suited towards that. He just wants to open with Equalizer. Let's see if they can adapt to a different playstyle that will be required.
And of course, these lane locations have traded, but it is standard, it is head-to-head. And this could also slow down the early to mid game, which is something that we've seen both of these teams do.
Yeah, traditionally in a lane swap, obviously the game speeds up. In normal lanes, we can go as long as 10-15 minutes without very much action happening. However, I think this favors Jankos because he likes playing on his own, just 1v1, no lane interference. You know how mid laners say 1v1 me, no jungler?
Yeah.
That's the same thing for Jankos, 1v1 me jungler, no mid lanes. So he could play like that. These team comps as a whole have very interesting play patterns in team fights and around objectives. But we'll get into that later once we actually start grouping up. Just really want to track these matches and how especially Anivia does into Victor. Because whenever I've played it, I found it incredibly tough to dodge the laser and land my Q. I feel the skill shot from Anivia Q is very high in mana cost, incredibly hard to land, and you get punished so hard when you miss it, so you almost don't want to use it and use it as a zoning tool. This is very interesting though, because Jankos started at the aggressive side. He got that blue buff initially and then moved all the way over. I think this is a 3 buff from Rocket, and now Nuktuk has an extra blue buff at his disposal, and this is key because this allows you to play slightly more aggressive in that level 4 to 6 on Anivia, which is pretty rough if you get pressured early, and it allows you to be full mana once you hit 6. Then you can out-sustain the enemy because you clear the wave so efficiently with your ulti. So this will be very, very good for Nuktuk.
We'll see whether or not he can use it to farm up. Power of Evil's first purchase is a Negatron cloak, Crepo.
That is
really respecting all of the AP damage that's going to come down from actually 4 sources. Of
5 sources.
5, yeah.
If you really want to count the support in there too. So very peculiar opening, but that means Power of Evil is not going for that aggressive mid-game damage Victor control mage spike. He just kind of wants to survive, rely on his base damages, but a Victor that goes full AP, if Horror lands a knock-up, you can immediately burn Anivia down. She has one of the lowest base HPs at the start of the game. I think she's second to the lowest. She starts with 420 HP. Twitch had definitely have fun with 420 there, but yeah. Combo on Vardax.
Vardax gets caught by the headbutt, pulverized. Vanda and Musaral's trying to chase. There's a stun from Hylissang. The Ignite is burning, and that Vardax forced to flash defensively. Last tick gets
Where was his spell shield?
Very close.
How do you get comboed without a spell shield? That's what I wonder.
Well, don't have the answer for that right now. Mr. Riles and Vanda.
He still has heal though, so he did the calculations. Came out safe.
But despite the lane deficit between Alistair and Annie, Vanda finds a great opportunity. And this is something you talked about being key in picks and bans. Vanda's aggressive plays.
Yeah, Vanda's aggressive plays. In addition to that, Rawless has to base on 42, or Vardax has to base rather on 42 CS. Kog'Maw is a Trinity Force type of deal, so you can base whenever you want. And either you finish your Phage, that's nice, but if you don't, you have components. Same for Sheen. Components build easier, but as a Sivir, you really want to get that BF sword. So now, not only are you forced to base early and drop CS, you base it when you're this close to a BF sword. And this is, you obviously can't see this, but I'm holding my fingers like very, very close, guys. And he was about 10 CS off from getting that BF sword and have a comfortable first base where you can start trading. Now he's stuck on a pickaxe, and then obviously we'll delay him, and this will give more power to Rawless, especially when we hit the level 6 mark. Kog'Maw has a fantastic spike in lane when he hits level 6.
And with Power of Evil going for the defensive build, and the fact that Sivir is more of a utility than necessarily a high damage ADC, Unicorns, I want to see where they're going to find their battles, a little bit of a ward.
This is what we see when games are stale. It revolves or devolves into ward wars. The jungler and the support meet up and they fight for that pink ward. And both wards go down. Good spacing from Vander on his abilities. Knocks him back, auto attack. He comes back in, knock him up, auto attack. Then the ward fades, but you get the final auto attack for that ward. Looks like we'll be going...
Ward killing mechanics, Kremlin.
Hey, it's important. You could have screwed that up. And this is obviously the brush where you can always find a pink ward. If you're playing against even low-level teams, always check that brush. That one and the pixel brush for pink wards. You really need that map control. And then you want to slowly edge your vision control forward. Look at this wave pushing in the bottom. This allows Vander to be moved up as a resource. He now goes onto Hylissang for a bit of a poke. Follow up from Kog'Maw. That's the way you want to play that lane. Peeling from Alistar and then a free ulti plus E plus a W proc from Kog'Maw, and then you whittle away using your maximum range as advantage. Whereas Annie and Sivir just want to flash on you.
Yeah.
Just immediately kill you, blow
all
you
in.
up.
Yeah, all in. We were talking about Nukeduck's build. It's gone for the tier. Well, look at that again. Kog'Maw and Anivia, really good if they go even into the mid game. And currently Rocket's going very even in the first 10 minutes.
That's something I wanted to talk about once we get to these objectives. It looks like Rocket's going for an approach where they say, okay, Unicorns, you're running a run-at-me comp? Well, that's fine. We're comfortable doing that because we have one of the best kiting mages in the game. Put your ultimate down on Nivea, walk back. You have to walk into the Nivea Q, which can stun in AoE, and you have the wall to force people to walk in those predictable movement patterns. In addition to that, while all you're doing is watching Anivia, you have the peel from, walking to Cocoon. You have to walk by an Alistar, then Kog'Maw is untouched. It'll become a backline carry type of deal, and if Rallis can get going, get a lot of farm priority #1 in this game in my opinion, and get a lot of peeling, then he can solo carry with the help of his team.
And if you get past all of that, there may be an equalizer on top of your head as well. Steve is a little bit behind in CS after the early sort of bottom lane trade, but I do want to mention Jankos seems to be going for a tank Elise, so that will give a little bit more of a front line when added with Alistar.
Now when he does that, I want to see if he maxes his Cocoon later on second, or if he just maxes both his W and Q and goes for higher base damage. When I see Elise though, I think early aggression, I really want to see an opening like UOL is forcing here.
Well, Steve does have his equalizer. The Cocoon does connect onto Horo. Equalizes out. Horo's going to look for a tunnel to escape. Steve is in trouble. The repel drops Jankos onto Horo's head. He's going for the new jungler. One more to attack. Red buff is ticking. That's Hylissang. He's come in. First blood secured by Hylissang's Tibbers and Ignites.
Out of nowhere, Hylissang shows up in the top lane. We were watching that duel and we were slowly starting to realize why Elise is such a good early game jungler, because of her counter gank potential. But fantastic read. How did Hylissang get there all of a sudden? I'll have to watch that again later on, but this roam is crucial, and this is what Hylissang does best, and honestly what has kept UOL even in this series. Let's watch this again. UOL, look, right now, Hylissang is all the way at the bottom tier 1 because this fight goes so long. Jankos already backed off. If this happened like 5 seconds earlier, Horo would be dead, because we would have lost the time that Jankos took to walk there. He goes for the auto attack, one more red buff because Horo is regening in his burrowed form. Obviously now gets the dangerous game perhaps. If he's running that, I doubt it, but just gets the level up perhaps and survives. But the most important part is that Hylissang is winning this map because he knows he can let his AD carry farm on his own merit. Maybe drop a couple CS here and there, but that's fine because Vardak is not a one-man carry that Mr. Rallis is. Vardak is utility for the Unicorns.
Yeah, worked out in Unicorn's favor. For sure. They've got themselves a gold lead thanks to those 2 kills. I did also see Nukeduck roaming from the mid lane once that fight started, but it was always too late. Hilly was going to get there quicker. And only mention it because he's also picked up a catalyst. So
it's incredibly hard to roam on a Nivea because you need so many entry-level items. Step into mid-game requires at least a tier. And then if you want to do a variation, you maybe skip the catalyst. But he doesn't even have boots yet. Compare that to Power Evil, who obviously can speed him up whenever he queues. He has boots 1. Picks a little bit of a safety with the negative cloak. Not sure if I agree. I think he can deal with the Anivia matchup fine early on, but he probably was just scared of the combination of Elise and Anivia. However, props to Unicorns of Love for not dying to any Elise ganks early. In my opinion, if you hit 50-minute mark and you have 0 kills on Elise, something went wrong. Then you didn't play your draft wrong, because she's a fantastic early game jungler in terms of pressure and just getting advantages.
Jankos, as a jungler, was famous for his early game impact. Horo was looking to punish Steve up top, knowing he had no flash. While he's there, Rocket are going to spot Horo, and they did start Dragon slightly earlier though, so objective #1 picked up by Rocket, while Steve is going to get eaten by a Dredge line. No more damage to follow up from Chachi.
The kills are also translating into pressure. Look at the CS differential between Chachi and Steve right now. Steve is borderline at 70, yes, maybe picking up some CS here. Say he goes to 78 or something, he is still more than 30 CS behind Chachi, in addition to that kill and assist that Chachi's running. So he's fulfilling his role. He's getting tanky, he'll be hard engaged, he'll soak up damage for his team, and then we'll have to look at how Victor and Sivir can stay even, but deal the damage in the team fights.
Jankos trying to help out Rocket push this bottom tower down. And Hylissang, the threat of the Tibbers is back, and Hylissang has gone for very early distortion boots. So you mentioned the rolls.
Contrast to right now. Make a contrast to the amount of boots that are on Rocket side. Only 2 tier 1 boots are finished. So Hylissang is much more mobile than anybody on the Rocket side. Vander is notorious for having the earliest side stone in the European LCS. He averaged around 4 minutes, give or take, to finish that side stone. Hylissang takes a different approach. He was for the early Moby boots. Looking to pay off for a fight here.
That's a 2-man pulverized. Tibbers comes down on Mr. Ral's head. He's trying to get away. Repel from Jankos is defensive. Vander's taking away with the unbreakable will.
Behind.
But Chachi, with the teleport, is going to be able to help pick up a kill for Horo.
Nukeduck's out of mana.
Was used by Steve earlier, so it's not available. Steve goes down as well. Unicorns of Love get 2 kills.
And this is the problem with a scaling late game build. You can't go for those early fights. Look at how Nukeduck, he has a tier and a catalyst, and he was still in that fight out of mana. Power of Evil straight up just ignored him. He walked next to you, he's like, you are Anivia with no mana? You're not gonna do anything in this fight. Chachi was first with his teleport. Steve was not the one initiating with the flank like Rocket traditionally does. So yeah, advantage Unicorns, but initially looked grim because movement speed doesn't matter when you're locked in these fights. So the Tibbers came out, didn't do all that much, but the additional teleports and the better roam from Power of Evil manifested in winning that fight and a mid tower to boot.
We're 14 minutes into this game. Unicorns have got 4 kills, have got towers, they've got the fan votes. This is not the same Unicorns that we have been watching for the last few weeks. Decisive play, great performance from Hylissang on the early roam, great teleport from Chachi. So initial reading, Unicorns are looking very, very solid to open up the series.
And well, strikes me the most is that they're playing their draft correctly. You can play late game if you draft for that. But Unicorns, obviously, they're coming out with a mid-game oriented draft and they're playing to their strengths. They say, we need to make something happen. We will need to get a lead. So what they do is step 1, we get our teleporter ahead, make him win his lane. He has pressure, therefore he can teleport first. Then we rotate to the utility bot lane. You don't want to gank for a Sivir early, but you can once you have the Tibbers and that on the hunt available. Then Power of Evil was pressuring mid. He managed to roam first or tied with Nukeduck, but because of the pressure he was exerting, Nukeduck had to waste all his mana on wave clearing. And for, resource advantage from the Unicorns, and they're playing it out well. But can they transition? Unicorns have won while being 3,000 gold down, so you can also technically lose them in that regard because they will get outscaled perhaps.
Especially against the wave clear that Anivia is going to offer. The one thing I want to see from Unicorns is how that early dragon from Rocket will impact their mid to late game. Rocket are going to pick up a tower. Jankos has showed his face several times here to push this down.
You say wave clear from Anivia, but one of the reasons I feel Anivia has fallen off as a pick is the new Baron buff and the interaction with the creeps. Obviously, creeps take less magic damage. Even back in the day, when you would get the Baron buff, you could still clean those minions because the Baron buff wouldn't affect them. You could endlessly stall, put a wall, put ultimate, a couple of spells, and people couldn't enter the base without straight up walking into Anivia. Nowadays, those minions are strong enough, add a Banner of Command in there, immune to magic damage, and you have your siege potential. Anivia, obviously, just like Steve here, is a pick that likes walking backwards and kiting, but every step you take backwards, you open up the map for your enemies.
I like that analogy, Crepo. There's the Chachi clearly winning the trade with Steve up top, continuing to grow that CS lead. It's now up to 40. He's got a lot of tankiness already, and he's going to have a roam from Power of Evil.
As we see this dive here in the top lane, Steve should just go down. I just want to touch on the fact that we talked about how many magic damage components there are on Rocket, and it begs the question, is it not too many? Are they lacking in physical damage? Because Chachi now is getting a lead, and he's very efficiently stacking magic resistance. There's an Aegis completed on Horo already. This opens up for an engage item on Annie. On Hylissang, he no longer has to build that, so he might go.
Oh, wow! Great flash from Hylissang. Tibbers is still available. Not going to be needed or used. And Unicorns fall back. Nukeduck now finds himself on the wrong side of a gravity field. There's a roam from Hylissang coming in
so he has to run.
Power of Evil gets stunned, but insta-cleanses. Hylissang does not have a flash, remember. He used it defensively. Tibbers will not be thrown yet. Hylissang's holding onto the trigger finger. And Rocket managed to escape with their lives, but they do lose Nukeduck's flash.
You see, and this is the lack of pressure Rocket is exerting, and they're getting punished for it. They just don't have the resources to take these extended fights and trades and roams because they're still scaling up. Kog'Maw wants to hit later on. He now hits his Triforce. Look at Nukeduck. He's still lacking in combat stats. That build takes ages to ramp up. Yes, no Rod of Ages pun involved there, but you're only still sitting on Boots 1. You have not real any AP. Yes, you have Rod of Ages finished, but that's another 10 minutes for you to get more mana, more AP. You know, you get a Blasting Wand. You're so far behind. So look at Power Evil. He has CDR boots already. He will cast double the spells you do know almost. He has Abyssal Scepter. He will lower your magic resistances. He's playing for that mid-game spike.
And Unicorns have it. Mid-game well and truly underway. 2 towers secured already. With the kills and the objectives, it means Unicorns have a 3.5k gold lead. And they have more engaged tools. So all of that mid-game can accelerate. Teleports just become available for Chachi. He's got a Righteous Glory. There's a Locket for Horo. And they can use all of these tools to set up the next fight. It seems to be around Dragon at the moment.
It does look like we're heading to Dragon now. When we talk about Vardax, a lot of people give him a lot of flack, but what he does well is stay even. Very rarely will Vardax get a CS lead that is big enough to warrant a big CS. He'd say like over 10 creeps at like 15 minutes, but very rarely will he fall behind. He is one of the best AD carries at going neutral, and if Unicorns of Love can play off that in their draft, pick him Sivir, and just in their game, you just camp the other lanes and let him go even and then group up with him. And they could yeah, have some advantages like this Dragon they're about to pick up here.
And it's uncontested. Vander stepped in, but Rocket are too late to the party. Also, I don't think they can compete with the tools Unicorns already have. Chachi was also pressuring Steve up top. We saw Steve falling back.
Good poke.
Vander and Mr. Ra is going to defend their pink ward from Hylissang with threat of those autos.
And that was one of the questions we as the broadcast team were having in the preparation to this matchup. How well were Hylissang and Horo going to synergize in terms of warding together, roaming together, and making picks?
So far, very well. 5-1 up. 20 minutes quickly approaching, and Unicorns going against the trend. We heard from the analyst desk, 12 out of 18 games, Unicorns were down in gold at 20 minutes. This is a great, great showing to start off this best of 5, and they've played standard and safe.
Horo this time invading the enemy red buff, not with his traditional buddy Hylissang as support, but Power Evil has the push in mid, that mid tower's down, so he's joining. This could open up a rotation to the top lane, because look where Nukeduck is trying to defend the wave right now. This will probably force a Rumble ultimate from Steve to like make a panic clear here. Nukeduck still on those boots 1, has to slowly make his wave up to the top lane, but by now that top lane tower is already on half HP. Reaction in the bottom side of the map, of course, Vardax on his own, that's what we're used to seeing. Unicorns need to be able to trade this for something, because else they just give up a tier 2 tower to Rocket here.
The only thing they really get is deep vision. There is another minion wave Conga lining up, and nobody from Rocket's around. So, UOL should secure this tower, albeit slower than Rocket. That's not a big deal.
The bonus is, though, what you mentioned right there, deep vision. And deep vision in the enemy red side if you're blue side. So, deep vision for Unicorns altogether right now is better, because this vision exerts Baron pressure. What Rocket has now exerts Dragon pressure. But the Dragon's already down, we're hitting the 20-minute mark. Sizable lead for Unicorns, and looks like they want more. Just some damage on that tier 3 tower here. But they could back off soon and start baiting Baron, and it's gonna be hard for Rocket to face check because they have a lot of walking back potential. They can kite, they can walk out of these teamfights, slowly damage the front line. But face checking, Unicorns have a lot of tools to punish. Look at the speed ups that can come out of Chachi, immediately hard engaged. You have Moby Boots and Hylissang too, Flash Tibbers. Can be enough to win that fight.
Unicorns have not traditionally been a Baron team. They have some tools to make a play for it this game, though. Only secured 8 Barons. In contrast, Rocket have picked up 16 over the split. And we mentioned those leads. We talked about the gold. Unicorns have actually won 5 out of 6 games when they have had a lead at 20 minutes. So statistically and historically, they're in a good position. But we still have to keep saying there is that ticking time bomb. Cog will grow in power, and Nevia will grow in power. Steve, even though he's behind, is still going to be impactful. But Rocket need to find the right opportunity.
Horde only just now picked up his boots. Tier 1 boots with a no magic mantle building into Mercury Thread. That item is key in this matchup. You have to get tenacity when you face Elise and Nivea. Kog'Maw slows to an extent. And just like the sheer amount of magic resistance you get from that item is obviously what you want as a team.
Rocket continuing to grow. That Rod of Ages almost fully stacked for Nukeduck. He picked
Adaptation.
Up a Void Stop early.
Adaptation in his build, because he can no longer finish that that mana item, you know, that scales very slowly in his build, he now has to say, okay, we need power immediately. What do I get? I'll just go for a Void Staff over my traditional Archangel Staff that I would go second. So Luka has to compromise because he's behind. He's even in CS, but Power of Evil right now has been doing more with the CS. But they need to keep translating these because these tier 1 towers will eventually fall pseudo for free. Will they trade it for a tier 2 tower on the bottom though? Looks likely.
It looks to be the case. Oh, Steve's got caught! Tibbers comes down as well. He's knocked up. Steve couldn't do a thing. And Unicorns get a kill in a tower.
Rocket is consistently a step behind. And Yamato Cannon in the pre-match interview said, well, we'll go ham if they go cheese. But so far, looks like the other way around. A bit of a cheesy lineup from Rocket here and definitely going ham. Pinball from Vander.
In a little bit of trouble. Not going to be able to dredge line out. So Inhibitor Turret loses 30% HP. Chachi the only victim of the engage. Unicorn's still looking pretty.
Yeah, they're buying a bit too much into this chaos. Obviously you can't siege like that into a Nivea and a Alistar. They'll just wall you off, knock up the first target, knock it back into the base. But Unicorns have now learned their lesson. Let's see if they can translate this pressure into the Baron area. I really feel the Baron buff is what you need to beat this lineup. 5 magic damage components, no real people that can clear the wave with 80 base spell. The only really auto attack that's going to come out. You don't have no Sivir Boomerang or the likes of that. All you have is Kog'Maw auto attacks to clear these minions that are so strong against magic damage, unless you want to AoE them slowly with your magic damage. So Unicorns should be looking for the next dragon in 1 minute, then rotate around their vision towards Baron. That should be their win condition.
It's a clear one for Unicorns. They've maintained this gold lead for the better part of 12 minutes. As soon as Unicorns moved out of the laning phase, they've knocked down towers. But it has been a trade. Almost every time Unicorns have pressured, they have lost 1 tower, but Unicorns are just itching out more. And right now, Unicorns are grouped up around Baron before the dragon has even spawned.
Very interesting that we see a double Righteous Glory on the side of Unicorns of Love. Hylissang is opting for Righteous Glory even after Chachi has it. Traditionally, you see 1 Righteous Glory and 1 Talisman of Ascension, so you at least have 1 defensive speed-up component should Sivir ulti fail. But Unicorns are saying, we're going in with no escape plan. We're just going, either we kill them or we're dead. That is
best
a bold approach.
No, the best defense is a good offense.
Well, I like both. Best defense is good offense, but at least have an escape plan. If you're stuck around that wall. Rocket is notorious for dragging to late game though, and that 3,000 gold lead we were talking about earlier is still there. So as the gold goes up, obviously relatively speaking, 3,000 gold means less and less as the match progresses.
Dragon means more and more though, and Unicorns secure the second before Rocket can get into place. Good vision. What I like from Rocket Unicorns play though, is they got a little bit of wards around Baron, and then they drop down to Dragon. So got the vision and then sort of fell back relatively safely. And if they want to make a play on Baron, they can.
Due to the high mobility on Unicorn's lineup, Rocket is afraid to split up to get picked off. Here we go, Hylissang speed up.
Righteous Glory was thrown down. Doesn't find a target. There's no flash for Hylissang though. Vander, he is feeling he wants this fight, and he's gone in on Hilly. He's going to throw down the Unbreakable Will. Equalizer will split up Unicorns. Horo's off to the side. He's forced to tunnel away, and the Chaos Storm is wreaking chaos on the Rocket backline. The Death Ray comes out. Chaos Storm continues to tick. A flash forward from Power of Evil. Will not be enough to secure the kill, but he gets positional advantage.
I still think it's too early for Rocket to brute force these engages, even though some cooldowns get used on the Unicorns. What could the Unicorns have done? Like, they could have never engaged on this Rocket lineup because the counter engage is too strong. However, if you start eliminating counter engage potential by using it as engage, Vander going in, nobody followed up on that combo. He had to use his ultimate. He was 60% HP. Steve's equalizer essentially was wasted. Imagine if they could use that to their advantage by kiting backwards, stalling for time, scaling into the late game. I think that was the better strategic approach. However, Rocket probably feel like they're farther behind than they actually are. And that forced that a little bit, you know, too heavy of an engage.
Sometimes those heavy-handed moves can cost more. Rocket and Unicorns, though, come away unscathed. And Vision slowly being cleared out, but Unicorns still relatively good vision. They've had deep wards most of the time they've pushed into Rocket's territory.
But it doesn't matter. Like, vision around Baron doesn't matter unless it's perfect. Because it doesn't matter if you have 6 wards in your enemy jungle and your enemy only has 1 ward on Baron. That's enough to figure out what you're doing. They will not face check unless the Baron area is completely dark. For that, you need upgraded oracles and a couple of extra pink wards to force him to face check. Especially with Kog'Maw, with Scrying Orb, with his ultimate, he can check a lot of brushes. So there's safety in terms of stalling out for Rocket. They're only 3,000 gold behind still. The 5th dragon is still very far away because Rocket managed to pick up one of them, so by no means are they out of the game. They just have to realize how they have to play these fights and play accordingly.
Well, for Unicorns, they're looking for more opportunities now. Dragon's a few minutes away. We do see Nukeduck, he's going to secure his own blue buff. That tier is almost fully stacked. And I also just took a quick look at Jankos' skill order. It is still just rank 1 in the Cocoon, so the 1.6 second stun is all he's focusing on for the time being.
Another itemization peculiarity, let's not call it a mistake, another egg is picked up on the side of Unicorns of Love, and it's on Chachi. And traditionally when you see double A guy, you start thinking about one will be Banner, one will be Locket, but for Nautilus it makes more sense to build a Locket than a Banner, so we'll have a Locket stack here on 2 members that play in the same areas of the fight. The one reason you can usually defend double Banner or double Locket is because you play in different areas of the fight and the aura spreads wider. You know, multiple Wi-Fi spots for your internet. Think about that. But it doesn't matter having 2 routers at the same place. It's not going to help you.
Well, Chachi and Hylissang, rather Chachi and Horo, both sort of want to be on the front line, so we'll see how often they overlap.
Both want to be a team player. Yeah. There's only room for so many team players. You need to carry in between. Sneaky Baron started here. Distraction on the bot lane. Because the jungle is not there, Rocket feel like this is safe. But UL did the math, but they forgot to add in some additional Baron damage. Took a little long, no armor. This is sloppy. If you attempt this, you have to make sure that you have enough damage to pull it off.
So Hylissang died.
Yeah.
Let's just assume... Yeah, let's just assume he got caught. We didn't actually see exactly how. Rocket now have got a numbers advantage. For a couple seconds longer, they are going to be the ones getting
Alistar still has ulti, so he's threatening to dive. He doesn't want to dive. He just wants people to get away from that tower, be scared enough of him. They can open up. Look, that winning wave did not get defended because Vander was zoning on the side. He says, I can dive. I know that you can see that I can do it, so please step away from the tower. Let us take it free. Nobody needs to get hurt. Free tower for Rocket.
Politely step away from the turret, Unicorns, and they respond. Now Unicorns have lost the gold lead. They lost a member of their team on a poor Baron call, lose another in a turret.
And hard engaging straight from the front is incredibly hard because so much defensive tools here.
So Vander's already been caught just a little bit. The crystallized wall comes out, splitting up Unicorns. There's the front line from Unicorns again, and they forced a flash.
Again, I don't think Vander has to go for that combo. I think he can wait for people to get engaged on in his backline and then do the disengage, counter-engage type of combo. Right now, he just opens himself up for free damage, has to use his ultimate, and nobody from Rocket is replying with damage whenever he goes for these defensive combos. He is a pretty smart player, so I think overall he will slowly start catching on. However, they chunked them enough that they can attempt the Baron, but right here, Scrying Orb comes out. Kremo is close.
Unicorns of Love have 2 side lanes pushing. That's not a line we've said many times in the summer split.
They should go into the enemy jungle right now, get deep vision, force Rocket out, because now they can peek at the window for free. They should be scared moving here. Look, they just enter this area for free, and it'll be a 5v5 Baron fight anyways.
Banner of Command was picked up by Chachi. He did not go for another Locket. Baron has been stopped for the time being as Unicorns peel away. Minion waves are still stacking up. They did get Steve's teleport. Chachi has held onto his for the time being. Somebody has to go deal with those minion waves, and it looks like Jankos will be the man to opt into it. Unicorns are really, really trying to force Baron at 30 minutes.
Yeah, they're forcing, and it's the right idea, but it's rash decision making. Let's take a look at this again. How did this play out? Hylissang is going for a fake engage. What he's doing here is basically trying to bluff Rocket. He's saying, hey guys, I'm rushing on you, I'm Annie, you have to be scared, because why else would I be doing this? But because they saw Horo on the map, they were trying to make too many bluffs at once. Horo was at the bottom of the map, so they're trying to bluff, we can never do Baron. And had 4 remaining members, and suddenly he's going in, but they have flank wards right there, so they felt safe, so they simply just killed off Hylissang, and that was too bold of a bluff to make at this point in the game.
No Oscar for Unicorns of Love. Wow, that's a fast engage. Hylissang and Vardex come running in. Vardex is in a little bit of trouble. Spell Shield's not going to block a lot. Repel comes up from Jankos. He's looking for a target as Horo has been the first victim. The Flash Frost will hold Vizichachi in place for a few moments before Power of Evil's running out of mana. Vander with the Flash Pulverize. He manages to catch PoE, but they lose Hylissang. We do see Jankos going down, stepping a little too far forward. Power of Evil comes in. One more hit with Chachi. They secure the kill on Rawls, and there's the Death Side Embrace is not going to be enough. Now Nukeduck, he's the one that goes down as well. Double kill secured for Vardags before he's finally melted. 9 people dead, and PoE remains.
What an absolute mayhem and fantastic positioning from Power of Evil, honestly, in that fight. That was incredible how he managed to survive that. Initially, it looked grim for Unicorns of Love because look what's happened. They got a hard engage on the Nivea, but she has now finished Seraph Embrace, and very much at the end, when people expect her to go into egg form, she pops Seraph's Embrace. Look, boom, extra 300, 400 health, and this takes so long that Unicorns use all their offensive potential, and they go down. Now, the key members to watch here are Rawless, his positioning, and Power Reveal, and it looks like they could go down at the whim, both of them at the same time. PoE, fantastic position, gets comboed. He should really drop here, but Steve is peeled. Jankos is being peeled off by Chachi. Chachi traded his life for Power Evil, and that is the correct thing to do if you're a tank top laner versus AP mid. He snipes out Mr. Rawls eventually, and now Nuktok wants to get that kill on Chachi, but the CC is enough to take down a bird. Power Evil could cleanse there too, because obviously Nuktok couldn't proc his stun anymore. The shield from his Q keeps him alive. Vander, a little over-eager, wanted to finish off that fight. Advantageous for Rocket, but it wasn't enough. And this is a crucial fight for Unicorns.
Extremely interesting. They got the Dragon as well. That was the third of the game, Crepo. I just called that team fight. Hillesang also got another great stun towards the end. And one thing I want to mention, stats guys have informed us, Power of Evil so far has dealt 17,500 damage. Nukeduck 7.5k. But he is very strong at the moment. Has that Seraphs, has a fully stacked rod, Void Staff, another needlessly large rod. So Nukeduck is...
But in terms of late game damage, Victor still does way more damage than Anivia. Anivia just offers way more control. So if you're trying to catch the Anivia, it is tough. If the team, but because Unicorns are so far ahead, they can break that barrier. They still have all the map control, but the gold is still relatively even.
Yeah, only 2,000 in it.
And I just want to keep track of those Baron minions if that Banner of Command is being used on the side lanes, because Rocket, they need safety in numbers, because every member that has peel will make your grouping stronger. Because you have defensive CC and that allows for your teammates to then offer up damage. Split, you're not really useful, so they want to group. The counter to group is split push. If you don't really want to split push yourself,
hey, Hillesang is down. He gets
Rawless
the Timbers out, but Rawless follows suit. There's the Victor damage you were talking about, Crepo. We're going to see the suicide from Cogmore. Is going to be able to pick up a kill onto Power of Evil. Vardex is getting focused out. The mine knocks him up in the air, and the fangs get sunk in from Jankos, and he gets out alive. Vander finds a two-man pulverize. It allows Jankos to escape. Horo's looking for more. He's found a bird is the word before he eats a cocoon. Stunned in place. He does find Nukeduck. The egg was not available, and Chachi is tanky for days. He's going to look for more. The most exciting battle ever. Flame Spitter is out. Headbutt is out. Run, Chachi. Dredge line. He connects onto Vander, and then he runs out of mana.
That was a fantastic turnaround from Horo. Really good read in that fight, because we saw Anivia and Jankos. So Nukeduck and Jankos on Anivia and Elise playing at the outskirts of that fight, but he turned it around with a tunnel. Forced the flash from Jankos too. And numbers disadvantage. Really good offensive read by Horo. And yeah, the Baron baits are being turned around. Right now, yeah, face checking in that area is incredibly hard against the Nivea Q. Good Q.
And Tibbers.
And from Nukeduck, but the response Tibbers was exactly what we needed in that fight. Vardex steps a little too close. Power of Evil, once you close the gap on him, you can get him. Same for Anivia. Once you get close to Anivia, she's probably dead. But both these champions, both these control mages are so good at not allowing that to happen.
Exceptional team fighting from
this
UOL.
Is really good read. Nukeduck drops no more egg because he used it in the last fight. Jankos almost dies to damage here, has to flash out at the end. Good peeling from Chachi. Chachi is becoming nigh unkillable.
Yeah.
For this very magic damage heavy Waka gaming.
Even going to be building up some armor shortly. Nukeduck does have his rebirth passive available. Came up while we were watching that replay. Mr. Rawls from Beyond the Grave. Cathy and Surprise doing some work. Rocket, though, they are the ones with Baron control.
Yeah, good Baron vision for Rocket, and they're attempting a bait. They're not going to start it because they know it'll be a fight and a face check anyways. It's dangerous to do this. They've been spotted around the corner. You got to fake out attacks then. You need to go for that Oscar. Just don't stand still, you know. Do something.
So both teams have improved their team play, but not improved their acting. Dredge line, it connects on Nukeduck! Oh, Hillesang, he stuns up Rocket! The Chaos Storm is out! Power of Evil is running right through the back line! Nukeduck's gonna get turned into an egg, but he's gonna get cooked for breakfast! Unicorns of Love have found 3, have found 4! Jankos is trying to run away! It simply will not be enough! They lost Vardex in the process, but Unicorns, what a fight!
That was a fantastic read by Vijachachi, and I'm really liking the way he's playing.
Oh, Hillesang, maybe in a little bit of trouble. Tibbers is coming to help, though.
You can block the cocoons. He's just wasting time, that's enough.
Where's the rest of the team? Unicorns, they're pushing down the middle tower. Hillesang, he's not going to get the kill. Skittering Frenzy. Jankos trades, but he's done his job. This should be an inhibitor turret, if not inhibitor as well.
Yeah, I think he could have backed out though. A little greedy by Hylissang. Thought he had enough damage, but at least obviously can sustain with that W. In the end, it doesn't really matter all that much. What matters for me is that dredge line from Vizicsacsi. He finds Nukeduck at the outskirts of that group. And then Hylissang, instead of... Look where the Tibbers goes. Instead of piling onto a Nukeduck, he goes for the backup.
Wow!
He could have opted for a 1 or 2-man Tibbers, but he read that fight perfectly so he could go for the 4-man Tibbers, then Chaos Storm, and then Power of Evil is aggressively moving into the fight because they just can't turn on him. And then obviously Vardek's getting focused by Jankos, but damage is done. Once you group against this combination, but you group so tightly that you offer up an engage, yeah, you're done for.
Fantastic team fights from UOL. They did get that inhibitor, Crepo.
But they need to start translating these fights into actual monumental advantages. We're thinking about Dragons here, we're thinking about Barons, potential split push. They got 1 inhibitor, so now the value of that Banner of Command minion goes up. Still trying to track the side lanes. No minion was upgraded by Chachi. Oh well, his Banner of Command is on cooldown, so I'm trying to find where the hell...
We've seen Chachi using it in the bottom lane. It is bottom lane, and it was just a ranged minion?
So he didn't wait for the waves. Cannons come out every minute mark at this point in the game. So on the dot, every minute you want to buff that cannon minion. I think it's worth waiting for, honestly, because the pressure a Banner of Command minion exerts on the map is so huge, because then you can rotate to the other side of the map. Combine that with Rek'Sai, for example. You know, Rek'Sai split push one side, Banner of the Command on the other side, immediately collapse towards the Baron.
So Unicorns may go back to the Dragon/Baron play. They're on Dragon at the moment. This will be number 4.
Yeah.
6-minute timer until Aspect. Jat did a fantastic Jat 22, or League of Learning rather, on how to beat teams with 5 dragons. We'll see whether or not Rocket paid attention in 6 minutes, or if they'll even let it happen. But no deep vision from Unicorns. So this is something they have to invest some time into.
Yeah, they're slowing down. Whenever Power of Evil and Hylissang use their flashes in fights, they're hesitant to go for another fight because they really need that to close the gap. The counter to a wall is obviously flashing over it. The counter to Cocoon's flashing over it. You know, the counter to an Alistar is flashing by him, you know, speeding up, ignoring him. Then close the gap immediately, wombo combo, you know, annihilate your opponent. Hard engage is what you're looking for, so that's also why we see Distortion Boots finished on Hylissang here. Just the more flashes he can get, the more flash tibbers to initiate these fights combined with Vizicsacsi. It's obviously what you're looking for.
Well, this is exactly the game I was looking for. Very interesting, exciting plays, and Unicorns are approaching 40 minutes with the lead, with the kill lead, with an exposed base from Rocket, super minions as well.
Yeah, 29 kills in 39 minutes, or 40 minutes is definitely a good average to have.
They seem to be posturing, I mean, they're sticking in the lane of the supers, side lane still pushing in favor of UOL.
They're waiting.
Is this is it just cooldowns and then a little bit more aggressive play?
It is timing and cooldowns. Look at the side waves. The time they will hit is about the time that Power of Evil's flash will be back up.
And they are going to find a small opportunity to get a ward just above the Wraith camp from Roccat. Unicorns look pushing in a little bit more. Hilly with those boots of mobility also pushing in.
Bot lane, killer position. Looks like it does. Want to push out towards Rocket, but it'll still take time. I don't like this Baron, so for me, this is too forced. Like, just gotta decide what you want, Unicorns. Of course, Chachi doesn't really go down too much, so they can bait this.
Well, they want the fight. Chachi's going to get caught by the Cocoon, not going to be able to find a target, but Vander's way out of position. Unbreakable will keep him alive for a few seconds longer, but he flashes in. Nukeduck's already been turned into an egg. Power of Evil's trying to kill him, and he'll be able to. Jankos is now trying to sink the Fangs in. This is a battle on 2 fronts. Everybody from UOL's flashing red, but it doesn't matter because there's no resistance. Jankos follows Nukeduck to the grave. Unicorns able to get the kills they wanted, and big minion waves.
Tight knot and a little dance from Coach.
Oh,
as he's happy to see
it's
as
a
Chachi
summoner
goes
heal.
in.
It's going to be able to secure. Hylissang gets a kill credit though, and it looked like Chachi got away with his life.
Ross is out of mana. Kog'Maw W doesn't cost any mana. Power of Evil's looking at the Nexus turrets. Top lane inhibitor is being sieged upon. 2 members basing though, so not just be a good game yet. Good flash here. No ultimate on Banner. He goes down. Vardek splashes on Rallis.
Radex is looking for more. Teleport will keep a minion alive. As you can see, the Banner of Command.
So
empowered minions on the side. Unicorns of Love at 42 minutes have dropped the Nexus turrets. And from start to finish, Unicorns of Love have dictated the tempo of the game. 10, 1, and 6. Power of Evil when he carries hard.
Yeah, good opening performance. I like it when you come out with aggression in the first game of a best of 5. Catch your opponent off guard. And Rocket, I think they have to reconsider their draft or play it accordingly. I think it could have worked should they prioritize the right things. Anivia, Elise on paper sound nice, you know, for double CC combo. Cleanse kind of ruins that, especially Victor, who can play at such great distance. And you saw it, the lack of pressure early forced Nuke to go out of mana. The roams by Hylissang, especially that first one, that was communicated because he talked to Horo. Horo said, I'm going to gank top. Hylissang then said, okay, instead of, I think, finishing Sightson, I will go Moby Boots. I will meet you there.
Yeah.
Flash Tibbers, that turned the game around. That was the momentum Unicorns needed. And they didn't really let go up until the mid-game where ideally you can play it out a little better, but they still were the ones to make the move, take the initiative. And I think in a very passive matchup on both sides, that's what you have to do.
Congratulations to you as well. I like some of the itemization that I hope the analyst desk will talk about. We're going to head over there in just a moment to break down that first game in this best of 5.
Don't twist our arm, Trevor, but we will. But first off, super excited to see these two teams. Team fighting comms, fighting. That's the beginning of a series. There's a lot more to break down, so go ahead.
Let's just start by praising Unicorns of Love for saying they're scaling poke compositions. We ran in the regular split. It's not going to work. We need to change up. The meta is moving on. Power Weaver locking in Victor for the first time this split here. And let's just pull up
even more surprising than the Anivia.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's key for me because Power Vivo as a mid laner had fallen a little bit behind in terms of champion picks, and it was harder for him to carry games. And now he started pulling out this Victor here, which is so key for the pick and ban phase moving forward also in this matchup.
And I really liked just the Victor pick out of Unicorns for a couple of reasons, because the Orianna ban comes out because they say, hey, look, we know you've got to blind pick your mid lane. You haven't really played Dizzy, you haven't played the Victor, so what are you going to play? Turns out he's been practicing the Victor, picks it up this time. Also, interestingly, no Shen prioritized at all in this matchup.
But here's the thing, if we look at the composition that Rocket was building here, which is of course a little bit different because of the Anivia coming in, it is a kite composition where Anivia works really well in terms of protecting a hyper carry. Again, you add a ton of CC, you got a slow from Mr. Raleigh, you got the slow coming in from Nuke Dog. So as long as we have Unicorns of Love forced to engage near objectives on them, you can use all this zone control here. Problem is Annie. Annie comes in, she can build distortion early on. So again, first of all, you have Tibbers with the long range. Also, you get the flash cooldown. And then the key thing that happened in this matchup was that Visichachi got a very early ban of command. That meant suddenly the whole game is now turned, because what he's going to do is he's going to buff up one of the side minions, or like one of the minions in the side lanes every single time. So he creates a push right there that Rocket always have to go and deal with. That means suddenly Rocket cannot properly group up for objectives, or it forces Rocket into a situation where they have to engage onto Unicorns to stop some of the pressure coming from multiple lanes. And can you do that with Anivia? No. Suddenly Power Weevil becomes the carry in the backline, nobody can reach him. And Unicorns can just do whatever they want. They can engage, they can disengage.
Yeah, banner of command, very important. The early magic resistance coming out of them as well, actually saying, okay, you're going to have to go very late if you want to penetrate what we have. And Nautilus was de facto unkillable after a while. And what was central in this, what we may forgetting, we were always saying, okay, Unicorns let it go late. Now they had a comp that they had to force it early, and Hilly was so crucial in that in the beginning. Let's pull up one of the replays, because he makes a lot happen in the early.
He's a god.
Yeah, I mean, he's back on form by this game. This is the very first gank for First Blood. So basically, this is after they've swapped down to bottom lane. Hilly's not even anywhere near top. The top lane right now isn't exactly the important thing either. Unicorns have said at some point in the next minute or so, we're going for Steve. Coincidentally, there's a fight. Basically, at this point, Hylissang says, Varags, we've lost the trade, we've lost lane pressure. I'm getting out of this. This is what I've done before. I'm going elsewhere on the map to sort the early game out.
Yeah, and then we see the second fight also in the early game. Vanda's kind of baiting in the bush here to start set up the fight, but look here. TP from Steve is so far back, it's very difficult for him to join. Chachi, on the other hand, he has a good ward to join in with. The fight gets instantly won by Unicorns. And again, it's so key with certain item changes that happen in the game. Prepper was highlighting the Moby Boots for Hylissang, so he could rush to top lane a bit faster. But also the early trade that happened between the two dual lanes that forced Vardax back to base on a pickaxe. That was why the lane was lost. Had he been able to pick up BF sword and into a Phage, they could have gone even, it would have been okay. But when he had a pickaxe into Phage, he had level 6 on Mr. Rales, the lane was basically over in that case. Hylissang's like, you know what, I'm not going to waste my time, I'm on Annie, I'm going to start roaming. Exactly like he did last split in the playoffs, and he started making plays around the map, and that snowballs the whole thing. And this comp here as well, from Rocket, with Elise and Alistar, you're setting up for tower dives. You're setting up for early dives where you don't want to risk a gank. No, you want to go straight for the dive. You have damage reduction, repel, everything. Problem is, you had 0 pushing lanes. Rumble is going to get pushed in by Nautilus. Mid is going to nullify each other. And bot lane, the Civ is going to push in as well. So there was no dives to be set up at all after they start falling behind.
Yeah, with the banner of command, the lanes were pushed, so Rocket had to engage, but it ended up being Hilly, and we're gonna show the last replay here of the decisive team fight where he decides to flash in, and it was just a beautiful combo.
And this is just the thing Unicorns could do. You can wait for the engage and you can kite back with Sivir and Victor, or you can have the flash distortion coming in, and of course Chachi being that front tank and having such a fantastic performance together with the rest of Unicorns. I'm very excited now for this series because we saw these changes. It is no longer pure late game scaling for Power Weevil and so on. Mid game power, and it worked.
And that team fight all stemmed from Roccat being a little greedy. They were in the Baron pit. Unicorns are calling their bluff already. Roccat have 2 options. You either go up and lose your mid tower, or you try and go through the jungle and hope they don't engage on you. But it's an Annie and a Nautilus with Righteous Glory. That's just, it's greed. Maybe that'll work once every 4 or 5 times if the team are really playing just back and defensive. But Unicorns had showed that they weren't playing defensively. Every time there was the opportunity, get onto one of the carries, Unicorns would just start the fight.
We do need to see, though, more focus on vision control, both teams. 0 side stones from the junglers, no upgraded sweepers. That is why the game also stalled out. They couldn't bait the Baron properly, and Rocket couldn't bait the Baron either because there was 0 vision control for both teams, honestly.
Yeah, although this was an exciting ending for UOL, I still think it became pretty close, and I think we have got an amazing series on our hands. We need to take a quick break to recover from that, but when we return, it is Game 2 between the Unicorns of Love and Roccat. But first, let's turn to the top lane and see how Steve went from baking cookies to the big stage.
170 grams. Okay. I started playing League of Legends right after the beta in October 2009. Like Twisted Tree Line, playing Nunu. Yeah. Disons qu'on va mettre à peu près à moitié. Hop. Ça doit être bon. Ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas cuisiné. I was playing during high school and I didn't think about going pro or anything, but I always knew I was pretty good, kind of like always top, let's say 200. Okay. In my last year of high school, so it was season 3, I started tryharding a bit too, and I mained 1 role, so I decided to pick top lane because I thought it would be the best role for me. I loved playing Jarvan, and I had some success, and that's when I started joining teams. I decided to take a gap here and try to go pro on League. J'ai fait une team qui s'appelait Steve Bakes Cookies vers la saison 3 comme ça. C'était parce que en fait j'avais un délire avec des potes que je faisais des coquilles et du coup on n'avait pas trop de noms, donc on a décidé d'appeler la team comme ça. Et puis ça sonnait bien. But it didn't work out that good for me because I just had teams, like amateur teams, and what happens with these teams is you try to qualify for events like LANs or Challenger Series, for example, and if you fail, well, the team always disbands in the end. So I never got to really grow with a team or make a team that would join LCS, and that's when I got the Roccat offer. Okay, Yamato, you can come help me out? All you have to do is make little balls and put in the, like...
Little balls?
And kind of, yeah.
That makes more sense.
There we go.
You know, when you say ball to a Swedish person, I think, like meatball, you know?
You can do a ball, but like I have this technique that I've mastered over the years. I did not expect this at all, like I didn't expect this offer, but I knew, like I was maybe not known for my my play or anything, but because I didn't do that much on my amateur teams, but I mean the results were not so good. But my players knew my attitude, like that I was pretty positive, that I wanted to learn the game.
I heard from a lot of players that played with him, it felt like his personality was correct, like the mindset was correct for a new player in the LCS. We don't need to cook it. You just eat it raw. It's good already, man. I think the best part about Steve is his personality. He's very humble. There tends to be a lot of arrogance around the scene, and Steve is always humble. And this is a trait that I value very highly.
I just want to be the best player I can possibly be. I just, now I can see what I'm worth compared to other players, and I know that it's just a matter of like experience because it's my first LCS split, but also it's everyone's goal to go to Worlds, and since it's the team's goal, it's my goal too. Here you go, Yamata. Some delicious cookies. Bon appétit.
Welcome back to European LCS. Moments ago, Yamato Cannon was chatting to Steve after eating some of those cookies, trying to help him and the rest of Roccat, trying to tie this series up 1-1 against the Unicorns of Love. For a look at the lane matchups that the pros are keeping an eye on in this quarterfinal, go check out lolesports.com. The article is there on the front page. While you're there, also click on the tickets link for some information on how to join us for the regional qualifier, because at the end of the playoffs, we will know the team who wins Worlds, wins Summer Split, goes to Worlds. The team with the most championship points, that will go to Worlds. And then the regional qualifier on our stage, teams have to run that gauntlet to make it to the 3rd seed and the World Championships.
That's enough about LoL Esports. Let's move at the game at hand, where the Unicorns of Love, they're staying on the blue side. By
because
proxy,
Roccat picked red.
They picked red. They're staying on the red side. But before we head into game 2, let's shortly go back to game 1. Some of the points we want to raise and that I want to reiterate what Deficio so expertly explained on the analysis, because yeah, at least early game impact, you want to pick offensive lanes to make those dives happen. You want to pick combos that at least can make that early aggression worth it, because if you go Cinderhulk Elise, you become a CC bot, you don't get any early game impact, you may as well pick another jungler with more AoE disengage that gets more things done. And that's something we were lacking from Jankos. And I don't think it's Jankos only, it's a draft as a whole, and then obviously not that man, but the man on the other side for Rocket will have to look into that and get a slightly better draft on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see how Rocket decide to prioritize the picks and bans. They are red side this game, they will be blue side in game 3. It's the only time Rocket will play blue until a potential game 5. And for Rocket, that Anivia just never really got going for Nukeduck.
We did get a word on Twitter from the man himself. Froggen said it was the best Anivia build that was currently out there. So by definition, it is the best Anivia build that's out there. However, it takes time to scale, and then you may want to, you know...
You can have the perfect build but poor execution, or
the perfect build and
the
wrong combination of champions to make that work. You know, the setup around it, and that was one thing Rocket had. They excelled at kiting, but eventually Vander was forced to counter-engage too early. He got poked out in a lot of these fights, and they weren't just on the same page. Now, obviously, a very complex composition to play. I mean, it sounds like we're harping on Rocket, but that's what we have to do. When a team loses, we point out their mistakes. When a team wins, I probably still point out some mistakes, because that's just who I am. But let's see if Rocket change up that trend and go for something different here.
What we can definitely praise is the change in Unicorns of Love impact their ability to pick a mid-game team comp and then use it in the mid-game effectively, appropriately. You can argue that after the 20-25 minutes, some of the Baron plays were less optimal, but it resulted in Unicorns getting great team fights. If Hylissang gets Annie again and locks people down like he did, picks and bans so far going exactly the same way.
Again, I don't like the Kalista ban. I don't think it's worth banning Kalista out against Vardax, because he's not going to pick it when Sivir's open anyways, because he's not a Kalista player. We have Sivir. Production, can we roll a tape just from the previous match? Just keep going, because exactly it mirrored Sivir into Alistar Elise, into Rek'Sai.
Yep, it's the same.
It's exactly the same again. So, Trevor, make a prediction here.
Well, so previously it was Rumble and Kog'Maw.
Do you really want to see that again, Berlin? You're booing right now, but do you really want to see that match?
This is smart. Nukeduck steals the Victor from Power of Evil. Nukeduck's Victor was fantastic in the last 2 weeks of the split. He's got great statistics on that champion. 2 wins, 1 loss. 17, 6, and 22. Those are very good stats.
Now this composition, if Rocket plays it out correctly with the Victor, it changes a lot of things, especially in the mid game in terms of control around objectives, offensive potential, and just how do they play it out. That matters a lot, especially if Steve will pick up something slightly more aggressive, or just something that has a better combination together with the Elise. We have a lot of options here, and then Rawless can still be that late game carry on Kog'Maw. Something I want to watch this game is Hylissang's first back. Is he going to go for a double gank with Horo again? We have the famous Morgana on Hylissang, was banned so often, the most banned champion against Unicorns of Love.
12 games out of 18, Crepo, and he's going to get his hands on it. But Power of Evil's going back to that scaling mid laner, which is something that UOL had struggled with. Not used exceptionally well.
It was their style, slow and steady, and they still won a lot of those games where they had deficits. So a very different approach right now. Very physical damage heavy too, because Nautilus obviously, he has magic damage, but he's still a tank first, magic damage second. Morgana is support first, magic damage second. So the big 2 carries on the Unicorns of Love are Sivir and Varus, both pure 80 damage carries. This gives Steve the opportunity to pick something that can just stack armor, Frozen Heart. Might even see a Maokai coming out. It's not banned currently.
No, 8 games played. This will be the 9th time if that's locked in, and it is. So most played champion here for Steve. He will be going up against that tank Nautilus, and for Power of Evil, this is actually only the 2nd time he's played Varus this split.
Yeah, Maokai and Elise obviously have a very fantastic CC combo. A little low on damage though in the 2v2 duel against Nautilus and Rek'Sai, who are slightly higher on damage. Really hard to judge. Depends how it plays out, honestly, because whoever gets the first move, whether gets a counter gank, double knockup could come in. You know, 100% Rage Furious Bite here. That deals then true damage on the Rek'Sai. Many possibilities. Obviously, mid lane is going to be even Stevens. Farm, farm, farm. Whoever roams first.
A drastic shift in team compositions for Unicorns of Love. This is very different to what they ran in Game 1. It is something we know they have run many times in the past, but let's see how their execution is. Because of the fact that, you know, we talked about how many times they fall behind during the summer split.
What I like so much about this is the composition for Rocket. As these coaches are about to shake hands for the second time today. It's like, hi, you're here again? Yeah, so am I. Ah, interesting. Is that there's offensive potential. Vander can now engage. Steve, his teleport flanks with Maokai were superb in some of the games, and those were the win conditions very often for Rocket. They dragged it out very late until the opponents forget there were wards behind them. Steve teleports in, Twisted advances in. Alistar follows up, and then you have the offensive control mage potential from Victor in these compositions that are in the screen right now. So more aggression for Rocket, and I think this can work out.
We will find out shortly. If you agree with Crepo and think it will work out, hit us up on Twitter at LOL Esports, hashtag ROCWin or hashtag UOLWin. Unicorns have the fans on their side, as they so often do in Game 1 of the series. And Power of Evil's going back to the champion that he debuted in the spring playoffs against Fnatic.
All right, this is the moment where you can track in the preparation leading up to this best of 5, whether teams have perfected one style, you know, have one recipe mastered, or a chef that only makes one menu. They have multiple menus on the board that they can whip out with cookies or not.
I think you needed to have had more lunch today, Crepo.
All this talk about food does make me hungry.
It does. We did see standard lanes in the previous game, albeit swapped. So the duos went top. Does not look to be the case this game round.
Let's talk about food, more talk about lanes. We have a double spell shield lane on the bot lane. That means that Alistar should never be able to land a combo. Should never be allowed to land a pulverize. Big range advantage here on Kog'Maw once he pops his W. Later on in the matchup, Alistar can sustain. So I think Sivir Morgana into Alistar, Kog'Maw goes relatively even. Slight edge towards Sivir. More of an edge towards Kog'Maw later on.
And I'm going to have to retract my initial statement because we did see a recall there from Roccat. Duo seems to be going top. It looks like they will be finding Bardex and Hylissang, who are already in position. In the previous game, Horo got 3-buffed early on. We'll see if Rocket can get another
3-buffing
jungle start. It's not as impactful.
Exactly. So it's more about experience. Looks like perhaps a delayed invade 2 here.
It's just interesting to see if it does happen a second game in a row, because this is Rocket, they're not changing.
This is the correct move. Going for the delayed invade on the enemy side is what you need to do, because otherwise you yield 1/4 of your jungle access. Because if you lane swap, you divide the map half by half. Now they cancel the camp, so that's enough already. They obviously don't know how many people are there, but at least they have a peek in and they find out what's happening. Horo, he's down in the bottom lane, duo jungling with Vizichachi, so they have a little bit of a quicker jungle. Obviously we'll have to watch how they change the tankiness and the experience in that matchup. Usually you see at least half and half top laner jungler. Some regions going for even more. Benki has sacked even more to get Marin ahead over at SKT. Let's see if anybody will do a Marin cosplay here.
We'll find out in a few minutes, as we do see the lanes are now standardizing. Nukeduck on the Victor that he's taken away from Power of Evil. You see on screen, played 3 games. Exceptional kill participation. This is also Rockat's style. They tend to be more mid to late game focused when it comes to making decisions.
So Steve yielded a lot of experience. He teleports back into lane level 1. Chachi's level 2. Let's see if that continues to carry on that way. That means Jankos should technically have an experience lead over his counterpart Horo. Let me take a look at that. Jankos 2.5, finishing that blue buff. Horo 2.8 as well, but he's heading to the next camp right now. So Jankos slightly ahead. But Horo has more camps at his disposal. Jankos will now find his jungle empty. We'll have to go for a gank, so let's see if he goes bottom, if Chachi smells a gank, because Steve, together with Jankos, have a very lethal combination.
But what we did mention in Game 1, Crepo, was how Elise, pre-15 minutes, you're looking to have an impact. You're looking to make a play. In some ways, similar to Lee Sin of old, where you want to have an impact, and Jankos is trying to set this up.
Steve is giving it away a little early.
The root, we see the knock up, the cocoon! Not going to connect. Chachi's going to dredge line away.
I think that gank could have been executed better. However, it is pressure to get Steve back in. Does burn the flash for Chachi. Yeah, Jankos was hesitant on where to cocoon. You obviously want to get that fancy Mad Life cocoon out, but once the dredge line starts casting, even landing cocoon, I don't think is going to stop it. Horo, he's lurking. Is he in vision? Is he in the brush?
I think he's in the brush.
Yeah, he should be in the brush.
Yeah, he's got Korean mechanics.
Thank you, observers.
He'll be in the bush. He's going to get the flash from Nukeduck. So, successful gank already.
Flash for flash on both early ganks. Now, what did they do next? Do they revisit the same lane and finish what they started? Or did they just work with the threat of, if we come back to this lane, you will be dead, and then do the mind game, going to a different lane?
Well, something that we were talking about in the office with these mid lane Varuses is how easy it is to roam and gank them. And talking about ganks, Jankos.
He's giving away. Whenever Steve walks forward, Chachi knows something's up because Steve, traditionally in his lane behavior, will not be walking forward. So every small step he takes is like, I want to get into his advanced range. That's enough for Chachi to at least smell something's up. So it's very hard to gank a lane that is ever so slightly pushing because your adversary will obviously give it away. Now, with that knowledge in mind, Steve can start faking it. He can start walking forward.
And we'll see Steve going to try. He's going to get the knockout brief. The dredge line was used. The root comes out. The cocoon lands. Venomous Bite is available. There's another one. That's going to be first blood. Who will secure it? It's Jankos.
Really good return. Really good patience by Jankos because eventually, if Chachi is going to be continuously afraid of this gank, we'll have to yield CS. And good job on Steve for blocking that dredge line. Getting the escape path out. Obviously, no flash on a very slow, big Nautilus. Eventually goes down. Rawless now, he's farming in the top lane. Ever so slightly down. This is what we predicted. Sivir will have the push advantage initially in this lane. Mid lane should be even. So bot lane is kind of the only lane you can really gank. It's really hard to gank a double spell shield lane. And it's really hard to gank for a double spell shield lane as well because just, yeah, you're pushing constantly. Once you stop pushing, your opponents obviously are going to know something's up. Sivir has been pushing me all game. Why is she no longer doing so? I'm probably getting ganked.
Yeah. And we'll find out when Vardegs and Hylissang decide to move down to the bottom lane. Tends to be when those dragons start to be looked at. You can see the average stats on your screen at the moment. But Jankos, way more active in the early game. He's had 3 ganks already.
Just placed the pink ward because this wave is bouncing backwards. Combo on Vardegs. Still has spell shield up. See that pink ward, I really like that. You come out of base from an advantage from your gank, you move to the top lane. You see that this wave will now bounce backwards, so they need safety. Because of that pink ward that's in the brush, that allows Vander to move his ward up aggressively. And he, if he wants to, or just scout in that area, and then he can no longer get ganked from behind. Or a lot harder at least, especially against a jungler like Rek'Sai.
Darkbinding connects there onto Mr. Rals from Hylissang. And we see Vardegs, despite the wave pushing towards him, still trying to wave clear it out. Horo's got that tremor sense, so he knows that nuke deck was nearby. Or at least he knows someone is nearby. And he's going to make his way out of the jungle, but he got some wards down.
Yeah, not much is going to happen on the top lane. Horo, so he knows there's a pink ward in that brush. Vander expect 2 points to heal as Alistar if you're looking to play this matchup, just to get Rawless comfortably to level 6. So very neutral top lane, very neutral mid lane. Both Flash Bird, but no longer revisited by any of the junglers. So the action was around bot lane, which ironically is 2 tanks, which in your mind is very neutral in that regard as well. So let's see if Jankos is tired of trying to gank and will just invade Horo.
Well, talking about Horo, you can see him on the minimap with the ring of vision around the bottom half of the map. Could look to jump on Steve, but maybe going in from the lane instead.
I think they're afraid of a counter gank.
Okay.
He's looking for a counter gank position because he's predicting Jankos to not be anywhere else in the map, but he's top.
And he's found Hylissang. Hylissang will be going down. Last hit gets connected by Mr. Al, so early advantages to Rocket and Jankos.
Yeah, look at that pink ward placement in the bottom right of the map right now. Right above Steve, that ward is a clear gank path, clear as day. Easy gank for Horo, but he's respecting Jankos as a jungler. He's saying, okay, if I was Jankos, I would be in the bot lane ganking right now. But Jankos says, well, I'm Jankos. I'm not going to do that. I'll just sneak into the top lane, have the help from my pink ward. Nice to go into the brush, and usually when lanes are pushed in, you don't expect to be ganked because it's incredibly hard to land that cocoon. Jankos, he succeeded. They take down Hylissang, double spell shield lane, ganking, dying to a gank is a mistake.
Yeah, Flash is available as well.
But a fantastic opening from Jankos.
Yeah, and complete opposite to the previous game where his Elise had next to 0 impact on the map. And this time round, caught out. So Cleanse used insta after the Chain of Corruption connects from Power of Evil. There's going to be support from Horo. Flash is going to be available in a second or two, but Hylissang with another roam, with the Dark Binding, with the kill for Power of Evil.
And this is something Rocket will need to fix in their communication. Every time either Hylissang bases or dies, people will have to start playing careful because his roams are on point.
Hylissang was a real threat leading into the playoffs in spring. And his opposite number, Vander, will need to try find something to pull it back in.
Well, Power of Evil got some breathing room in that lane, obviously with the gang, so he moves over and loses nothing when he goes through that blue buff. Top lane, Steve and Chachi, forever dubbed a wet noodle fight.
But they've moved their way up top, so that's the first time we've seen the lanes transition. Yeah. BF Sword versus the Sheen and the components of Phage, as you mentioned, that Triforce Cogmore.
Good binding, and yeah, the poke, the BF sword right now. Compare that to last game where that pickaxe, it just does less. And eventually you can whittle down the Kog'Maw. However, smart play by Rawls in good positioning. If he gets a couple of these W autos in with Sheen procs, it could be enough to do counter trade. Obviously, very interesting matchup at this point. Very range dependent, positioning dependent. Vander doesn't want to aggress on the enemy. He really just wants to take those dark bindings should they ever go Rawls' way. Play defensive, especially when he hits level 6, then he can counter engage. And then the mind game starts. You W in. Is Vardex going to spell shield it? Is Black Shield going to come out? Do I pulverize immediately? Will they preemptively Black Shield? It's a very fun matchup to play.
And you can see that in the way Vardex and Hylissang were positioning in lane, splitting themselves up, so the risk of that two-man pulverize is significantly reduced. We do see Cinderholes picked up for both Horo, who's now in his own jungle. Jankos was donating blue buff over to Nukeduck.
No mistake there.
Secured that one. A Manamune picked up for Power of Evil. Another dark binding.
Black Shielding, he's going in.
All the way in. Soul Shackles is out. This will stun. Only Vander though. Unbreakable Will comes out. Vardex and Hylissang gonna look to continue chasing, but they end up winning a 2v2.
Yeah, Vander did the right thing. He W'd out Vardex, didn't go for the combo. Says, well, either you're gonna get knocked away. If you don't, that means you use Spell Shield, then I wait, then I will pulverize. So 100% guaranteed peel, unless Vardex did the ultimate outplay, which is flash over pulverize. We'll get to that later as
Hey!
to Horo.
Horo gets caught by the cocoon mid-tunnel. Still takes a ride underground. But Jankos gets away. The ward stays standing.
Yeah, wards is there. It's kind of interesting that that pink ward has been allowed to survive this long by Rocket, because they must have been aware by now that there had to be a ward there. And it's honestly, it makes your warding so much more efficient, because that ward has survived for over 6 minutes right now. Hylissang is stacking his gold item as much as he can. Those trades.
Zoning very effectively. Rawls and Vander playing very defensive. Rawls, no heal, no flash. If he eats another dark binding, there's a lot of damage that can come out. And
Vardex is up 10 CS right now. Obviously this wave will get equaled out, so in true Vardex fashion, he is looking to go bang on even on CS. But Horo is looking for a dive. See, Vander has no ultimate available. He's running low on mana as well. 140 is roughly the mana mark you want to look for on an Alistar. Pulverize costs 70 mana. Headbutt around 70, 65, so like 135, 140 is a combo mana. So you want to force Alistar below that, so every heal then puts him out of combo mana.
We did see Vander and Rawls at least wave clear. We catch a glimpse of Power of Evil in the mid lane, shoving Victor in, shoving Nukeduck back. Even on CS, but Power of Evil's getting damage on the tower, chipping it away. It's this pressure that was actually very present in the previous game, and you were well Rocket. They're trading pressure and tempo back and forth.
Yeah, more pressure from Rocket this game, mostly due to some phenomenal ganks by Jankos, but they're getting weighed down again by Unicorns, and let's see if they can take some of these towers at the same time. It will immediately open up the map, and perhaps that is what they are going for. Can they play that to their advantage? No dragons has been taken, or have been taken rather, at the 13-minute mark, so Aspect is miles and miles away for a potential win condition. Oro is spotted.
Right.
Chachi roaming to the mid lane.
Chachi may be able to go, and Chain of Corruption connects, the cleanse comes out. This may secure a tower.
So cleanse right now has a 190-second cooldown, Chain of the Corruption roughly around 100. So that means there's a minute and a half where that can be used again, and it'll have to burn a flash.
Mr. Rawls is going to put some damage onto Hylissang. But look at the tower, look at the positioning. There's Mr. Rawls and Vander, they're losing presence and pressure in that lane and the tower.
Yeah, Jankos has been ganking for the majority of the game. Horo, he's been content with just shadowing his lanes, lurking in the shadows behind the scenes. Should you get ganked, I'm ready to counter gank. Meanwhile, you can safely exert pressure on the enemy because I'm always there to back you up. It's more of a Rek'Sai style approach, because when Rek'Sai tunnels in aggressively for a gank, then gets counter gank, she gets punished incredibly hard. So both these jungles trying to read each other, but right now the map is slowly going towards Unicorns. Very uncharacteristic fashion.
Yeah.
Because usually they are behind.
And they've got that scaling mid laner as well. Almost 15 minutes. Power of Evil's got a kill. He's even on CS. As we said, he's only played it one other time this split, and he'd actually given up a death at the same point. Got himself a Brutalizer now, so got some CDR, some armor pen. And is in a very comfortable position. A little bit ahead of Mr. Rawls' average for that Trinity Force, and a needlessly large rod for Nukeduck. So item spikes are being hit on both sides.
The one thing we have to stress again on this Rocket lineup though, as we see the Unicorns take that dragon, as a result of the exerted pressure is that they're, again, very magic damage heavy. Every single member exerts some type of magic damage. The only physical damage coming out of this lineup is Mr. Rawles on Kog'Maw, and he is majority physical, but he's still very large part magic too, especially with his ultimates and his poke. So this in turn means that Chachi could go for heavy MR yet again. Come frontline. Horo, he can spec into very tank heavy MR. And there is denied passage, but we'll get the warning anyways.
UOL could go for a similar itemization, which was actually exceptional in the previous game.
I think it was definitely the right direction. Maybe slightly optimizable. Maybe trade, you know, Talisman for Righteous Glory. Maybe not double stack the A guy, but that is nitpicking, I guess. So definitely good read on what to build there. I really like the Banner Commando. I think it's really strong item and should be built more in competitive play.
It feels like every time you and I cast together, it is built, Crepo. Tower's going to fall down bottom as Jankos has moved in, using that human form ranged auto attacks from Jankos. It will be the first tower for Roccat. We'll keep gold even as we're heavily into the mid game now.
And Nuktak on his Victor will be very happy whenever he see Horo somewhere on the map, because he obviously has lost his tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Just to play without that backup. This always allows Power of Evil to push first, because Power of Evil has backup tower to back him up. That's what a backup tower does. Obviously Nuktak doesn't. Almost that blue buff, but he gets out-rotated towards the mid lane right now because they saw him do the blue buff. Yeah, chipped away at the tower. It's going to be roughly half HP gone, if not more. Look for the laser.
Chachi's here as well. Jankos going to look for the cocoon. There's a black shield available. He's going to be used on Power of Evil. That's a flash over the wall from Steve. Hylissang forced to flash defensively. That'll cancel the soul shackles as Steve gets knocked up by the mine. Chachi's now moving backwards defensively. AD carry starting to move. Vardags has used on the hunt. He will get in range, but nothing further will come.
In true support fashion, Hylissang black shields his carry as he gets piled upon and then flashes out. Doesn't save it for himself. Not a selfish player. Mid tower under siege. 30% went out. 20% went out. Double combo from Vander.
Chaos Storm as well. It's a lot of damage. Tower's not dropped, but it's going to be a lot of poke. So close to getting nuked. Unicorns of Love have a minion line moving up shortly, and with Roccat so low, Unicorns, they may stick around for the tower.
Definitely a transformation from the Unicorns ever since Horo joined. GP in a pre-game interview talked about how Horo has been helping him both attitude-wise in the team. Really strong player in addition to helping the coaching, because this is a very revamped Unicorns of Love in terms of strategy. How often have we seen Unicorns siege a tier 2 tower in the mid lane at 17 minutes in the game with 5 members going together for a map-wide play? Very rarely have we seen that European LCS.
Very impressive from the Unicorns and worrying for Roccat. They're now 2,000 gold down, 1,500. They've given up a dragon, they've given up an extra tower, and I think more importantly, they're relenting under the pressure. There's some wards for Unicorns to play with though.
Now keep watching Steve though, because he has his teleport available, and when Roccat has fallen behind in the past in a couple of games, even in the matchups against Unicorns, last time they played, they managed to hide some wards behind enemy lines and then make the Unicorns comfortably in that push. Say, okay, yeah, we're getting siege upon, you're doing great, fantastic, nice strategy. Boom, Steve teleport right behind them. And that could be enough to open up the map.
Vander was trying to get a combo onto Chachi, but the defensive dredge line kept Chachi alive. Chachi's had some pretty good defensive dredge lines. Unfortunately, once there's all Roccat showing in the bottom lane, Unicorns secure an uncontested tower. 2 more now. Chain of Corruption connects onto Nuktak. There's some support from Jankos
this time defensively though.
But look, top lane.
Okay, can hold that for a while. There's only 1 damage dealer in the top lane. It's only Sivir there. They have Victor and Elise. And Power of Evil was trying to edge his way in. He realizes he can't really do too much in the mid lane, so they're looking to make that power that siege spike really on that next minion wave coming in. Let's see if they get back up in time and whether this mid lane tower will fall. Honestly, at this point, it might be worth trading tier 2 top for tier 1 mid, just to open up the map a little more for Roccat, give them a little more room to play with. Steve gets bound, but he is very tanky, so Roccat can hold this tower. Double spell shield used, so that should be tier 1 tower for nothing.
So, unfortunate for Unicorns, but great for Roccat. They still have to knock that tower down. We see Horo coming in behind Jankos and Nuktak. Chachi's nearby. I don't think they're going to be able to. So the tower actually remains standing, Crepo. Both teams get damage and trade position. Boomerang Blade will connect on Vander, and Roccat are able to escape. There's a minute until Dragon is up. Baron was used after vision and a lead was secured, but look at the vision from Rocket's side towards the Unicorns. There's a ring of red wards.
Yeah, that is some really good deep vision. I'm just going to pan over on my screen and see when it exactly will expire. About 90 seconds left on most of these wards, so that could prompt a potential Steve teleport that we have been talking about. However, on the other side, in Rocket jungles, very few deep wards because Unicorns of Love were playing to the top side of the map, so obviously bottom side of the map underpopulated, so that Rocket defense might actually mean a lot for this game, that they can keep their top side alive. They've spent some time invading in the bottom side. Obviously, you can rotate back towards that first dragon, potentially for them. Let's see if they want to set up a team fight for that dragon with Steve, with Righteous Glory right now, and more engage on Rocket. And that was what they were lacking last game. They had counter engage, they had kite, but they couldn't find the opening windows to really punish the Unicorns.
We've just gone over 20 minutes. The dragon will be up in 10 seconds, and not only is that Righteous Glory with Steve, you can see Vander's working his way there as well.
Very confident.
Ludens and Lost Whisper.
Once Black Shield and Binding are down, Vander can obviously face stick. In the event that somebody finds himself in that brush, he can use Unbreakable to get out. And yeah, this is the result of that vision control from Rocket. Really good wards by Vander. Hillsang will try and go for cheeky steal.
Not this time.
Doesn't work.
Of course, with those poke comps, Unicorns late to arrive.
Horo,
pushing away right.
Traditional answer. You play on the bottom right side of the map, I will go to the top left side of the map. Taking away that red buff. And then potentially warding some more in the jungle for Rocket. Keep their eyes on that tier 2 tower top. They could now push in mid lane, rotate to the top lane, but sieging into a Maokai at this point in the game is pretty rough, so they're splitting up their forces.
Unicorns still unable to take down that last outer turret, Crepo. Bardex and Hylissang, they got pushed in by Jankos much earlier in the game. After Jankos moved in there. So a little bit of props to Riles and Vander from keeping it alive, lowering some of the gold lead the Unicorns have built up. And again, there's your double Aegis from Unicorns of Love against the magic threats.
Yeah, double Aegis coming out. It is, this time it's okay because Horo will be playing the fight in a different area than Hylissang will. Yes, Morgana has the close range ultimate, but in most fights she just uses it to peel tanks off the AD carry. So they play different fights. Double banner could be good too. Vander will have to use his ultimate eventually.
Unbreakable will to stay alive. Nobody else from UOL is going to die for that. They're happy with the tower.
So Unicorns, they reclaim the vision control. Rocket didn't really care, but also they reclaim that control over the bottom side of the map and take down that tier 1 tower. 4 towers to 1 right now. Very aggressive, forward-thinking Unicorns of Love coming out this game.
It's resulting in a gold lead. It's resulting in... They got the first dragon, and there's no relenting. Unicorns grouping themselves up down the bottom. Chain of Corruption.
Goes wide.
Goes wide. Not the first time we've said it. It won't be the last. But look at the ward. It's behind Unicorns.
Steve.
Here comes Steve, and he's got cookies. Vortex is in trouble as Jankos takes him out. Horo's trying to tunnel away. Chachi's teleported in, only to run away. Nukeduck gets caught by the dredge line and the mine, and he's knocked up. Power of Evil's looking for the kill, but there's a flash away. Nukeduck stays alive. Power of Evil continues to land those auto attacks. Dark Binding noms a Spiderling, but that is all. 1-for-0 in favor of Rockets. And they stop Unicorns' pressure.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Once the Unicorns get lulled into this false sense of security, yes, we're seeing it, we have 4 towers to 1. They forget about the wards and their flanks and behind them. Steve finds an opening. 1 kill only though. A lot of flashes burn on both sides. So now the team fights shift in a different way. When Rocket have to use all their flashes, they have less engage potential again. Flashes with advances off the board. Vander is the only one really with an engage flash potential because even Jankos had to flash out. Let's watch that again. They're sieging. Horo is doing the Gromp. Do they see the teleport? It's not been pinged out, but I imagine they're aware of it because they see people running at them. Ardix had already used his spell, so he's out of the equation. Chachi comes in. Jankos a little deep. Keep your eyes on Nukeduck. He's not afraid to play aggressively. Again, Chachi, good turnaround dredge line. He did this last game too. Arrow comes in. Flash. Very last second. Failed combo from Vander, or he knocks 1 away and 1 up, so in that sense, good combo from Vander. And then yeah, all the Righteous Glory are on cooldown, so you can't really do anything else.
Let's take a look at the mini-map. Unicorns, while they are pushing and pressuring deep, they're also keeping up their vision game. Almost every time you look down in the early stages, the 15 to 25 minute mark, Unicorns have got great vision on the map. And they're using it quite effectively this series.
And that has been Horo. He hasn't really ganked any lane. He's shadowed at best with the Rek'Sai, and he's been at multiple parts of the map because of obviously, you know, having that Void Rush available to go left and right on the map. So perhaps it could be wise for Roccat in the next game to just, you know, force Horo on a second jungler. He's new, not new to the LCS, but he's back in his first game of this split. Maybe they could put him on uncomfortable junglers. Maybe just target that vision control a little bit. Because Unicorns have clearly worked in some mechanisms in these last few weeks. Hylissang working together with Horo, getting that vision out, then going for those towers, grouping up for those sieges. Dredge line from Chachi.
It connects onto Rawls. Vander's trying to play defense, but the Dark Binding from the corner will at least slow Rawls down. I think Vander not only saved Rawls' life, but has delayed the tower pressure enough for Steve to get closer.
He's coming on the flank. Hylissang is low. Binding after binding, really good accuracy on those Dark Bindings.
There's a reason it's the most banned champion against the Unicorns of Love. But the wave clear from Roccat is strong, and they're still defending the tower.
And PoE is playing a fantastic Varus. Every piercing arrow is connecting because he's reading the game. He's waiting until people move in predictable movement patterns. Every time Nuktak walks forward to laser the wave, he eats an arrow. Every time Rawless steps in to either cast an ultimate or proc a W all attack, he eats an arrow. Right now he's using it for wave clear, just get that healthy wave in the tower and use that momentum. Perhaps get the first base off, move somewhere else. Baron baits on the table. A lot of options for Unicorns right now.
And they're playing it safe. I like the fact they realize wave, 2 waves, we're not going to get this tower, so they back away. There's farm to be had on the bottom lane for Vizichachi. Doesn't have teleport available. Did you see that locket completed for Horo a moment or two ago, and all of the magic resist from Vizichachi. You see he's got the Spirit, you see he's got the Spectre's Cowl, so...
And he's fulfilling his role where Chachi used to be such a big, what we call, you know, hyper carry, you know, carry top laner. He's now fulfilling the role of tank CC bot. He's building CDR with the Glacial Shroud and the Spirit Visage and just stacking on magic resistance as efficiently as he can. That Spectre's Cowl is one of the most efficient magic resisted items in the game. You know, get some raw HP, get some MR, quick finish onto the next item. Get as many as you can because Roccat is so heavily oriented around the magic damage.
And of course, considering how important Nuktak is for wave clear, this blue buff steal is also going to help out UOL.
And Roccat sieging onto that middle lane tower right now, but as time progresses, that poke, that piercing arrows is going to do less and less because there's 2 Frozen Hearts finished on the side of Roccat already. Steve has 1, Jankos has 1. Nuktak, no Zhonya's yet, so no armor there, and no armor obviously on Rawless because he's not Genja and he's not building Randuin's Owen.
Unicorns lose their outer middle turret to Roccat. They still maintain a gold lead and vision control on the map, so this will allow a relatively safe dragon by the Unicorns of Love. Horo and Vardags 2-manning while the rest of Unicorns hold off Roccat in the middle.
Bit of a repetition from last game. Unicorns have these early moves planned out, but eventually they run out of easy towers to take. As the game gets a little harder, the gold gap kind of shrinks or becomes less relatively important. So only 2,700 gold remain. Unicorns have set their sights on these tier 2 towers, one in the top, one in the bot lane. Roccat, they're holding on pretty well, and as the game progresses, we have to remember that Unicorns are playing only with 280 carries type of damage. No magic carry in their lineup.
And the last time we were at this tower, Crepo, there was a teleport from Steve. It was also a missed Chain of Corruption.
A parade of missed skill shots coming out of Unicorns of Love. This will probably break the siege because Raw is coming out of base. He's working on that Blade of the Ruined King just to kite that front line, keep himself alive.
We'll see. Unicorns, they really want this tower. It's the second last remaining outer. Chachi's going to get caught by the cocoon. Repel comes up from Jankos, but he's just going to drop back down where he stands. Righteous Glory's timed.
1 engage move out. Look for flash from Steve, look for flash from Vander.
Unicorns, they're not giving up. Minion wave is pushing against them in the top lane. So someone's going to either have to deal with that or they're just going to sacrifice the farm. All right, 1 more wave, 1 more attempt from UOL. Piercing arrow, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to get here. Nuktak is playing this very correctly. The poke's going on to Steve. He doesn't care. He has sustain. Rawless is hiding right behind the tower. And every time the minion wave comes in, nobody can force it in together, you know, with champions because of the gravity field that comes out from Nuktak. Then the laser's enough to clear it. Gonna be hard to see. Just this tower has, yeah. Hylissang's the only one dealing damage to this tower. So I think Unicorns will need to take a different approach because no minion waves are exerting enough pressure. Unless 1 bind connects here from Hylissang. Second, Ultimate from Power Evil is up though. That could surprise Rocket.
Look at Rocket. They're posturing forward. Cocoon does connect, but nothing more. Unicorns have shown great growth since the regular split. They're playing early. They're playing aggressive in terms of the objectives. But like the Baron baits in game 1, and now these inner turret lane pressure, it's just not working out the way Unicorns wanted to.
Yeah, very stale Siege there. If only you could leave a cardboard copy of yourself and sneak off to Baron. Okay, I would have believed, okay, they're still here. Ah, no. Sadly, that's not possible in League of Legends. Unicorns do realize that after 3 consecutive minion waves and 5% damage on the tower, they need a reapproaching strategy. They move over to the other side of the map. The only thing good about these type of plays is that you're both spending so much time in the bottom lane that the wards literally disappear to the other side of the map. Wards last 3 minutes. That siege alone was like 2 minutes on itself, so any ward that's anywhere around Baron is gone. So you can rotate out, there's no pink wards left, and then start baits. Not sure if that was the intention of Unicorns, but
let's give them the benefit of the doubt and see if Unicorns focus now on the top half of the map. They seem to be grouping that direction on your screen. Banner of Command was picked up by Hylissang this time around. We see the Ghost Blade picked up for Power of Evil as well. So big item spikes as we've gone over 30 minutes. But
Steve has teleport. Wall goes down. They notice that the Baron's going down. Look at how quickly it's going though.
Teleport.
They're backing out. They're forcing Steve to land because he has to, because otherwise they can recommit to the Baron.
Steve has landed. He's been binded as well.
Really good move by Unicorns.
Baron is going to be hitting on Steve. That forces a defensive flash. This time round, the minion waves are in favor of the Unicorns of Love. So Crepo denying vision on Baron. They went straight there, and they're going straight for Rawls. On the hunt, flash! Binding forces a flash from Rawls. This will get them a tower. And a flash on the AD carry like Cogmore is so valuable.
This was a fantastic play by the Unicorns. Honestly, unheard of. Haven't seen this the entire split where they go for a Baron bait, they force the teleport, let him land, back off for the Baron, don't race it, don't get baited into that 50-50. Translates into a rotation in the top lane. Aggressive flash to trade summoners with the AD carry. Morgana can easily play at the outskirts of a fight without flash. She's a support. Probably one of the supports that needs flash the least, because their ultimate really isn't that valuable on carries, more so on just peeling tanks away. So really good read. Now they can, again, push Rocket in, move back into the jungle, potentially choke out the vision there, or keep sieging this. They have multiple options at their disposal.
And we'll find out what they decide to do. As it stands, Vander's looking for it. He's flashed, and that Pulverize hit nothing. Jankos, he finds the Cocoon onto Power of Evil, and we see the Arcane Smash coming for the kill with Power of Evil down. What can Unicorns of Love do? Vardax is chunked down to half HP as Chachi's running as much interference as he can, but he's going to have to take a dive if he wants to stay alive. Black Shield will hold him for a few seconds before Rawls gets one more auto. 2-for-1 trade.
2 for 1, a greedy flash from Power of Evil. He stayed long enough for Steve to connect a Twisted Advance, followed him all the way through, and then really good opening from Rocket. I realized Unicorns of Love are playing with fire when they're sieging. It's incredibly hard. Without those Baron buffs, I don't think, yet again, last game we said it too, they can't deal with the magic damage wave click. Let's look at that again. Vander flashes with Pulverizes offensive control. Chachi's not here. Power of Evil eats a Cocoon, flashes out, but then, yeah, Steve connects with Twisted Advance, so Power of Evil's flash is down too. We can't heal. He's not running cleanse this game, so he couldn't cleanse out of that CC. Nuktuk and Rallis untouched. Once one guy goes down, one of the carries, there's not enough remaining damage to take down or Nuktuk or Rallis. So good opening by Rocket. However, Banner uses flash, Jankos uses flash, Steve doesn't have flash. So less risk right now for Unicorns.
Well, Unicorns have made their intentions quite clear. Dragons and Barons. At least maybe trying to force Rocket's hand. 10 seconds till the next dragon will spawn. And I think Rocket intelligently moving there early-ish. And we see more armor picked up here for Steve as well.
Yeah, that could very well be a Thornmail coming out from Steve, because he can... It's very easy and very, very fun for a top laner to see the enemy matchup and say, okay, they have only 80 base damage. I can stack armor. Very efficient build paths. Frozen Heart into Thornmail, Frozen Heart random into Thornmail. All possible as Rocket pick up their second dragon.
Edge line is going to connect. We are going to see the Arcane Smash and the Twisted Advance. Vander's now in the middle of the team. Unbreakable Will is ticking. Another Dredge line pulls him back in. Unicorns are trying to reposture, trying to re-engage, and they're going to look for a tree. They're going to find the tree. They trade Steve's life for Hylissang. Flash from Vardax aggressively gets him a double kill. And now UOL at 30 seconds in 4v3.
They need to get a Baron or an inhibitor to make that flash worth it. Flashing has 80 carry for a kill on support. Looks pretty, but you'll regret that you did that next fight. She goes in, he'll get poked.
Oh, that was a mistake. He did not want to find that wall. Not gonna, oh, he does channel the ultimate. It catches Nukeduck, but it won't be enough. Remember, there's no flash for Vardags. It wouldn't have mattered as Mr. Rolls gets the kill.
Yeah, I think
you were well misplaying that one.
Unicorn's a little too happy on the trigger right there. Vardags flash, it looks pretty, yeah, flash. Got him, boys. I just killed a 1 HP support with my flash. Let's siege. Oh, we hit a wall with Redline. Oopsie. Happens to the best of us. Game goes back to a neutral state. 2 dragons to 2. Gold gap 2k. Fight over Raptors. But most importantly, these carries from Rocket are scaling up, and more importantly even, their tanks are getting tankier. Very one-dimensional item builds right here.
It works when you got so many AD carry threats to deal with. Steve has got that Thormail completed that you were theorizing about, Crepo, and we'll see whether or not Vardags and PoE can survive. Power of Evil's got no Bloodthirster, so if he's auto-attacking, he'll be in trouble. And Vardags is building his way up.
The Celestial buff cannon minion goes upon a journey. What I'd like to see from Steve here is actually, ironically, a magic resistance item, QSS. Because he's getting stopped in his tracks every time he goes in. Dark Binding, you know, Chain of Corruption, everything comes out. Imagine if he could just build back his glory, get a QSS, and surprise the enemies by smoking up the CC, walking, and then just connecting a Twisted Advance, locking down a target. It could be a decent approach, because right now he's tanky enough to survive these fights.
We'll see if Steve is forward-thinking enough.
Not even sure if that's a good build, I just thought about it. So perhaps there are many top laners out there that are saying, Crepo, what the hell are you smoking today? Because that's not really smart, but...
Well, look how long it's going to take Steve to kill.
He's magic damage. Pretty easy.
Empowered. Taking a long time. Teleport is available for Steve. Now, Unicorn's baited it previously by a Baron play. There's some vision. Hylissang sidesteps the Cocoon. Baron's down to 4,000. Teleport's going to start. Soul Shackles is being channeled. It'll hold Vander in place. Yankos is looking for the steal. Can he find it? No! Unicorns above. They get the Baron buff. Now Vander's going to get caught out as Yankos has already dropped. Vander still alive for a few seconds longer. Horo's looking for him and he finds him. Chaos Storm comes up. Nukeduck and Rocket. They want to clean house. Hylissang's running away and Vardags still does not have flash available. I don't think he can get to his side of the map though. Vardags is going to buff these Baron minions before getting away. It's at least going to shove a lane in. There's 3 members of UOL around the 3 members of Roccat, and this is going to put some threat on them. Steve eats a Dark Binding, and both teams fighting on the other side.
Somebody go buff those minions, quick! Ah, they're gone.
Not going to be enough. Unicorns, they're looking for the fight. Where's Vardags? He's hanging around by the river. Dark Binding, that could set up another kill.
Rawless has flash, so keep your eyes on Rawless. He has to carry this fight. Binding goes wide.
And we see Roccat, they're finally trying to find their way back to their own territory. Vardags is lifesteal a little bit up from that Vamp Scepter. Rawls, that's a 3-man knockup! Horo goes huge before he goes down. It did not matter because Vardags couldn't auto-attack. Here comes Chachi! He gets the dredge line, he throws the mine, and then Unicorns run away. He used a teleport for that.
That is 1 teleport and 2 flashes to get a kill on Nukeduck. They have to capitalize on this. If they can't, it looks pretty, but yet again, you have to see what you do. Now, I want you to keep your eyes on the ward that will be placed in the pit and on Steve's teleport, because I think if Steve goes into the pit together with Yankos, this fight could have been a whole lot more different. Look, the ward goes out, but Steve's teleporting in the brush on the right side. Look at what he has to do right now. He has to waste his flash, if he has it. Does he even have flash? Yes, he does. He goes in with flash. He could have been in that fight already, disrupting and getting a flash onto potential Vardags or Power of Evil to win that fight, while Rawless is standing on the side, being just artillery from the wall. So this fight could have played out whole different. Look at how much damage is being done to PoE here from Nukeduck and Steve, and how low Vardags is. This fight could have gone
so much better.
So much different, and it's in the little things right now, and that's what you have to look for, because we're in quarterfinals of playoffs right now. We can start criticizing these teams for these plays, because at Worlds, when you play against the Chinese and Korean teams, they will not make that mistake.
And that could be the difference between winning Game 2 in the best of 5 or going down 0-2. Had Rocket been able to wipe UOL, that Baron buff could have been negated. Hell, they could have even stolen it.
Waiting for Godot. Oh, for Nukeduck instead.
Yeah.
Okay, eventually that blue buff goes down.
Power of Evil picks up his own blue. More armor being picked up by Yankos. And Roccat, second Righteous Glory.
Still some MR though. I guess to deal with Chachi. Chachi is tank Nautilus with some CDR. Riptide does very high base damage though. You have to remember that's around, I think it's around 400 if you connect all the 3 procs on a very low cooldown. It's on like a 5-second cooldown. Just gonna double check.
3.5 with this build.
Only 3 points into that, I believe, though. No, oh, 5 points into Riptide already, yeah. So 3.5 seconds. That's a lot of damage over time that comes out from that Nautilus. Sachi being respected in that regard. Yanko saying, I will be majorly dealing with you in fights.
Crepo. Unicorns have got Baron on a few of their members. They've also got a Banner of Command. You can see once again, side lanes pushing towards Roccat.
But what they need the most, what Roccat needs the most is time, because they're scaling more and more beneficially into the late game. They've denied 2 dragons from Unicorns. If Unicorns got them, they could have been sitting on Aspect right now, but that's not the case. They're working on their 3rd dragon right now. More movement speed. 1 Banner of Command, buff minion in the bot lane, but that's almost dying. But Roccat are at the verge of being out-rotated here. If Unicorns allowed to spot that, they could even use Sivir to get to that tower quicker.
Maybe they will. Roccat aren't going to be able to get to the tower, though, quickly enough. Unfortunately for you, weren't fast enough.
Good poke.
Nukeduck, however, does not have that armor stack built up, so he gets chunked out real hard.
He's waiting for his flash right now as well. If Unicorns have timed that, they know that their window of opportunity is closing soon, because sieging on a Victor with Flash Chaos Storm is dangerous, especially when that Baron buff seemingly worn out.
Really short. Yep, it has.
So we're back at where we were 10 minutes ago. Sieging into this lineup from Roccat is incredibly hard.
It's taken a long time, but Unicorns have made it work by eventually peeling away from the siege and looking for their other objectives. Chain of Corruption, it will connect in a lockdown, at least a front line. The engage tools for Roccat.
Yeah, this siege is not going to happen unless Chachi peels off and moves into the top lane. It's a massive wave right there. On your minimap, you can spot it. Not enough to take the tower down on its own.
Small
Full HP
trades.
still in the top lane tower.
Chachi was tanking the laser. A couple of autos from Vardex, but without minions around, that tower's got a lot of extra armor. It's going to take a hell of a long time for that to work.
Chain of Corruption is on a 42-second cooldown. That is not very much right now. So that is what Unicorns of Love are looking for. They'll shoot it and miss intentionally. Because then, surprise, early Chain of Corruption is coming out. Nukeduck's in the top lane. He used his laser. Chain of Corruption is up again. Roccat may not be aware of this. They need a wave.
That's meta. Miss this one. Bait them in, Power of Evil.
That's what I do all the time.
I like the thinking. We do see the Cocoon catches onto Hylissang. Black Shield's being channeled. Chachi's way up on the front line. Chain of Corruption is going to start to spread.
Look for the
it's going to hold Mr. Rolls. It's going to hold Yankos. Cocoon goes wide. Power of Evil still trying to spit out damage from afar. Steve gets pulled back in with a dredge line. The boomerang and the ricochet. It will get a kill. But Nukeduck will find one onto Vardags. Without Vardags, this siege is going nowhere. And Nukeduck may have saved Rockat's life.
A very chaotic fight in the end. Vardex takes one step forward to finish off Steve, but he walks right into Nukeduck, and you see, it doesn't take much. He's not building armor because he's building straight AP. Have a look. He is now 763 ability power. That's enough to take down Vardex because he's sitting on an uncomfortable 1.9k HP. Victor alone in a couple of spells takes that down. And yes, Steve, he's surviving so long in these fights. Look, he's building Frozen Heart, Random, and Stormmail, the most efficient triple item combo into pure AD-based compositions, because obviously he won't be eating much magic damage from Visit Chachi. Chachi will be dealing with other members in the team fight. And Vander, in addition to his Righteous Glory, is going to build a Talisman right now because he knows all we need is mobility to close the gap on the carries. Unbreakable should be enough to be tanky enough in these fights because very limited damage approach from Unicorns, and they're slowly but surely getting outscaled in that department.
Yeah, we're 43 minutes in. We can see Mr. Rolls just, to use a freak word, eviscerating everything he hits. Phantom Dancer, Blade of the Rune King, Triforce, even a defensive QSS to break a binding or a Chain of Corruption. And Mr. Rolls, as long as he doesn't get caught, he's fine, but he's 505. He's not been caught yet.
Well, it is obviously raw 80 damage. We cannot underestimate the power of Sivir in these late game teamfights. One Ricochet, one Boomerang Blade with this 4-item combination can wreak havoc. Is enough to one-shot or two-shot, you know, Nukeduck or Rallis should they connect properly. Just very position-reliant fights here. But I would put my money on Nukeduck and Rallis as a combination to position slightly better than Power Beetle and Vardex. So in that regard...
And they got a few more tools on their side to help them with that as well.
Mid lane's open. Baron has been warded by both teams. Red buff taken by Vardex. That might help him in fights. Red buff slowing down people in these extended know, paced team fights may prove useful.
You do see that Banner of Command has been used to buff up a minion. And by the way, the top outer turret is still standing. I think it's important to mention, Rocket have only got 2 towers this game at 45 minutes. We've been playing on Rocket's side of the map the entire time.
But I'm having a look at the top lane right now. The Banner of Command buff minion is meeting a massive wave in the top lane. That is poor foresight from the side of UL. It's a complete waste to use that, I believe, 2-minute cooldown on that minion that's just going to get absorbed by that wave anyways. Look at Vardex, he's soaking up. That wave just took down a Banner of Command minion. In retrospect, that could have been down in the bot lane, you know, make it so that you can at least slow push, or first go deal with the wave, then use that cooldown. However, Rocket have found an opening on the Baron, spotted by the Scrying Orb. Chachi teleport is being channeled.
So is Steve's. Here comes Steve, Horo, and the rest of Unicorns. They're going to connect with a chain. They're going to connect with a binding. Baron is dealing damage to Rocket, and the team fight has begun. Horo's going to knock up a giant tree. Vardags, this is a risky position. He manages to get nuked. Cocoon comes out. QSS follows. Defensive flash from Vardags, but Mr. Rolls is caught. He's got caught out by the knockup. Unicorns of Love have found themselves the kills they need to potentially secure this Baron.
What a fight, and really good positioning by Vardex. As I was saying, that Nuktak and Rawls as a combo likely do better. They find themselves annihilated because one of the escape directions was limited because there was a Baron right there. They started Baron, they found themselves surrounded. They should have probably burned it down. That was their approach. Keep your eyes on the bottom left-hand side of the map right now. Vardex, he will come out once Nuktak eats some card control in about 5 or 10 seconds from now. Get a boomerang on. For the rest, look at the right side of the fight. Power Evil is pacing beautifully. He's staying out of engage rays. He's letting his tank take up the cooldowns. Once Twisted advance, and everything else is down. He's moving in. Now that boomerang comes out on Nuktak. 1 ricochet, that's enough damage. Plus 1 big crit. And now Power of Evil, he will realize that the best place to be in a fight is on the left side right now. So he flashes over because he connects with Rawless. Really good team fight read by the Unicorns.
Exceptionally executed.
And calculated.
By the way, I believe that's 1 HP on Varus. Our observers just pinged me to mention that. Crep, I want to revisit the Banner of Command point because I can see the cooldown has been used again. Let's hope it's in the right lane. Been built 16 times. 16 times, Crepper, with a 12-4 win-loss. Unicorn's going to hope to continue to grow that number. Steve is on the front line. The depth charge is going way back. On the hunt is throwing Unicorns into Rockat's base, but Nuktak says you shall not pass. He's going to get caught by the piercing arrow, and he's going to get dropped by the hail of arrows. Vizachachi still alive on the front line with only Rolls and Vander left to defend. Unicorns of Love at 50 minutes are onto the Nexus turrets. They've got banner-empowered minions. The dredge line connects. Mr. Rolls is running for his life. Gonna get away from the minions. Nexus tower will be dropping. That dredge line misses. We'll forgive it, Chachi, as the Unicorns of Love are going 2-0 in this best of 5.
And honestly, as we see Rawls go down, Nexus goes down. I want to see the accuracy from Power of Evil. Sadly, we can't really track that in League of Legends just yet, so we might put one of our observers on it manually checking, because that guy doesn't really miss an arrow very often.
You are an evil, evil man. In terms of damage, Power of Evil dealt 61,000 points of damage to champions. That is more than both Nuktak and Mr. Rawls combined at this stage. Well, that's 2,000 less than them combined, but I'm still counting it.
I closed the game, and the first thing I see is a tweet from Kasing. I wish Yarnan could flank like that on Sivir.
You know what? I wasn't convinced that flank was going to work.
No,
I
just ate humble pie and my words at the same time. As I was, calling out positioning, really good flank there from Vardex. Just did what he had to do, then flashed out, went back in, and good accuracy and teamfight positioning from Power of Evil. But in retrospect, we have now played 2 games. Game 1, heavy magic damage composition with very, very kite-heavy approach from Rocket. Didn't work.
Yeah.
They steal the victor with some more offensive potential. Elite starts working out. Worked a little better. What's next?
Yeah, what is next? I hate to be the guy that does it, but Rocket, once again, build up everyone's hopes, only to disappoint when the pressure gets turned on. And in a few minutes, we'll figure out if Rocket can turn this series around when they get back on the Rift against the Unicorns of Love. They have to win this game to keep a semi-final hope alive. As we go, Hilisang will tell us the downside of Rocket's strong showing when it comes to scrims.
I think they will try their best but something happens against Rocket. Usually, they do really good in scrims. They crush every team, but I think that's their weakness because they play so good in scrims that when you go in LCS game, everyone is playing so passive and safe, and they have troubles closing games, and I think we can work on this and beat them this way.
Welcome back to the European LCS quarterfinals, where you can see Sheepy talking to his troops. They did a good job so far. Unicorns of Love are on the verge of sweeping Roccat 3-0. So let's look at game 2 and see what Roccat adapted on initially after that shocker, honestly, coming out of game 1 from their side.
So they took away the Victor, which was a good change, obviously, because now they realized Power Viewer was playing it. However, I want to start looking at the bans. I think Kalista is such a wasted ban against Unicorns of Love. They have barely played it, except for some of the few weeks in the start of the split, and it never worked out very well because Vardax is not the big carry on this team here. He's not a very aggressive laner either. He's a guy who will go even. So you put him on the best utility AD carry in the game, Sivir, who adds everything you want. Wave clear, tempo, ulti for utility for the entire team, and they're giving Unicorns exactly what they want for Vardax. I just dropped my pen as well. I don't want to see this Kalista ban anymore. If you want to ban the Sivir, I accept that one. Orianna as well. I feel like there are better options for Power People.
And that's the strangest thing, is because this composition that Unicorns locked in this game, I think is what Rocket were expecting. Okay, we haven't really seen the Varus specifically from Power People all that much. Played it in one game, it's been banned in two. But we know it's the style Unicorns like. Tank top laner, poke from the mid lane, and you know, pick up that Sivir for Vardags. Wave clear, look to push down turrets as well. The Varus coming out was a key factor in this game, though, for the Unicorns when you look at it.
Yeah, before the match started, we talked about how Unicorns have been running these single poke compositions, but it's always a scaling poke champion. You know, the AP Israel we saw in the mid lane that takes 25 minutes to really become impactful, and that made it so difficult for Unicorns to play the style that they're showing today, because Power Evil couldn't help the team. Notice how much he did between 15 minutes and 25 minutes. He took 2 mid towers, he got a few kills and everything. That is part of setting up everything. The fact he's now also playing Varus again is perfect, because this allows him to have an impact on a champion that doesn't need to scale as long, and then joining with the team to play this aggressive mid-game, and suddenly it's working for them. I'm not sure if he was saving things.
Yeah.
In the regular split, he was like, you know what, I'm just going to handicap myself a little bit. Once we reach the best out of 5, I will pull out exactly what my team needs, because now suddenly all the comps they're playing, they make sense.
Yeah, exactly, because you're on match point and you have more options than you would have. You are criticizing, though, a little bit of the warding of the Unicorns of Love in that early game, that they maybe could have done more with what they had.
So one of the problems we saw for Unicorns, after having such a fantastic start and having this siege comp with their big spike on the Varus, you would expect them to start, you know, really getting a massive lead. As you said here, the warding, it's very split up. It doesn't seem like there's an objective when they ward. If you notice here, we are showing wards on the top side of the map. This is about 20 minutes into the game. They have wards around the Baron, even though they're not going to make a single play on this top side. Dragon is alive at this point here, and that is what they were going to look to contest. And also, you can see the bot lane tier 1 tower near Mr. Rales down here, also alive. So these wards had to be placed in the bottom side of the map near the blue buff. So you set up vision for the Dragon, because you're in the mid-game spike. You already got the first one, secured the next. And then also what you do is by having deep vision behind the tier 1 tower, you always apply dive pressure, which means the guy standing and defending, let's say Mr. Rales in this case, he's like, okay, I have no vision in my own jungle. I don't know where they are. There's a chance they're going to dive me, so I need to back away from this tower. That gives you a low-risk situation where you take a tower, and there's very little counterplay from Rocket. But instead, Unicorns, they split up all the wards, and that made it super difficult whenever they were sieging, because Rocket could just like see almost everything that was going on. They never really denied any vision. Not enough pings and 2 split up green wards.
Yeah, neither team really helped each other out or themselves out with upgraded trinkets. I mean, Horror didn't have one for a very long time. The same with the side of Rocket. There were a lot of things in this game that caused it to stall. One side of that is the vision control. The other side was looking for the engages on the Rocket side while the dive pressure was there, because no home guard on Steve for so long in this game.
You guys were so mad.
we were quite mad sat here. I was tracking and I was like, he's got the gold for it. He could be sat in base. But there were a couple of situations where Unicorns did have the vision control and prevented it. But certainly there was more than a handful of times you could have got a home guard play.
The worst thing is, we had your Marta Cannon on this desk like 3 weeks ago. In a game exactly like this against the poke composition with the Maokai, Steve didn't build home guards before like 40 minutes. And he was left. His first comment was, yeah, we need a home guard. Should have been there way earlier so we can set up engages. In this case here, you want the home guard TP and the Alistar going in with the Righteous Glory at the same time. So even if there's a black shield, you can go for 2 separate targets and you can get the engage. 40 minutes, Steve builds a home guard. And he didn't even use it. He home guarded to Baron, walked into Baron and lost it again. Such a big mistake. That needs to change if Rocket wants to win.
Yeah, let's finally maybe take a look at the game-winning team fight for the Unicorns of Love here in this one, because it was very close again in the end.
Yeah, it was a close fight. The real turning point here is Vander goes into the fight onto Vizicachi, gives away all the pressure he's got in this fight. He was what was holding Vardags back on that ramp. Vardags is even warded out here. They know he's looking to come in. This is the one time that Nukeduck, he's in the back of the team fight looking for good positioning, but Vardags coming in from the side should never happen.
Yeah.
Theoretically, Nukeduck's positioning was decent. He had good positioning
knocked up, though,
in the bottom. Yeah, right. It wasn't amazing, but at that time he should have Vander there blocking for him. And that didn't happen. Team fight is pretty much over at that point.
Second time, though, we see it's Rocket starting the Baron. That gives their late game fight to Unicorns. They win to finish off the game. They keep going Baron themselves. Again, not setting up proper vision around it. And I feel like a little bit too greedy. You got pushing side lanes with Baron have command. You don't have proper deep vision. You don't need to start a Baron. It's just going to delay the game even longer, make it harder for you to finish it. So there are a few things to work on, but it's looking solid overall for Unicorns.
Looking solid, yeah. Well, it's not a landslide win, not the second one either. So we're going to game 3. Before we get there, though, let's see which champion picks you guys and girls are looking out for. We have @PyroCastLol who tweeted Yorick. Because I believe that
don't ever say that on Twitter.
Will bring the pain to Steve, and then Huni. I think he's bringing enough pain with his Nautilus, honestly. But Yorick, we don't, why not?
I mean, Source is playing next week, so the chance is there. However, does anyone really want to see Yorick being played?
Once.
Well, I guess the Unicorns fans may want the Yorick just for something a little bit more lively when it comes to actually.
I see what you did
I say, oh, and yeah, there's nothing lively about watching Yorick play either. But when it comes to like the Unicorn style, a little bit more of the unorthodox play style. However, the Unicorns have kind of adapted. They've actually seemed to, in the last couple of weeks, taken a standard setup, somewhat standard setup, and improved a bit on how they were performing.
Well, let's be honest, we're all surprised.
Right.
Like,
I just love the fact they've changed so many of the problems they had in the pick and ban phase in terms of team compositions. They had this playstyle all along. It was just the picks that didn't fit into the playstyle before, as we see. Or now we see the result when the picks fit the style.
Match point here for Unicorns of Love and semi-final point for them, but we'll see what Rocket can do. The stage is set. Let's hand it back over to the casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and the rest of the analyst desk. Before we get to Champ Select, clear your calendar, guys. Later today, when we wrap things up here, North America will start their second quarterfinal bout between Gravity and Team Solo Mid. And to go back to the Twitter question, I thought you were looking at Yorick.
I wanted to see Yorick so badly, just despite the physio.
Well, there you
it's
go.
A personal grudge.
Picks and bans. Game 3 this time around. Rocket will be on the blue side. All right. So in this matchup, Unicorns opted to go red side. How does this change the theory? How does Rocket react to this now change?
I think in a game 3 of a best of 5, when you're 2-0 down, you have to throw out all your preparation. Clearly, things aren't working. Because you tried something once, you refined it, it didn't work again. You have to try something else. You have to start banning other stuff. Stop banning Kalista and giving over Sivir to the utility AD carry, to the most kind of like low-rated player in terms of AD carries. You know, Audrey and Vardex are kind of like rated very lowly.
Yeah, lower than the rest of the competition.
Lowly. Yeah, something like that. Lando very hard sometimes. On the totem pole of AD carries. So why give him Sivir? You know, give him Kalista. Let him outplay mechanically at least and just free up that ban. You know, stop picking so heavy on AP damage. Perhaps switch up the Cargo, get more aggression coming out from Rallis. Because right now, Rocket, they're just kind of rolling over.
Well, Rocket, what did they prioritize for first pick? They've already changed their ban strategy, Crepo.
Yep.
A reaction and an adaptation. They're not going to give Hylissang his Morgana. Again,
good.
Adaptation. Sivir still up, Kalista still up. No junglers have been banned this series at all.
Ban Rek'Sai. Just hit Horo. Just make him adapt. At least force Unicorns to do something else. Because they're comfortably sitting on that Lulu and that Fizz ban. And perhaps Janna again. Are Unicorns going to repeat what they were doing? Irelia's out. So this might be a bit of a matchup that Steve knows to play, of which Irelia is like the only known counter, whatever that matchup may be. Unicorns are sticking with their bans, Lulu, Fizz, and Janna. Every single game so far.
Sivir is up, Kalista is up, junglers are up. What is first pick worthy in Rockat's mind?
Don't pick Sivir, go for Kalista Alistar, because that was fantastic as a combo. I would have even gone Alistar because I know, or I feel like Vardex just simply doesn't play Kalista. If Unicorns steal Alistar here, I think this will hit Vander just a little bit too hard.
Kalista, undefeated for Mr. Rolls. 3 games played. He's currently 3-0.
I'm just thinking back to the other matchup that they played back in the day. There was a second time they played, and that was exactly Alistar and Maokai were the key factors in winning that match. Steve was continuously teleporting behind enemy lines, and Mr. Rawlers was continuously throwing in Vander with that Kalista Fate's Call. Vander's Alistar was thrown in knock up, knock back. So much CC, aggressive potential. Now with Thresh, he could do similar things. Unicorns, they're taking a page out of Rocket's book and they steal the Alistar Maokai immediately.
So big changes here for Rocket, the Elise, the
Any
Thresh.
Rek'Sai, are we going to see repetition?
Why not? For Unicorns, it's worked for 2 games in a row. I'll wait to believe that when I see it. But for Roccat, the makings of a very heavy pick composition has come into play. Lob the Thresh into the lines, put the box down, Death Sentence Cocoon. There's a lot of tools to kill single targets.
So Vardax, he already knows that he's going to play Sivir, so there's no point in hiding it. We might see it. Something else. Obviously, Anivexa is not coming out. What am I saying? Alistair's already locked in. Sometimes, you know, in the heat of the moment, you're in this spotlight right here, you say really dumb things.
It's not dumb, Crepo.
Well, I consider Annie when Alistair's locked in very, very dumb. So that leaves one pick remaining. Power of Evil with the counter pick in the mid lane. And with the setup they've built around him, that is likely, either going to be Poke or Victor. So now Roccat have to decide, do we steal one of the Poke champions? Or will we in turn run Victor for an ultra-offensive lineup if they do pair that with this Rumble? No tanks, just hard engage, win lane, win game type of approach, which might be, honestly, what they need.
And if memory serves, Jankos actually built Cinder Hulk Elise in game 1 when he ran it with that very, very offensive team. It is going to be a Rumble and a Corki. So is this Corki mid for Nuke Duck? How does Unicorns then respond?
It's a very aggressive laner. I feel like it has more offensive potential, 1 to 6. Kind of just spikes earlier. Scales worse because obviously Varus is a 80 carry in the mid lane that pokes, but he scales throughout the entire game because all his poke damage is 80 based. And obviously he's an 80 carry, so that is also 80 based, so he can build pure 80 items. Corki's poke is AP, or magic damage rather, so he scales in different aspects and he kind of falls off later in the game. But if we're hitting for a mid-game power spike, this is a fantastic lineup from Roccat. They have a lot of secure objectives with Elise, so much damage to sustain on these neutral objectives. Kalista can secure Barons and Dragons, so Roccat can easily go for a very heavy Dragon / Baron approach and just look to end the game at like 35 minutes with this composition.
If it happens, it'll be the first time we've seen it from Roccat because they're not particularly well known for their early to mid-game dominance.
Problem is they're running into an incredibly good... This screams like China to me. When you watch LPL, and you can just imagine these two teams fighting 5v5 bloodbaths around every single dragon. You know, the zoning control around objectives from Sivir and Victor, alleviated with some more offensive pressure from Alistar and Maokai in terms of crowd control. Rek'Sai, so much crowd control effects. These teams could just literally run into each other like that scene from Braveheart, but instead of stopping in the middle and saying hello to each other, they'll keep running and just start hammering on each other. Could make for a very explosive third game in this best-of-5 series.
Well, two people are going to run towards each other and say hello in a moment. It is the coaches, Sheepy and Yamato Cannon. Sheepy has to be exceptionally proud of the growth the Unicorns have made in their 2 weeks off. Now they're on the red side for the first time this series. They have a team composition that could just trample over Roccat if they get ahead.
Yep.
But that's the key. Can they get ahead early? Can they stop the Rumble, Corki, Kalista from getting themselves fed?
I just want to see how Mr. Rawls and Vander play this Kalista Thresh lane. It's a very fun lane to play in. So many small interactions that you can use, so many outplays, 1 to 5 as well as just level 6 with Fate's Call in there with the Lantern interactions. Again, these are the lineups on your screen, and yeah. If you think that Roccat will take the first win here, tweet at LOA Esports, #RockWin.
Or you think that Unicorns of Love will close this out 3-0 in game 3, #UOLWin. I love it when you talk hashtags to me, Crepo.
I know you do, Trevor.
This could be the third series to go 3-0 in the LCS. It happened in North America, it happened in Europe. And the fans sure as hell want it to happen again. Unicorns chance.
And they're cheering for Unicorns. Don't you guys want to see more games? Oh, okay. Jankos, he's going for the Oscar. He's like, oh, I'm alone. There's nobody helping me. Surprise! Horror doesn't bite though. Guard goes down. 1 CS advantage towards Roccat. Already ahead in the mid game. That's what we were looking for.
1 minute in, that CS difference. It will mean the world.
Deep wards, because Kalista Thresh wants to find that matchup against Sivir Alistar, because they can exploit it super hard. It's incredibly hard to spell shield Rend, because it has no cast animation almost. So you have to predict it to an extent.
Let's see if Vardax gets an opportunity to. Deep wards on both sides. We did catch a glimpse of Helasang moving into Rockat's jungle. He's now got the support the rest of UOL. Nuke Duck.
So they're moving in.
Off. Also important to note, no AP runes.
So they could leash. They could leash the buff here for Horo, the red buff, then walk around and surprise Rocket on the golems. Could be a very interesting opening to this game. So you have to commit for that. Oh, he showed it.
Is this a little bit of Gouda?
They didn't see. I like it. They can leash the buff. They saw them going, so they know they're doing golems. Golems are, take approximately 10 to 12 seconds. Kalista does very quickly though, but they're swapping away, so they don't want to go for the fight where they interrupt and potentially steal a golem. Just saying, okay, Horo is going to double jungle. And the best thing is, Rocket has no idea that this is happening in their jungle. They just expected, when the unicorns arrive in the top lane, they're just going to say, oh well, Sivir and Alistar, they did camp. If Hylissang really wants to sell it, he has to pulverize the ground right now. And just arrive to lane with just a little less mana.
We'll see if he does. But for Unicorns of Love, oh my god, Nukeduck is in so much trouble. Horo, Chachi, they're level 2. The knock up into the root. Nukeduck's gonna flash away. I didn't think they stacked that CC quite effectively.
Wait. Does he even have Twisted Advance? Yes, he does. So yeah, very bad CC spacing then. That should have been a first blood right there, but good opening. Put in the aggression, but Nukeduck, he played forward very heavily, got level 2. And then flashed in Valkyries. 3 flashes for 1, as you point out of the screen. Valkyrie just came a little late on that gank. First creep of the second wave is what mid laners use to get level 2. Power Evil didn't put enough pressure to deny Nukeduck off that. Valkyrie came out and he survived.
Nukeduck was actually able to flash away and stay alive. Now, we must mention that Power of Evil and Nukeduck this series, you know, really the linchpins for their team, but Power of Evil is just stepping up so much. 43% of his entire team's damage. Obviously, that Varus game previously is going to help a lot for that. But he was the man we were looking at to carry.
So yeah, this is the Unicorn's traditional style, where they have a lot of poke and just high damage on PoE. But in a new jacket, earlier spikes, you know, playing the map, taking more towers in the process. Usually, they do nothing until 25 minutes, and then they say like, okay, PoE, do you have 2 items, 3 items? Fine, let's start the game. This time, they ran out of towers almost at the 25-minute mark, so a different approach right here.
And both Rocket and UOL are looking at towers in their respective top and bottom lanes. 4 members of UOL up top, sorry, make that 3. We see a similar situation down bottom. Power of Evil is now the man that's in trouble. Remember, he used that flash earlier and is forced to use heal to get away from
Tower goes
the
down
box.
early, wave gets bounced towards Steve. So they let the creeps die and bounce back, and if you don't know how that works, just watch this tower right here. They'll do exactly the same. They want the tower to kill as many minions as you can. However, Vardex looks to be picking up this farm. Doesn't really bounce wave all that correctly, but just want to both base here and then redistribute the lane. So Chachi now is going to get the lane. He's getting the lane, but not the tower gold. That is peculiar. Why? Maybe for pickaxe gold? Likely it was to get Vardex on that pickaxe money, just so he could get down to the bottom and push out Steve.
And we'll see how effectively Vardex can use the pickaxe this time around. Game 1 took a lot longer for Vardex to become relevant than Game 2 because he had to go pickaxe first.
In 3 games in a row, Horo has been playing that Rek'Sai. Very necessary pick to just maintain that vision control and that map control for the Unicorns. They swapped Wallace to the top lane, 1 tower down. Might keep him getting levels. Get that Fate's Call. And the problem is Chachi can't go into that lane right now because he'll just get annihilated. Thresh and Kalista can just completely screw you over if you're a top laner and walk into that lane.
So I want to just quickly revisit Nukeduck in this middle lane, Crepo, because as we mentioned, he's not started with any AP runes. He's picked up a longsword already. If memory serves, I believe Hai actually played a regular AD Triforce Corki mid lane.
Now mid laners have traditionally been very, very strong. Like 80 carry mid laners have just been very strong. Back in the day, you would play Kassadin, or you play Caitlyn into Kassadin, just completely win that lane. Have a lot of control because they trade so well 1v1. Most of them have a gap closer built in. They excel at just punishing you in these short lanes because they just do so much damage with auto attacks. The Corki adaptation that we used to see was just standard 80 Corki with a Ludens for the poke. Perhaps we'll see that. Yankas right now, he's making his way. Clears the tunnel though, so if Power Evil's paying attention to the map, he could have seen that.
He manages to get away closely enough. But Crepo, I feel like we're going way back in time to 4v0 days with a modification in this matchup.
This is what we've seen throughout the entire season, just a slightly modified version because of how slow the early game was, but it is group up, 3 men on the tower, push it out, bounce it back to your top laner, reverse and see what happens. People choose to do the same thing, you mirror it. If not, you have these 1v2 scenarios going out. Very different approach than what LCK does. They like just sharing a lot of experience toward the top laner, sending him out and just denying that wave bounce and pushing it in all the way. Marin is exceptional at doing that. Right now, Unicorns, because of the switch, they find themselves on the bottom side of the map with more members. Getting that early dragon. Denying an objective potential aspect from Rocket already.
Good early start. Also a divergence from the rest of the series.
They lose some gold though. Down 600 gold.
Grab was picked up there by UOL, so they get a small advantage. And the CS differences panning out just a little stronger for Rocket. A lot of it in Jankos' hands. He's been power farming very effectively.
Yeah, yet again, the one thing that kind of ruins it for Vardex in the lane swap is that he doesn't get a BF sword on first back. And if you have to play pickaxe into a Cutlass build, you lose out because Cutlass is kind of weak into a BF sword early because just the stat differential. Pickaxe kind of gets annihilated. There's too much sustain. You have too little 80 damage for all in. So Rawless, he's comfortably farming his way. Steve says he doesn't need boots, all he needs is penetration. Haunting guy is finished up. In these matchups traditionally where you have a lot of lane swapping, when the dust settles and everybody finds himself in their normal lanes, top laners are obviously behind the curve compared to the rest of the team. And then we have to see how far behind each other they are. How does the matchup play out? Wave control, incredibly important.
Death sentence from Vander does not connect, and this is the dust settling. Vardex and Hylissang now in the bottom lane. Hilly's already got those Moby boots picked up. Early Sightstone for Vander, so as expected, but a lot of wards for UOL in the bottom lane.
Steve can freeze his lane on the top lane. Jankos is backing him up. He's going to hand off the blue buff very soon to his mid laner. Nuke on Corki right here. So now Chachi is stuck. He can't really push in that wave. So a lot of farm going towards Steve. And because Rocket was pressuring earlier, a minute ago they were pressuring tier 2 tower on bot lane, there's no cross map potential for Unicorns at left. So this situation, all in all, is very good for Rocket. They now control the pace of the game. They can choose to keep that lane frozen in the top lane, just get Steve very fed, or push it out slowly and use that momentum to go somewhere else. You obviously have Nuke in the middle, and you will never push in the Corki. It'll take 3 or 4 people to chunk out the Corki because there's so much wave clear, especially with blue buff. The wave on the top on the bot lane was all the way at the enemy tower, so there's no potential there. So really good map control in sync from Rocket Gaming.
And a lead as we're approaching 10 minutes. All of those factors, Crepo, building up to now options for Rocket. And this team composition, they have to make plays. You know, game 1, Jankos, little impact Elise early. Game 2, much better. And he'll need that for this team comp to spike and win mid.
Oh, and in this situation, I really like the item choices from the supports, more so on Vander's side, because he built a straight-up Sightstone. He can now move in together with Jankos. Look at that ward. Outside of normal sweeper range, can move in for some more deep wards later. He just swept the one and only ward that Hylissang had, which was a Trinket ward, because Hylissang went for the early mobility boots, but it'll be incredibly hard for him to roam because Steve is protected with wards. Nuke is nigh unkillable. And Vander has enough wards around him to force Hylissang into a laning situation, and Moby Boots are useless in lane. So, ward and control and vision control on the side of Rocket this game.
Well, the reaction from the 2 previous games seems to be working for Rocket, at least for now.
And this could have happened every game with Kalista. It took them until game 3 to leave Kalista open and not give away her counterpart Sivir for apparently no reason.
And Rocket will not be on blue side for another 2 games. So the next game they reset sides. UOL go back to first
if they win.
If they win, of course. But it's just very interesting to see, to talk about those pick and ban trends in the decision making, because
now Steve has pushed out a little bit too far outside of vision range.
He's in trouble.
Horror comes in.
Flash is available. Shield is up. There's a sapling. It's going to chase for the touchdown. There was no vision.
And this is the problem. While Rocket was doing the right move and had all the control of the map, you can only take it so far. Eventually, you're going to run out of room to play with perfect vision. And then, because, actually, this was an even bigger mistake from Steve, because look at all the deep wards we have here. 1, 2, 3 in this area. So we have absolute 100% guarantee that Horo is not in the bot side of the map. By proxy, where will he be? The top side of the map. Who's there pushing up? It was Steve. Good hook on Power of Evil now.
He is caught out. The Frost Bomb is going to connect. Chaos Storm comes out. A big one gets fired from Nukedak as the Chaos Storm is going to push Vander away. Mr. Rolls is coming up with Fate's Call. Will he lob a Thresh at UOL? We'll find out shortly. Rocket look to set themselves up a siege. Despite giving up first blood, they are proactive enough to get some damage on the tower.
You have fun sieging into a Victor.
Yeah.
when he has some ability power. The only thing you can do is let him clear the wave and then transform into spider form with Elise. You spawn 2 spiderlings, they do take tower aggro. That was how SKT took that infamous 3 towers and inhibitor run, because juggling the tower with Elise spiderlings, something they can approach, but generally it's not the wisest approach to group into Sivir and Victor. That's why Rocket is basing right now. But the map has been reset, the gold has been evened out, and Rocket have lost some momentum.
They have indeed, and against all of the wave clear of that Victor and Sivir, Rocket will need to be very intelligent on how they transition between towers and how they transition between objectives. At 12 minutes, Dragon is 35 seconds away from spawning. This is, again, a sharp departure from the 2 previous games. We'll see if UOL want to try race for Aspect.
Now, Jankos is playing this early game aggressive jungler on Elise, but this time he does pick up a side stone because he didn't get any ganks off. He can't snowball in that damage department. In that sense, I feel the Rek'Sai pick from Horo has been paying off more for Unicorns of Love. He now also has a side stone. He's going around. This game is developing in a slower vision type of based game, and that's what we were expecting coming into this series.
But for UOL, they surprised a lot of us with their map play and their decision making. See, Nukeduck has picked up the Phage, has been sitting on the Sheen for a little while, so he'll have 2 components of that Triforce for a potential team fight. There is also that pink ward that spotted Mr. Rolls a little while ago in the bottom half of the map. So UOL will have some deep vision, but UOL are nowhere near this objective. So Rocket should get it unsecured, even more so with Horo up top.
So they're baiting Steven. They know that they can't really win this fight based on the position of the lanes. So I like it when teams simply concede a dragon. I hate it when teams go sightseeing. They group around the dragon. They're like, oh, you guys are taking it? Can I have a look? They just stand there watching for a while. Oh, okay, you guys got the dragon. We got the timer, even though it's global anyways. Power of Evil. Coon Hylissang furiously stomps the ground, says no. We have to get back on that point. I like it. Unicorns of Love were trying to cross map. They had a Horo hiding in the top lane. CC chain with Chachi trying to get Steve. Steve learned from his previous mistakes. He didn't overextend again. So clean dragon from Rocket.
And tower defense is on. Death Ray comes out from Power of Evil. Got Hylissang nearby if any counter engage needs to happen. And Rocket, half-hearted attempt.
Yeah, if Power of Evil didn't know how to stop sieges with Victor, he must have learned last game. It's a complete mirror. Gravity field goes down. Minions freeze in time in front of the tower, take some hits, then the laser comes out. Incredibly easy wave clear, so another opening will be needed. Pardex is jungling. He's a little low on resources though, so we might see Fate's Call being used here.
Nukeduck does seem to be pushing back into the lane as Power of Evil is responding. There's a lot of vision in this half of the map, both for UOL and Rocket. Yep. And I think that's why Rolls and Vander is pushing up so heavily.
Yeah, they have the control of that side of the map, and that's something we haven't really seen from Rocket in the last few games. They picked Kog'Maw twice, and they got pushed in. Right now they pick Gillis, and they're pushing in. You see how that translates in terms of pressure, what the opportunities are for the different members of your team. Having winning lane matchups is incredibly important for the mid to early game, because more members have to defend bot lane. This leaves mid lane exposed. However, Chachi's going in.
Oh, Chachi's going to avoid the death sentence by going for the twisted advance. Mr. Rolls gets bounced around before he gets bopped on the head and taken down. Steve follows suit. Chachi is going to flash away defensively. Equalizer did not do a whole lot, and UOL extend the kill lead.
Raul has died with flash up against the Maokai. Uncharacteristic mistake from this very, very position-reliant AD carry. Always complimented on how well he positions in fights, and yeah, Rocket lose too. 1,000 gold lead for Unicorns. No dragon to really capitalize upon. Some damage on the tower, but it just opens up for Hylissang to move in with the remaining ward he had and place it around Raptors. Get control of the match.
I'm nervous for Rocket because of all 3 kills. Chachi's been involved in all of them. He's already starting to build up a CS advantage over Steve, and if this double AD carry comp can't deal with Maokai, it's going to be real hard.
Twisted advance obviously makes you untargetable. Hook goes wide. Hylissang pops R, breaks the CC chain, the little chain, and then from Thresh follows up with combo. Pretty clean, pretty easy gank almost. I feel like this is quite predictable, and perhaps it would have been wiser for Rawls to use his flash. However, 3-0 for Unicorns of Love. Teleport advantage is on Chachi as well, and that's something we have to look for, because Rocket as a team are incredibly good at using those teleports, even though last game they didn't really have home guards. See if Chachi is going to take that approach.
So, Unicorns now turning the tension onto Rocket. They are the ones trying to set up the siege. You can see Horo positioning with the Tremor Sense, and there's some wards for additional vision.
Yeah, they're going for this pincer move where you want to force people to defend and wave clear and then just straight up dive them. However, against the Thresh with Fate's Call available and just the raw amount of wave clear, you'll be taking so many tower shots in doing so. It is not the wisest of approaches.
Unicorns realize that, I feel. They've decided to back away and just keep pushing out the waves. Vardex gonna have a very big minion wave down bottom. Chachi's gonna catch that wave up top. But look at the tower in mid here for UOL. It's very, very low. A light breeze could knock that over.
Light breeze could knock it over, indeed. I'm just looking at Jankos right now and what he has accomplished with Elise in these games. Game 1 was lackluster. Game 2 was a good start. Game 3 is still 0-0-0. He's playing here with Sightstone. People always compliment Rocket. Hang on, Vardex.
Well,
double
Vardex
combo.
board, but it may not matter because Hylissang's stuck in behind the whole team. Chachi goes for a long-range twisted advance. Those Ren stacks are continuing to be built up.
Kill.
1E, it will be a kill. Mr. Rolls finds it, and UOL initiates the fight.
Yeah, screw that point. Very panicky engaged to keep the tower alive. Unicorns really don't want to lose this middle lane tower, but it doesn't really matter whether it's on 10% HP or you lose it. It's gone anyways. It doesn't hold to a dive, or you may have just write it off. Now, due to this play, Power Reveal's out of mana. Luckily, that wave disappears in time.
There's a Chachi teleported.
Teleported
as well.
for that play. Went in, just... Poor read. You can't really get close to towers when Thresh is peeling for Kalista because every time he slaps the enemy, 12% disappears from that Kalista passive. Then you stack some Rens and then there's a reset coming up from Rawlez. If there's anybody you want to kill on, it's the Blade of the Ruined King Kalista right now. Corki hit power spike on Triforce too. Elise is still very useful even if she goes for a ward build. And then Rumble has the ultimate Rumble build finish too, so really big power spikes for Rocket here, so Unicorns, they may have to watch out a little bit.
Hylissang and Vardex may find themselves a nuke duck. It's not going to do a whole lot, but does have a bit of damage to play around with. So Rocket maintain an even gold disparity, or they're even on gold as we're approaching 20 minutes. Despite being behind in kills, they're ahead in towers. They also got the previous dragon completely safely. So it looks like Rocket are maybe going to set up some vision for this next one.
Usually when you see these type of compositions come out, you see a lot of fights around blue buffs, red buffs, and dragons, because you want to end the game early, so whoever is stronger at the time with their mid-game power, like power spike type of team, they just want to take the fight. So what you see in LCK a lot, where we're just, or LPL rather, where randomly, 40 minutes in the game, happened today as well. I was watching a game and somebody would die at the enemy's base, 40 minutes in the game, and 5 people were killing him. I could understand 1 or 2 if you chase, but 5 guys were grouping on him. Or dragon fights, 5 against 5, so ridiculous type of things. You don't really see that very often in Europe. People like to yield their dragons a lot more, which makes me so eager to look forward to Worlds, because we'll have to see which style comes out on top, you know, the relentless aggression of grouping on objectives, or you know, the more passive approach of yielding objectives.
MSI showed us the aggressive approach can be very effective. Rocket are trying to set up that fight on blue buff, as you mentioned.
But this leaves mid lane exposed, because now Unicorns have to 4-man defend this buff. Do Rocket really care? All they want is hits on the tower, and that is exactly what Nukeduck is doing right now. Yes, you get the blue buff. What do you use the blue buff for? To wave clear waves, but where do you need to do that? At the tower, where it's already too late, took some damage. Nukeduck, he could use a blue buff, he's out of mana.
Death Sentence catches on Hylissang. Wrecker Ball's out. This may be another forced engage. Horo
still available.
did not get the knockup. Horo gets caught by the box. Now he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Rend will secure a kill there by Mr. Ralls. But Jankos and Horo are both out. The fight continues. Death Sentence onto Power of Evil. Vander showing up in what could be the life-saving game for Rocket. They once again grab the gold lead. Now let's see if they stick around for a siege.
That's a very weird fight coming out from these teams here. In the end, Rocket come out on top. Really, really good use of Fate's Call. Notice how Mr. Rawlez didn't panic and immediately pulled Vander back to say, no, hold. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Okay, now use it aggressively instead. He knocked up Power of Evil, immediately hooked, and Pee-wee didn't find the time to flash. Or his flash maybe has just been on cooldown. Not quite sure there, but wait for drops and pick off by Rocket. Now 1,000 gold in the lead.
They do need to defend this outer tower. A little bit of a half-hearted siege, though, from UOL. They're just going to push the cannon minion into range before backing off. And, you know, UOL have done a good job of farming Their top lane in AD carry is ahead. However, Jankos has just been surging way ahead of Horo in the jungle. Picked up an Aegis now.
Yeah, really good build there, Aegis on Elise. Jankos seems to favor still the very, very tank-heavy Elise. Actually didn't remember to track what he was maxing second. We're just gonna have a look right now. He is maxing his E last, so 5 points in Q, 3 in W for Jankos right now. Relying on his base damage and just the buff duration of that Cocoon level 1 should be enough for him. He says Nuktuk has his power spike. He's not going for Triforce Ludens. As previously seen, he's going for just the BT right there. So Corki in that sense scales poorly because every additional item after a Triforce just doesn't do very much for Corki. He's building in too many directions, especially since his ultimate doesn't really scale that well off his items, unlike, you know, Varus, where obviously not the ultimate, but the piercing arrow Q scales so well in the poke department of AD damage.
Well, we'll see if Nuktuk can make it work. 3 assists, all 3 of his team's kills. You somewhat expect that of that poke from that missile barrage. And he's actually chunking Hylissang quite heavily already.
Bardex, third game on Sivir, he's 2-0-1. He's doing a lot better than many critics, including myself, expected from him. So he had a better impact last game with that final flank on Sivir, really sealed the deal.
Oh, but he eats a cocoon, cost a curse. The rocket comes out.
I'm done,
just
Trevor.
goes wide.
But I talk him down. He flanks a Victor with Sivir. But now he eats a cocoon, doesn't spell shield. He gets caught. What goes up must come down. Jankos, Lantern, Gravity Field.
He's going to get stunned. The Chaos Storm will get the kill. Chachi's looking for the Twisted Advance. I don't know if he's going to find it. He actually flashed in for that one. Equalizer comes out from Steve defensively. That's going to force Power of Evil back. Visit Chachi. He's staying alive a few hits longer, but it won't be enough. The tower is so low as well.
A really good hopping and skipping from Rallis there, but that Gravity Field stopping the Lantern. It's very interesting interaction. I don't think I've ever seen that before. TIL. Today I learned. We have Vardex, as we are praising him for his 2-0-1 score, he simply turns that into a 2-1-1 score.
Yeah.
Gets Cocoon and blown up immediately, and that's what it takes. One Cocoon is enough to set up the damage potential from Roccat.
And the thing is, that Cocoon led to kills, a tower, and a 3,000 gold lead. Vardex goes down. A bunch of flashes have been used, and now Horo's out of position. Gonna have to tunnel away, but you can see the strength of Corki.
Yeah, this mid-game is definitely tilting towards Roccat. Unicorns on the back foot for the first time this series. They're playing from behind in the mid-game. They're no longer having that massive tower and map and vision lead that they're so used to having. So let's see if they practice this as well with Horo as their new jungler.
This is the first time we're seeing Roccat show up early on in the series. We've seen growth from the Unicorns of Love in terms of their shot calling and their decision making. And that's going to get put to the test now they're behind. A sign of a truly great team. A team that can win when you're behind.
The thing I like though the most about this Kalista pick from Mr. Rallis is that you don't need immaculate vision control to start Barons and Dragons. You don't need to choke the opponent out because you have that Rend execute. Unless there's this crazy combination of damage, which I don't see Unicorns having, unless they sync Victor damage with Smite from Rek'Sai, the Smite plus execute from Rend is just simply too much to deal with. This will force Unicorns into very predictable behavior. They either stop you before Baron reaches 2.5k, or they know it's gone. And this just definitely plays so well into Rocket's favor. So much pressure coming out from that AD carry pick. Compare that to last game when they had a Kog'Maw. So little pressure until, yeah, he gets late game. He has a lot of damage, but he's slow. He's fighting at the outskirts of the map. He's not really jumping in. So you see how Rallis was jumping in front of 4 people? Jumping forward continuously. He couldn't do that last game. Ooh. However, he may find himself picked off. Power Evil said, this is the line. Don't cross it, Mr. Rallis. Okay. You're safe there. I'm safe here. There's a river here. Divides the map. However, Vander, Fate's Call is available.
Fate's Call is used. Steve's teleporting in. Knockup is going to get used onto Chachi. Equalizer's not the greatest, but Chachi will give up his life. 3 members of UOL are grouped up, but the damage from Rocket is simply too high. Hylissang's in the middle of the team. The hook connects. Power of Evil's down. 3 members of UOL are out, and a defensive flash to avoid the 4th.
Yeah, if the Unicorns don't have the map open to themselves, they find themselves trapped in these narrow corridors, and then fantastic TP and Equalizer from Steve. Good Fate's Call again. Hold it long enough to bait them in to believe that, hey, perhaps it's on cooldown, perhaps Rallis is sleeping. No, pull out, back in, knock up into hook. Vander again, fantastic. Now Horo, he knows he can't steal this because what we talked about earlier, Rend execute. And Rocket right now, 6,600 gold in the lead. Baron buff available. They should be able to take the game with this. Torches again. This is an engage from Chachi on Thresh. They should never do this because Fate Scour is always available. Just keep your eyes when the passive gets popped. When Vander does his one auto on Chachi plus Rend execute, he goes from 40% HP to absolutely zero. Now PoE enters the fight, but he can't deal with Nuke Tuck. And look, they're bunching up against Corki Rockets. The hook comes out. It's so easy to land skill shots when there's 3 people on like one square Teemo. Just, you can't miss.
Well, props to Vander throwing it at that square. And Rocket with an exceptional lead.
And this is what the analyst desk has been talking about too. We want to see more proactivity from Rocket in the draft. They did it this time, and it's working. You have playmakers like Vander. You have Engage coming out of the Kalista too. When Vander plays with a Kalista as an AD carry, he plays so much more forward, and he does exactly what he needs to do. He has that extended ability. He basically has a free flash. That means you can use your flash offensively, and you can always get Fates called out, and then still go in offensively again.
Baron empowered minions, 2 AD carries, and enough damage to destroy Fort Knox. Rocket are now setting up a siege in multiple lanes. Despite not having teleport, doesn't matter. Steve should be able to secure this tower uncontested, while the rest of Rocket keep UOL busy in the middle lane.
Yeah, and while that wave clear that we talked about last game, how Victor can swipe away these lanes with Gravity Field and then the laser, doesn't really work because the Baron buffs minions are here. On the hunt is Pop. Teleport home guards from Chachi.
The box is down. There's a 2-man knockup, but the damage threat is not being focused. Nuke Duck is over on the side. Horo's been left for dead. Here comes Steve, the equalizer. Not in the best position. They've traded a jungler for a top laner, but they get themselves some cow as well. Hylissang's down as Chachi's forced to flash defensively. The Rocket doesn't connect. 2 for 1.
Yeah, and I just really like the way Vander's playing these fights. He's continuously staying forward in his positioning, and UL making the mistake of engaging him constantly. Again, Face Call is still available, so he didn't even need it. Halfway through the engage, they realized, yeah, this is Thresh. He's gonna get pulled back. Okay, let's not do this. Then he fakes the hook on Alistar and switches it to Horo, who then gets pulled in. Alistar was unbreakable. See that again now. Right now, we see Steve pushing with no teleport in the bottom. So good reaction. Home guard's TP is out, but TP to the wrong ward. Look on your minimap. That ward that's south of that location could have been a flank from Chachi. Instead, he's coming to the front door on an Elise and Thresh when Rawls is kiting. Wrong approach. Hylissang comes out. The hook goes on Horo. He still has Fate's Call available. Yeah, just complete mismatch in terms of flanking. You know, Rocket has done this better. Chachi should have teleported to the ward that's right next to the mid lane. It's still on your map right now. You can see it where Thresh is hovering around. That could have been a flank from behind. Knock them back into your team. Get to the carries. Instead, they went for Vander on Thresh for the 3rd time in a row and just didn't work out.
Both Steve and Chachi have had interesting teleports. Steve previously towards the Baron, Chachi this time towards the mid lane. But Unicorns, they're just falling further and further behind. The gold lead is growing, the tower difference is growing, and they now have to deal with super minions.
They're running out of bullets. They had some comeback mechanics, but they're falling further behind. Every shot they take and they miss, Rocket will fire back. Say thank you very much. 8,000 gold in lead right now, and I want to see what it does for this series. It's obviously fantastic.
Yes.
I know the fans are cheering here for Unicorns of Love, but I want to see more League of Legends.
I agree, and this is the Rocket that people were expecting. Because for Rocket, there are very few teams that have had so much expectation and so much respect from every other team in the league. But they seem to just fall over at the big hurdles. Now, this is the biggest hurdle they have to overcome, down 0-2 in a series. Rocket need a reverse sweep to make semifinals, to go to Stockholm. And this is a very convincing way to start a potential comeback.
The triple carry composition here on Rocket. Tank Elise coming out, just building that CDR a little bit for more cocoons. That mid lane Corki somehow working out. Waiting for the cocoon. Trevor?
I'm not sure everybody is though. But we'll see. Jankos and Horo. Champion pool's not been pressured, not been tested.
They might though, as the series progresses. Adaptation game 3. I can see what Rocket did. Perhaps they ran this composition endlessly in scrims. They said, okay, we stomped. Unlucky. Game 1, you know. Staged fright, you know, jitters. Whatever. Run it again game 2 with a mild adaptation. Then they realized though, it's not working. If it's not working, try and fix it. They fixed it. Let's see if Unicorns react differently. We're also swapping sides again next match, so it will be very, very interesting draft. Oh, yes. Unicorns, they've been banning the same thing every single game right now. They might start realizing that eliminating Engage from Vander might be the right approach and just deny him the Janna pick. Or allow him the Janna pick rather and deny him the Engage.
Deny the Engage abilities. Yeah. Unicorns have a little bit of hope to pull this game back because they do have some wave clear.
They're just waiting for a pick right now, but Rocket's playing smarter.
And Rocket have only won half of the games where they've had a lead at 20 minutes. That's not a great...
To be fair, Rocket hasn't won that many games.
Okay.
I mean, statistically, you're not going to win that. Like, your win-loss in both ahead and behind is going to be bad if you just don't win that many games.
And Rocket do give us some very long games.
That they do, indeed.
Let's find out if this gold lead and tower lead will convert to a quicker victory.
Yeah. Why I like this Kalista so much, apologies for interrupting, I'm just very excited about this pick, is that it plays out your game plan very easily. If you look at it, so like, what are we good at? Taking Barons. We are now 1 Baron away, or 1 minute away from Baron. What should we not do? Siege. No, just wait. Take that Baron. Take it slow. You know, you're a couple thousand gold in the lead. Just push in the Unicorns. Deny that pick off. You have your pick at a litter. You can even go for Dragon first, then Baron. Baron first, then Dragon. Trade either. Then Aspect suddenly on the board. So much potential in these playoffs for Rocket.
And they seem to be trending towards the Dragon first. If you look at the vision, if you look at the map, and the way the waves are pushing, Rocket are grouping themselves towards Dragon number 4.
Yeah,
they could peel towards Baron.
The Unicorns haven't even seen the river in the last 10 minutes, feels like. Right now, Chachi and Hillesang are peeking in. Say, okay, we have some wards, but they'll quickly be swept. They don't even remember what the Dragon Pit looks like. Jankos could just simply solo that, and Rocket comfortably spreading out around the map right now.
Another advantage for Rocket. Nukeduck also secures the Scuttle Crab up top, so Baron Vision solos on the Dragon here from Jankos. 2, 2, and 6. It took a long time for Jankos to get involved, but now that he has, it's been great.
And it's 8 out of 10 kills that he is involved, so kill participation doing well.
And you can see it was after the laning phase ended. 9 out of 10 kills for Nukeduck, 9 out of 10 kills for Mr. Rolls.
And that's fine, 9 out of 10 kills for Vander too, and that is what their composition is built around. Mid-game power spike, challenging objectives. They are now 4 Dragons to 1. They have been 1 Baron up already. They've taken 1 inhibitor down that's spawned in the process too. They, as we said before, they don't need perfect vision. They don't care that you're watching when you take the Baron because there's no 50-50 smite. Yeah. It's like at 90-10. If you execute within Ren range and you don't panic, you will get that Baron.
Rocket now decide to use the split pushing Steve in the bottom lane, group themselves up in middle, invested a lot of vision in the bottom half of the map. UOL are just scrambling to take what they can.
And this makes it so that Chachi has to defend Steve. He can no longer sit in the fountain with Home Guard's TP ready. He has to move around the map, so he is a variable accounted for. Doesn't speed up with the teleport either, so less flanking potential in that regard.
And of course, less wards behind Rocket, so Unicorns will be hard pressed. Baron has been started. Not perfect vision, but enough to see and engage. There's a ward in the pit. There's a ward in the pit.
Listen, do it so quick.
UOL going to give it up. Well, Horror's going to go down. Forced to flash away, actually. Didn't even invest the teleport from Steve or Chachi.
It's just uncontestable, and Unicorns know that it is unlikely. Like, Horror is a smart player, right? So he knows how unlikely it is that he will get that Baron. The fact that he goes for that move and knows that it'll cost him his flash, he says, oh, at this point, we have to try. So, desperate times for the Unicorns of Love.
Yesterday, when we got to game 3, Fisher started talking about how if you're a team that is behind, you start looking ahead, start talking what the next steps are. For UOL, this is now going to force us into potentially a 4th game, if Rocket can close.
It is still too early for them to start talking about picks and bans, because sometimes in a series, when you're behind, you're like, okay, game 1, we screwed up. We just got outplayed. Okay, look at next game, and you stop playing this game. However, with Maokai Alistar, you know, some raw damage on Victor, speed up from Sivir, you can still, you know, wait until Rocket kind of zones off, you know, snoozes a little bit, but so far they've been playing it correctly with just the right amount of respect. One could argue a little bit too much at the same time, but pick on Chachi here.
Well,
goes in, because he knows Kalista can always pull him back. Another hook coming out in about 2 seconds.
Engaging on Chachi. That was the box used or nothing really gained, but Roccat...
Vander was a little hesitant because it was out of Fate's call range. That's why he obviously didn't want to commit, because they don't have the perfect vision of the follow-up, and Fesh can get blown up immediately. Now they're sieging though. And Rawless doesn't really care. Laser damage does nothing to him. Hook's coming out. Faked on Power of Evil, but goes on Chachi.
Tower's gonna drop here. Those cannons just hammering away.
Keep your eyes on Vander. He's reading these fights perfectly. Cocoon goes on PoE, but because it expires, he positions himself in such a manner that says, okay, PoE, I'm coming for you. Nope, going for Chachi. And you will do that every time. Every time you threaten a carry, his support or his top laner will move up and try and peel. That is an easy grab to do that. You can pull him into the blocks, flay him backwards, and deal with him that way.
Roccat successfully siege the last inner turret. They have an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane. They've got top and bottom towers to knock down if they so desire. Infinity Edge picked up for Nuked Corki. A lot of damage on this triple carry threat. A large gold lead. And Baron will be wearing off relatively soon, but it's been a success for Roccat once again.
Right now they can wait though, because they took the Baron right a minute after they took the Dragon, give or take 130. So now their objectives are nicely spaced out. Their Aspect will come out online about 130. They can use that to take down a middle tier inhibitor if they don't do right now. Then they can use Aspect to open the map a little more, eventually take the third Baron and close out the game. That is if Unicorns Alive don't make a panic engage right here and pop Save Royalty.
Well, death sentence on Hillesang, gets a knock-up onto Nuktak. Nuktak's flashed away, but he gets followed! Chachi follows him over the wall. How important will that be? Power of Evil has gone down and Vardags is retreating. Look at Mr. Rolls. He's dealing so much damage with the red. The Fate's Call throws Vander into the fight, but it's Steve that gets a double kill. They may not even need Aspects. Vardags and Chachi against 4 members of Roccat as the minions are pouring in.
Walking forward right now, 2 members remain. 1 top lane and 1 AD carry. This tower's melting. He's dragging away the creeps.
Very
If you want this tower, you'll backdoor, but obviously Spiderlings can help you. Chachi saying, don't fight me, I'm just farming.
Gonna
Good
hold
delay.
on the game
10
for
seconds on Healy.
It's gonna be enough to keep you all alive for a few seconds.
That's actually a very creative hold. I don't think I've seen that very often. Props to Chachi for finding that out. However, what that does is, even though he got about 100 gold from those creeps, he's still down 12,000 in this matchup. Baron is coming in about 2 minutes. Dragon is live in 20 seconds.
But will UOL be able to sneak this? Void Rush is coming out from Horo. Chachi's nearby. Vardags is nearby, although they may be in trouble. Chachi's gonna get run down. Oh, very
nice
smart.
dodge.
Twisted advance to a minion. Dodges the cocoon, but look at the positioning. Dragon's up in 3. Ooh, this could get risky, Crepo.
They have to. Unicorns have to commit for this fight, and how badly do Roccat want Aspect?
Look at Steve's teleport. He's gone to the tower, not to the jungle. Home Guards is on. Death Sentence connects on Hillesang. Dragon's down to 3,000. UOL should secure it. Hillesang gets a knockup. That's Dragon 2. Equalizes a little late. Chachi's on the front line. He does not want to be on the front line. Forced to run away. This guy has already used Flash and now Roccat. They're looking for more. Supers are going down middle. There goes the Fate's Call. Rolls is holding a Thresh and Vander's throwing himself forward. Chachi stays alive. Nobody has died yet. UOL stall Aspect.
Miscommunication on UL. When that equalizer went down, it was reminiscent of that little line that Power Wheel drew earlier in the river. Half of the team from Unicorns went forward, half of them went backward. If they were on the same page, this fight could have looked differently. However, they still managed to get out there alive. They stalled Aspect, but they have another challenge of the same magnitude in about 1 minute 30 seconds. Because this third battle of the game could prove final. Only 1 Nexus tower remains.
Roccat
Still
wants
some
that
fight
Baron.
left though in the Unicorns.
Not giving up, that's for sure. For obvious reason. If they can turn this game around in the 40th minute, they qualify for a rematch with Fnatic. A rematch of the spring finals. And 1 step closer to qualifying for Worlds. Remember, UOL, they've got 70 championship points. So if they've placed higher than H2K these playoffs, UOL and Fnatic win, UOL then could qualify for the World Championships through championship points.
And if you are UOL management or players or coach, that is probably what you're looking for, because facing up against Fnatic might prove tough.
on the hunt used from Vardags. That's important because Baron's 30 seconds away. Keeps Hylissang alive.
And again, we don't need perfect warding. Jankos can deep ward here. They can spot what Unicorns is doing. Unicorns will need a panic fight. However, teleport advantage is available on Vizicachi. But there is no ward, so no flank opportunity with home guards. He'll come from the front door. If Rocket is expecting the engage, traditionally, they have won so far.
And Rocket have got a big margin of error room with that 13,000 gold lead. Look at Rawls' build. It is max. Mercurial Scimitar, plus all your standard Kalista items, Hurricane, BT.
I think Kalista is one of the worst carries to when you place your boots with another item in, because your hop distance is dependent on the rank of your boots. If I recall correctly. Horo sees the little dots on his sonar. He says, nope, they're all in here. I think they're doing Baron. Confirmed they're doing Baron. Baron's going down quickly.
Look at the Rend.
Almost so quickly that Rend is hard to proc.
Look at the Rend. Stolen! Unicorns have stolen it! Hylissang's in the middle of the team with Horo for backup. Boomerang Blade flies across Rocket and a defensive flash is there. But look at Nukeduck. He's looking for more. This is going to be the second kill. Potentially. Vardags is in a little bit of trouble. Spell Shield on the Death Centers, but the Equalizer's burning. A flash over from Rawls. He's going to steal the red buff as well. 2 for Baron.
Oh, this might be game over. Imagine if Horo came out of it alive. This was literally Rocket killing themselves because they're killing the Baron so quickly that there were enough spears to be stacked for Kalista Rend to do damage. Stacking spear takes time because they do it so quickly. He only had about like 400, 500, 600 Rend execute damage. Combine the laser with the smite that we talked about earlier to secure the Baron. But they need to hold though. 15 seconds for Healy.
35 for Vardags, and that's an important one. Crepo, 50% of the wins while ahead at 20. That's all Rocket's got. And they've just lost a Baron. And Dragon's up in what, 3 minutes?
You're hitting, yeah, 3 minutes roughly, give or take, but you're hitting the point of the game where additional gold on certain members just isn't worth it anymore. People are hitting 6 item caps. Kalista can't even farm efficiently anymore. Yes, those CS numbers go up and it's nice and pretty and all after the game, but it doesn't do anything for you except elixirs. Watch again. Look out how many auto attacks Rawls is getting off on this Baron before it reaches lethal range. Keep your eyes on PoE. Horo's going in, smite combined with the laser, and then Horo, he's trying to get out. Horo should have just flashed. He's being greedy right now. He has flash available, but he wants to wait for his tunnel while Hylissang is peeling. Eventually he ends up flashing over, but he baits Vardags into defending him. So luckily for him, that doesn't cost Unicorns a lot of the game, but good synergy and fantastic timing on that steal.
Banner of Command picked up for Hylissang as well as Baron. Unicorns going for the late game. 45 minutes in. One more shot, one more opportunity to see if they can go to the semifinals.
How are their knees feeling? I wouldn't know. Yeah, later in the game, mixed damage output from Unicorn, so no longer a one-dimensional composition.
Well,
once she gets hooked, he is pretty tanky, but there's a lot of damage on Rocket.
Also, look, the outer turret in that mid lane still standing. UOL find themselves in the position that Rocket were previously, playing on their half of the map for, God, the majority of this game.
40 seconds away from next Dragon, so UOL, they don't really care. Like, they don't need extensive ward vision in the areas to figure out what's going on because they have sonar available from Horo when he's underground. His flash is still down though. Chachi's flash is up, so flash twisted advance is what I want you guys to keep your eyes on at home. Also, watch Power of Evil. He has had some fantastic aggressive flashes throughout the series. Went to these team fights, and Rocket is playing with only one tank, and Jankos, yeah, he can get bypassed really easily, so these damage deals from Rocket can fall on a whim.
So Vanda's a little low. UOL have taken the Vanda bait a few times. Let's see if they make that same mistake. Dragon, it is up, and UOL have positioning.
However, Nexus is open. Remember,
this is how
I've seen this in any LCS
Team
before.
Liquid beats it. Power of Evil's down. This could be game. This could be game. There's recalls coming up from UOL. Rocket, they're pushing in. They do have to fight against supers. Remember that. I'm lying to you entirely. They have supers to fight with. That's what I wanted to say. Rocket now, 5 members up. They're on the Nexus turret. Horus coming in from behind. The super minions are pouring through. Bardax is stepping on an equalizer. The minions are being pulled away from the Nexus turret. Rocket, they're looking for the Nexus. They're grouped up. More knockups are coming in. Bardax, he's down. Double kill for Steve. All of you are well dead. They've been aced. Rocket keep their semi-final hopes alive.
They got cursed going for that 5th dragon. Same way Team Liquid took them down. And the LCS. Yeah, when you go for dragon, you leave your mid lane exposed. Earlier in the game, that means tier 1. Later in the game, that means tier 2. At the end of the game, that means your Nexus. Yeah. Your Nexus falls. It doesn't matter how many dragons you have. Good read by Rocket. Didn't panic. Vander got poked. They could have panicked and went in for that 5th dragon and tunnel visioned and just like, okay, we need it, we need it, we need it. Why do we need it to win the game? How do we win the game? Kill the Nexus. Well, let's go straight to step 3, kill the damn Nexus. Fantastic opening by Rocket and resilient, aggressive game. And this is what I was waiting for. I'm glad it happened. And we're on to game 4.
We are on to game 4, and this is the first time that Rocket stepped up this series. They played aggressively, they used the map, they moved between objectives.
They banned smart, finally.
And Kalista was the key to that. They're red side next time. Now it's actually up onto UOL, and they have to react. They have to change to what Rocket have just done.
Has Vardex not learned to play, but has Vardex gotten comfortable picking Kalista early? Because in a previous matchup, that's exactly what won Rocket the game. It was Vander on Alistar, which is even better than Thresh with Kalista, and Rawls on Kalista. Yeah. Continuously throwing him in there. Knock up, unbreakable, knock up again. And that combination, I would really like to see again from Rocket, or just put some ban pressure on the Unicorns. And I don't know why they have been shooting themselves in the foot doing so far.
Well, we'll find out as we do get to game 4. Vardex is actually 0-3 on Kalista. Now they're on blue side. We'll see how important that is. Head over to the analyst desk right now and talk about how Rocket came up big to stay alive in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Rocket not out of this one yet, coming back, and how. I think the focal point of this discussion will be what did UOL also misplay in some instances, but to the defense of Rocket, they seem to have made the alterations, as the caster said as well. The Kalista, so incredibly crucial.
It seems so simple, almost, with the Kalista pick coming in. Rallis is a fantastic play on it, and also it gives Rocket the ability to fight properly in the mid-game. That has been the key for both teams here, because you see how Unicorns in this game, they're like, okay, we're weaker in the mid-game, we still have our one play style technically, so we're going to keep running at you, we're going to keep engaging, and they just ran straight into the open arms of Rocket, who were like ready to fight, because look at this, you got Corki, Kalista, and Rumble. I mean, it's the wet dream of mid-game for Rocket here. So the fact that Unicorns are not able to adapt to that, when it comes to in-game, I mean, you have the coach there as well, should be able to tell the players what to look for. That was a big problem, and they fell so far behind because they just kept running in and fight.
Right, and even within game, they didn't adapt to their position of being behind. It was as if they were trying to play games 1 and 2 all over again, where it's like, okay, we're ahead, let's fight. Okay, we're ahead, oh no, wait, we're not ahead. And it has been a problem of the Unicorns, is just constantly try and fight, and you know, it's the chaos style that some people have called it. It doesn't work a lot of the time, and if you're behind, it definitely doesn't work. Like, you just can't keep fighting and expect it to suddenly miraculously work.
And seeing as both teams are so tunneled at, you know, this one particular playstyle almost for both of them, these mid-game conversations are going to be so key now moving on to game 4. First of all, of course, the Kalista. I still feel like you can give it over to Unicorns. If they want to first pick it, put all the eggs on the basket here of Vardex,
yeah.
Who's 0-3 in Kalista, who's not been performing that well when he had to really step up and be a carry. And at the same time, you also, if you're lucky, then in the first pick that's Xavier, you get the Kalista anyway, and you might force Unicorns to ban it. At the same time, Corki might just again become a valuable pick, not necessarily in the mid lane, but if Kalista Xavier is banned out or whatever, then suddenly Corki goes very high up in value for both AD carries to get, because again, it's so much about the mid game for both teams.
Right, and the other option there is, depending on how the pick ban goes on the side of Rocket, you also open the option for yourself to get the Victor as well for your mid lane if you know Nukeduck does want to go for that. So there is a lot more options now that this series is evolving for the picks and bans phase when it comes to Rocket, and Unicorns seem to be running out of ideas, but every time we say they're running out of ideas, they've got right.
Almost like it's the beauty of best of series that the picks and bans evolve. Whoa. Yeah, I just got to commend Rocket for this one as well, because you know, we thought that they might fall into the trap again of letting it stall and didn't have to. It stalled a little bit. to some good defenses of the Unicorns of Love, but I gotta commend the fact that they went to that Corki pick, they committed, they got the early advantage, and they kept pushing through, knowing that their, well, playoff lives were on the line here.
Yeah, and again, also just for them finally realizing what Unicorns is doing well and what they're not doing so well. And that is very often, it's funny because Unicorns like to say they adapt super well. And I feel like we see very often best out of 5 series, it's the same thing again and again and again, and it's more depending on what you're playing against. If you're playing against strong early to mid game, Unicorns tend to struggle. I want people to think back to Spring Split when they were facing SK Gaming. Whenever Svensson got his hands on Lee Sin, he would carry the early game because Unicorns kept running into him and kept taking fights with him. When they banned it away, that early game pressure went down, Unicorns got to late game, and they managed to win the game. So I don't feel like they're adapting that much. They're just doing kind of the same. And now it's up to Rocket to say, okay, we know we need a stronger mid game. That seems to be the way to go to win this series. Ban and pick towards it. Don't ban Kalista. I don't even think you need to ban Orianna. It seems like a waste to me, those two.
Well, who will be able to keep a cool head and bring it back in Game 4? We will see. Incredibly interesting series, and in just a few minutes, Roccat will return to the stage to try and bring this set to the full 5. We'll look ahead to Game 4 when we return.
We take everything step by step. This is simply another step. Just as in practice, we mix no emotions into business because this is stone cold business.
Before he gets popped on the head and taken down. 3 members of UOL are grouped up, but the damage from Rocket is simply too high. Illisang's in the middle of the team. The hook connects. Power of Evil's down. Gets a knockup onto Nukeduck. Nukeduck's flashed away, but he gets followed. Chachi follows him over the wall. Roccat keep their semi-final hopes alive.
for me it's really important to win this best of 5 to first of all get to Stockholm. I think we like play there. It's like a lot of fun, I can imagine, and afterwards we have all the Champions League points, so getting higher in the seed is just helping us to actually reach Worlds, which is the goal I think from nearly every LCS player.
And the goal to reach Worlds, you've got to make it to Stockholm, you've got to get through Fnatic. That's what both of these teams have to do. Rocket have held off Unicorns of Love in the third game. Brings us to match 4. Do they have it in them to pick up another match and look for the reverse sweep?
I mean, of course they do. It's going to come out. That's the story of Rocket, you know. They have it in them to be the best, the very best there ever was, but in scrims. Then once they get to the land, they choke or just don't do it properly or just run into unexpected situations. But right now they reacted, and that's what I really liked seeing. They got hit 2 times. They said, nope, let's try something else. This is actually a really good champion. Let's start playing it. Things start going your way. Are the Unicorns going to shift their bans right now? Because now the owners, the burden of the change is now on the Unicorns instead. Are they going to shift their bans?
Well, for Unicorns, they've not done it yet. They've banned Lulu, Fizz, and Janna all 3 games.
Yep.
Rocket mixed things up because they were on blue side as well. That also adjusts your priority. Coming into this match, you are back on blue side. So what is their first pick priority? Do Rocket consider banning Sivir? Try deny that? Do they let it through?
As a reaction ban, perhaps, on the Kalista. They still have a last ban, so that's something they could do. So far, it has been 100% blue side win rate, even though the majority of this team took purple. Quite interesting interaction.
Yeah, you got to appreciate the irony in that one.
Just like when I'm talking about Vardax and he does well. When I say he's doing well, he gets caught. When I'm talking about down, he does something crazy incredibly well. So my prediction for this game is that Vardax will have an incredibly mediocre performance.
What's he meant to do with that prediction?
Try and prove me wrong now, Vardax.
Well, for Rocket then, red side, they are the ones that adjusted. We know the Lulu, the Fizz, the Janna has been on the list. You feel maybe swapping the Janna pick for something else?
I think if you're going to scrap a ban, it could easily be the Janna from UOL side then.
Okay.
Why not? Like, maybe they just don't play very well against Fizz. Maybe they're afraid of Lulu in the mid lane or even in the top lane. But Janna is, she's such a neutral to defensive type of champion. She peels very well, but so far, whichever team has had the most proactivity and aggression in the early to mid game has come out on top. Janna doesn't really strike to do that much. She's very good in disengage for poke comps though. Remember that once she opens up like a poke comp position, I guess we're done talking about Janna. She's banned.
And for Unicorns, they feel it was maybe execution. Nothing else needs to change. For Rocket, they've gone to the same ban strategy that they used to win the previous match. They leave Sivir and Kalista up.
They get rid of Chachi's annoying knowledge top lane. They respect Morgana, and for some reason, they just don't like Aurelia.
Don't want Chachi on it.
So now Vardax is thinking.
Does he challenge convention? He's 0-3 on this champion.
Challenge convention indeed. Can I do it? He's thinking. Or is Sivir just really good? Or do we not care and let the decision be made by Rocket and just pick another strong pick here?
What else is available? Junglers are up, but they've not been contested. Hylissang also had a great performance on Annie in game 1. And if you want to lock down a Kalista, hard engage could be the way.
Elise away from Jankos. Put the pressure on him to adapt. Oro has had Rek'Sai available all 3 games, could do it now. Unicorns are in this position where they're like, do you want to first pick something? No, you can first pick. No, I want to wait, I want to counter pick. Everybody wants to counter pick, and then eventually they do decide to steal the tier 1 jungler predicted into today, but only has a 33% win rate on a very massive sample size of 3 in the European LCS.
100% of the games though, including yesterday's quarterfinal as well. 2 bans, 1 play. Today, of course, Jankos played it 3 games. Now it'll be Horo's chance. Steve basically
he says, guys,
insta-lock that tree.
I can't hear you, coach. I see Maokai, I pick Maokai. Maokai, Alistar, first rotation, purple side. The mirror of what we saw last game, however, last game it was UOL doing that.
Yeah.
And the game before that, Alistar was picked up early by Rocket again. The game before that, Alistar was picked up early by Rocket again. Game 4, Alistar was picked up early by Rocket again. So very high
broken record there, Crabbo.
Prioritization. I'm just waiting. I'm buying time for the next pick. You know, this removes the potential for me to actually predict the pick. Now I can sound surprised. They lock in X and Y.
Well, the AD carry threat or choice is still up and available, and Unicorns, we feel, are going to most likely go Sivir.
See, the problem right now in this draft, and which I like from Rocket, is you don't want to pick Kalista into Alistar Maokai. And you want to play Kalista with Alistar Maokai because you can throw Alistar in, you have so much peel for yourself, so I feel Unicorns have kind of dug themselves a hole in that regard. However, Sivir is pretty self-sufficient in terms of peeling. Now we get a Gnar top lane, something we haven't seen, but has a very high priority in terms of picks and bans over in LCK. So perhaps the Unicorns have been watching Korea.
Well, Gnar's only been played once by Vizicsacsi this split. Didn't go too well. 4, 6, and 5 ended up being in a loss, in fact.
Ooh, Nidalee, I like it.
So, AP junglers again. Heavy AD from Mr. Roll. So, Nukeduck's going to have quite a lot of options in mid lane, whatever he wants to run. We'll see that in a second. And of course, Jankos Nidalee has been fantastic.
Now, this is a composition that the Unicorns previously have run a lot of Orianna with, just to get these teamfights. Once they start going, have the zone here, put the ball on Gnar, he can go in, put the ball on Elise, she can go in with Repel, channel the ultimate as she lands pop immediately down. Annie is good harding it. Annie is really good against Kalista because you just have to get to her. Once she's locked down, you can burn her before Fate's Call is even working. Leona is tricky because you have to Mad Life, you have to predict constantly. So many hops, even within stuns, that I feel it's hard to land an AoE than it is just like that. The bigger the AoE is, the easier it is to land, and Tibbers is obviously a lot bigger than Solar Flare.
And I just think the way Hylissang had played Annie in game 1 is most likely going to be what's locked in. It is now. Power of Evil's going to go to the Orianna, the champion he got a pentakill with earlier in the split. But just remember game 1, those roams. It was Hilly's Moby Boots early that turned the game around.
I want to see standard lanes though. I really like seeing Annie Sivir face off against Kalista Alistar because the push advantage is obviously on Sivir Alistar, but there's this one moment, the one key moment, which is Q Flash from Alistar as we completely ignore this hover. It's not going to happen. Ooh, the bird is the word.
Well, it wasn't last time. However, execution, maybe
I will see what he picks. He's hovering all over.
Exactly.
But the matchup in bot lane is actually very, very fun to watch and has a lot of intricacies that you don't always see until you've played it a lot. So a lot of things don't happen, which is almost exciting as when they do happen, but it's kind of hard to explain it. Maybe Vander, though, will lock in that Yasuo or Jace for his mid laner. Victor.
Safe.
Yeah, I like it. I think it rounds out the composition pretty well. Victor, with sufficient peel for Maokai and Alistar, draws enough attention away from Kalista too. And Nidalee is pretty big damage threat too. So overall, sufficient damage out from Roccat. Trying to look at how short range they are, because in these compositions you always have to look at something you don't see is like you calculate damage here, but it's how easy can they land and how big is the range. In these fights, watching where Power of Evil puts his ball on the floor and just baits people in with the Orianna ultimate could be crucial for these fights. Because zone control comes out from Orianna Ball with Cocoon, with Gnar peeling, then suddenly people can be pushed into predictable areas, and then Flash Tibbers could be enough to win you the game.
It won Hylissang and Unicorns the game in the first of the series. Mr. Rawls on Kalista won the third of the series to keep Roccat still in this one. And I feel the early to mid game is going to be so impactful, especially for UOL. They've got a lot of tools to make these wombo combos happen. The Shockwave, the Gnar and Mega Gnar, the Tibbers. But it's also so dependent on Roccat being together or grouped for it to work.
I'm just going to keep my eye on Horo and see what he can do with this Elise. I feel Elise is a champion that you should really excel at with early ganks and just find an opening. And I like Elise and Gnar as a top lane combo because I feel it's safe in its approach to ganks, even if it has, for whatever reason, the losing 2v2. Because 2v2ing into a Nidalee is extremely rough, but it has safety in its engage. It can commit when it can, and it can play at range and counter gank when it has to. However, going into game 4 right now, it's still the same.
One match away for Unicorns to book that trip to Stockholm. We heard Power of Evil talking about it. Going further in the playoffs means more likely to go to Worlds. Prove yourself on the international stage. Prove yourself against the best of the world. And it's Unicorns that have pivoted in this match with their strategy, with their composition, and Roccat have pivoted as well. Remember when they were red, games 1 and 2, they went top for the delayed invade. This time, Vander's trying to sell the fake.
He's going in. Just trying to sniff out if anybody's close. Jankos, a lot of damage on Italy early. Good see flash for flash here, but honestly, not really worth it. As a melee support, oh, not quick enough. As a melee support, or melee support, whatever pronunciation you prefer, trading flash for a ranged one is generally not worth it because it is so much more useful to have that flash on Alistar in the laning phase, because once you hit level 2 or 3 with that Kalista, Q flash, which means you cast the animation of Q and you flash in the middle of the animation and it pops out immediately. It's almost undodgeable unless you see it predicted. It can land you a kill, guaranteed, and then you can Kalista rolling. And then you can start roaming on the Alistar. So, gotta watch for that for Vander. He is running Ignite. Both these supports, as far as I know, have been running Ignite every game. Even though we've gone very late in the games and actually not much action has happened early, so that would promote the usage of Exhaust.
It's actually interesting because both of these teams have been more focused on towers and moving around in the first sort of 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then we've had really crazy team fights in our mid to late game. And those team fights will be interesting, or that laning phase might change a little. Power of Evil this time Flash Ignites.
Now this matchup is different if camps are involved compared to when you play from level 1. If you play from level 1, the edge should go to Sivir and Annie because they have double range and push advantage. But Rocket don't seem to care.
Gonna use that relic shield.
I think Unicorns are too scared here. You can trade, like, Alistar can't pop the Kalista passive early. He's a melee range support, he has to push. Vardix has AoE, they might even challenge the next wave because this is going into tower. We want to follow this race to level 2 and see who comes out on top. But Brawlers is already chunking at these minions when the next ones are coming. Now it's too late to enter the race. Both top laners did the same thing. Level 2 from a camp, they go to the top lane. We're playing extremely standard, which nowadays is not so standard anymore.
Exactly. We'll see who comes out ahead in our standard lane setup. Horo with an early invade. Damn it. Jankos with an early invade.
Both with an early invade.
And Horo up top. It was Jankos on screen. I'm going to have to try and get my tongue not tied. And we're going to reiterate the story. Elise, early push. I want to see what Horo builds if he's going to go tank.
But Elise is a jungler. Why she's so highly rated and has one of the highest win rates in solo queue right now. Coincidentally, you actually never see her because such a high ban rate is because she stays so sustained in the jungle. She barely uses her potions at all. And that means she can gank from full HP right now. They're pushing in towards the left bot lane, but obviously Vardix has Spell Shield available. It's too early for dives. It's a very mirrored approach right here. Horo is in top lane right now, though. He has Cocoon available. Steve wants to ward. He finds Horo.
Wow.
You saw him, Steve.
Stepped right in there. It's a little bit of a misplay.
Yeah. I mean, why do you need a ward to see the jungler? You just saw him. Good poke. And this is what I was talking about. The Elise Gnar combination, to me, feels more efficient at shutting down one part of the map than the Nidalee Kalista Alistar combination feels. So 3 against 2, it's harder to shut people down than it is 2 against 1. And look at the wave position in the top lane too. It is frozen towards Steve. Teleport is down on... it's frozen towards Vizichachi. Teleport is down on Steve, so he needs help. But his jungler is currently camping the bottom side of the map. Horo will move to the mid lane.
Flash is used. Nukdog held it late.
I wanted to see a Mad Life so badly. Just predict the flash, but I feel like Nukdog's too good of a player that he'll simply just not flash it then.
Even if it had connected.
Cleanse was available.
Cleanse there as well, but that's big. Power of Evil now with flash versus no flash in the mid lane.
Look at the synergy the Unicorns have developed. Like, Steve got ganked when his lane was pushing back. And at the same time, there was a massive wave pushing into the tower. Pressure for Power of Evil. Right before that hits, Nukdog gets ganked, his summoner gets burned. So that wave will now bounce backwards again once the hit comes out of the tower. And suddenly Nukdog finding himself in a very rough position. Jankos has made his way to the top side of the map. Props to Unicorns above bot lane, only being 6 CS down. Remember, they got camped by jungler early, so very even matchup.
Jankos wants to look for a javelin toss. Actually, Jankos is going to find Horo. Jankos is low on mana. Connects with javelin, goes into Cougar form. Horo does have that skittering frenzy. Cocoon actually connects. Throws out a venomous bite. Command protect and the support from Power of Evil. Jankos gets away. No summoner needed.
And more than he bargained for. Remember, Power of Evil still has Ignite to cleanse. Good shield from Vardax. Some good punish on Vander here, but he has to sustain.
Well, Triumphant Roar is going to help out. So checking out the Incinerate and the Disintegrate. But look at the CS difference, but that's Kalistar lane has already built up. All of that stemming also from the level 1 aggression. You are well playing very reserved.
Yeah, aggression backed up by jungle presence. Obviously, it's so easy to go aggressive on a bot lane when you know you can't get ganked. But they're doing it well. And level 6 is when this lane completely turns around. Kalista has to play careful, but Alistar at the other side can play careless. You can Unbreakable out of Tibbers, and you have Fate's Call to pull you back. So the level of respect kind of shifts all the way. Kalista has to be so careful, because Flash Tibbers, you know, Spell Shield to deny combo can mean you're certain death. And Alistar can literally just walk up and do whatever he wants. Q support, you know, knock him back, immediately blow him up. So very interesting laning phase at every level of the game.
And we'll see how it translates, because Mr. Rolls is winning out in the AD carry position, marginally. Backed early, which is why the CS is closing. But Chachi's winning top lane thanks to the gank. So we'll need to see if Chachi's Gnar can get strong enough to keep Mr. Rolls' Kalista down.
Jankos just got revealed on a Skullcrab. He didn't want to move in and hop over the blue wall to stay unspotted. Or does have an advantage in that term, so he knows Jankos is top left doing race. Little aggression in the mid lane. On Oriana's shield, not really gonna do too much now. Horror showed on a ward on the bottom lane as it faded, so they saw him. So he pings on the minimap too. So by definition, they now know that that Jankos did the raves, which means following he will probably do the wolves. So one ward or one time spotting the enemy jungler can be enough for these teams of this caliber to predict the next 1.5 minutes of the game.
Well, Chachi is gonna get jumped on by Steve. Steve actually comes out ahead thanks to that Maokai passive. It's a little bit of heal, and in the mid lane, looks like there's going to be a party. Wow, that's an early shockwave. Nukeduck didn't expect it. He's cleansed out. Horror's jumped in, and he's got first blood. Now he's going to turn to Jankos. Connects with the Cocoon. 1.6 seconds.
Start from Hillsang.
The roaming anti-Moby boots. You are well back.
Deja vu from Hillsang. He coordinates with Horror. He says, where are you going? Mid lane. Okay, I'll be there soon. Flashes in for the Q. Travels along with Nukeduck, who just uses cleanse after 2 ticks of Ignite. And again, Vardex is solo farming in the bot lane. He is very self-sufficient. Now, he moves in. I like this ward, by the way, that's about to place. Gets vision of blue buff and Grump, and it's all the safety you need on the map, and you can even roam bot. Dive's not gonna work, just stun and poke.
Well, they're gonna try it. They got a flash from Mr. Rolls. Okay. Vardex is in trouble. He's taking tower hits. Didn't get the spell shield, though.
That wasn't perfect.
That was
it earlier. Bolt.
Well,
good flash by Rolls then, I guess.
Aggressive play. Also, Vardex got a pickaxe and a second Doran's Blade up against Mr. Rolls' Cutlass.
Yeah, good reaction play 1v2. I think Rolls could also just chill, take the boomerang hit on the backwards, rely on the heal to bait a little more. Obviously, it's very hard to predict that. You don't want to be that guy that gets dove and dies with flash up. Vardex has to flash out, or heal out. He still has his flash available, of course. Yeah, I like the synergy between Horo and multiple members on the sides of Unicorns. Horo and Hillsang, fantastic roams. Horo and PoE set that gank up beautifully. That's not something that just happens, you know, that's practiced very well. Really nice to see that.
Well, we're 9 minutes in. Horo's got a kill and assist. He's pressured multiple lanes. You said you wanted to see how he performs in Elise. Thus far, pretty good.
Yeah. One could argue better than Jankos. However, Elise ganks are a team effort. So his team has maybe communicated a little better here. This is what you can do. Hillsang is available, no flash. So he's just watching, sightseeing,
And Rocket get away. They stole the previous red as well, albeit it was a trade because Horo stole top. But smart that the moment it respawns,
now Hillsang
Rocket and they get the objective.
Has no flash. Watch for that. Once Alistar hits level 6 Q flash, he's dead. He's just straight up dead because can't get out. Chachi, bit of a trade here, puts himself in tower range.
Not the greatest.
Works for him. He goes Mininar and pokes. Gets the wave in, that's all he needs. Steve is fine farming that on the tower. If they don't know where Horror is, this can be a lot of pressure right here. Horror's down on the bottom lane, he just passed the ward, so Rocket's aware of that. But Hillsang with flash down can get punished. Remember, every time you make a play and you use a summoner offensively, you leave yourself exposed for somebody else to trade that same summoner to you and get a kill. That's why Horror's lurking here. Looking for an opening. They know he's there though, because he passed that ward in Tribush.
Tibbers is up for Hilly. Rocket are paying the respect they need. Sentinel's actually not going to get spotted. Don't go close enough. The rolls. Tibbers, he's got stunned. Here comes Horo. Cocoon needs to connect.
Boomerang.
And it doesn't. It doesn't even get needed. Teleports are being channeled. It's cancelled from Steve. It is not cancelled from Chachi. They want the tower as well.
Yeah, disrespect from Rawless. If you play Kalista enough, you know you can never trust your Sentinels. They have very low visibility. High, you know, it's like when you watch a commercial on television and they deliver you the perfect product. No, it doesn't work that way. People constantly cite it. It doesn't see anything. Don't trust them. Don't even use them. Refuse it, because Remember this one game in LPL too, where there were 3 Sentinels and the jungle just simply really sidestepped all 3 of them, invaded, and yeah, false sense of security. It's the worst. Raw is overextend. Send your cow into face check. Yeah, face cow.
Unicorns secure the 3rd kill.
Good opening though, yet again, Hylissang. 2 kills that he's already contributed to at the 11-minute mark with those Mobies first on Annie. Reminiscent of the Unicorns of Love in Spring, where Hylissang just on Annie just had all these engages constantly.
By the way, I just caught a glimpse of the player cam looking down the entire team. And Horo is talking up a storm. Hands flying wide, he was dishing out orders. And you can see the level of coordination that the players have. Significantly improved.
And this is so ironic that Kiki's left the team because like it wasn't going anywhere and it wasn't just working out, and they had this democratic shot caller system in the Unicorns of Love, no central voice. And perhaps Horo could be the one becoming that, you know, GPS, that central voice for that team, guiding them. So far they do seem to be in sync. It doesn't randomly happen that Hylissang shows up in top lane for that kill. Hylissang shows up in mid lane for that kill. That power reveal, you know, sets up that ultimate that Horo just randomly happens to be walking in there. That's very good lane control, very good execution on all these ganks. Unicorns are out. 3 kills up to 0. 1.6k in the lead.
And for Unicorns, where do they set their sights? They opened up a tower down bottom, and you can see the grouping in middle as well. But there's a risk of a dive here onto Vardags.
He has to flash.
It's not a risk anymore. Spell Shield's available, as is Flash, as is Heal. Jankos pounces in, Spell Shield's been used. Javelin, that gets flashed. What's the cost? Look at UOL. They're grouping middle, Horo's coming top. Steve is going to flash the Cocoon.
The problem is this was kind of predictable because the entire bot side, if you move so many people to your top side of the map, you have to respect Rocket enough as a team that they will do the same thing to you. Look at the wards that Rocket has accumulated in the red jungle. 4 Unicorns of Love. This dive was very telegraphed. Now they're rotating from the right side into mid lane. Looking for a pick. Unicorns move away from mid lane to top lane, so a lot of rotations going on right now.
Crepo, Unicorns lose Summon a Spell, Flash on Vardags, and their bottom tower, but they gain top tower only.
And Summon a Spell on Steve, so just even trade, but it is slightly predictable on both sides of the coin. It just depends how much you respect the enemy team and how much you value that additional experience you can try and leech and just try and survive.
Unicorns of Love, they maintain control and they seem to be moving around the map. Hilly has those Moby boots, no distortion yet, the Flash and Tibbers is up.
Look at the wards we have that I mentioned earlier in the red side jungle of the Unicorns. It's the same thing for Rocket. Complete mirror. And now Hylissang is roaming there, and now they want to catch people face-checking because they have bet on the dive on the mid lane tower. This is Power Reveal winning his mid lane matchup due to those ganks.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble. Cocoon is going to be flashed away from. Tower should be focused down.
They have Repel too.
Reset it. Well, actually, tower stands.
Yeah. Because there's no minions around. Remember, minions will lower the armor of a tower, so don't be mistaken. That's why sometimes you see an 80 carry in a lane sub just straight up die. Tower's on like 40%, 40 HP, and he thinks, okay, one hit, minions are gone, our armor goes through the roof, and you get a free trip to the base with no tower.
This time
Tower's going down now, though. No AoE gold in the mid lane. Should go down to these minions right there on your screen. So nobody to pick up that local gold. Power Reveal's rushing over.
Gets it.
Nope. No local gold. Is it?
No, it's not. You're right.
He misses the 50 gold.
Correct.
So, inefficient gold
out
game.
Out of range. It's the game difference. That's it. But Flash Tibbers is available for Hylissang. Wait. Here comes Hilly. Here comes Hilly. Let's see. He flashed. Oh, flash for Flash. Gets a stun. Cocoon connects as well. Horo's going to look for the repel.
Go out even.
Not going to work this time. In the mid lane, though. Power of Evil. Going to try to set up. Whoa. That was opportunistic.
Yeah, he would try to bait in Nuketug in his E animation, but Nuketug simply just walks back. He doesn't need to see the creeps die. See, he walks back. Yeah, very even game. Wave clear in the mid lane, so no action here. Don't stay around too long. Just start moving into the side lanes, especially Chachi on his Gnar. He's not building the traditional Black Cleaver, I will split push you to death. Now he's building for team fights because of the lineup from Unicorns. When Gnar Boomerang connects, that's slow. That opens up for a Cocoon or Orianna Ball follow-up. Any of these slows is enough to prompt a team fight. You just want Mega Gnar going in. Vander knock. Denies a jump, I believe. Flash is used then to return.
That's good damage from the Hyper, but he doesn't want to take on a Blade of the Ruined King, Mr. Rawls.
Because Face Call was still available. He will never kill Vander there. Unbreakable too, so good move there by Vander. Flash is burned, but can we capitalize on these flashes?
Unicorns of Love certainly want to. Distortion Boots were now picked up by Hylissang, and they maintain control. They did get that tower eventually, as we said.
Now, one thing I like about Power of Evil's build is that he didn't go for a tier, as he's done before on Orianna, but he goes for the Athenes, and it's easily prompted because he's playing against a magic damage mid laner. Yeah, okay, we have magic damage mid laners in the middle, but a magic damage jungler too on the Nidalee, so Athenes goes up in value so much. The magic resistance you get from that item, from initially the Chalice and then upgraded into Athenes, just so valuable, and I like it. It's earlier spike, more CDR, leaves you vulnerable, you know, to 80 damage, but the only really 80 damage is Mr. Rawless, and if Rawless gets in range of an Orianna, he'll just die.
I think it's a good point you bring up because of the fact that Power of Evil's gone tier so often. Oh, Hylissang, you're in so much trouble. Gets a two-man stun, but it doesn't matter.
Good read. Greedy warding from Unicorns of Love, and good grouping up here from Roccat. Jankos and Vander working together for that pick. Unicorns will have to push out mid and migrate to the top lane, get some deep vision control in the enemy red jungle, and perhaps hit on that top lane tower because Steve just teleported down and his tier 2 tower is open. That's what we're seeing right here. Unicorns clearing that pink ward, moving 4 people up. However, this does leave your mid lane exposed. If Rocket say just yield top tower completely, let's go mid. Power Evil now realizes that. That's why he's walking back on the map. He's like, guys, we have this tower secured. Good. Don't need me. Look, taking the super safe path too. Just looking around.
So tower for Dragon.
And in turn, Jankos. Sometimes you can just watch League of Legends by just watching the minimap. You don't need to see what's on the screen. Jankos just went in and placed a couple of deep wards. So these are all things that are tied together just with that initial pickoff. It's really fun to watch and predict that on the map. Now Mana face checks into the dark.
Well, Unbreakable will, and follows up with the Fate's Call.
He's safe.
Important to note that when UOL moved to the top half of the jungle, they only got a single ward.
Yeah, they were out of wards.
So
because their warder died, and there was no sight zone on the least, because this time Horo is snowballing, so he's going for pure damage. Yes, he built Cinder Hulk, but he's going for Sorcerer Shoes after, and now he has the makings of a Haunting, guys. And that's traditionally what we've seen in the past when Elise was played, back when Cocoon was very easy to land on a remotely low cooldown and had a long duration. You keep Cocoon level 1, you rely on your base damage, just go double penetration build and try and beat your opponents that way.
A lot of percentage damage from that Q on Elise. That may be needed. Steve farming up relatively well. He is behind Chachi, but he's got that Righteous Glory completed. He's got the Warden's Mail, so a little bit of HP, a little bit of armor. He'll be looking to throw that down to engage.
Looking at a potential explosive mid game with both supports picking up Distortion Boots very early in this game. This puts you, obviously, your cooldown on Flash goes down massively, in addition to the master you already have. Very often gives you 2 flashes for 1 on your opponents. So you burn it once, they flash 2, then you burn it again, they no longer have flash, and you catch them, or you simply find an opening. Especially Vander, because he can use that, because Rawls can always pull him back with Fate's Call. And now the last tier 1 tower. Oh no, second to last for Roccat remaining.
Yeah. Mid one still standing there for PoE.
Probably a while before that one goes down into Orianna. Just gonna have a look-see on my screen. It is 85% HP in the mid lane, so that one's going down slowly. PoE is out of mana though. If Jankos can steal this, yeah. That's good tempo. That's really good tempo, because now PoE has to base instead of have regeneration from the blue buff. He can hold this for 1 or 2 waves, but then mid lane is exposed. Roccat might be
that's brave.
Position.
It gets a Cocoon though. Horo's looking, sinks the Fangs in, repels up and goes to a minion. So confident play here from Horo, but look at the grouping. Roccat are on the tower.
He bought himself some time. That's all he needed. He always knew he could repel to the minions at the tower, as long as he didn't die. Now Power Evil had to base. He picked up Rabadon's Death Cap. No defense. Yeah. Those shields are probably gonna be shielding for quite a lot already. Rank 1 only. So yeah, 100 or over 200, 210 health already on those shields.
It's gonna be super effective. Horo's not actually finished a Haunting, guys. Went for Giant's Belt from that Ruby Crystal.
So he fell behind. He didn't get an additional gank off, and he said, okay, my magic pen won't be enough right now. Probably need to be more of a tank presence, so he's going to sit on that for a while. Leave that Amp Tome there for whatever he builds later, and perhaps go into the mix of a random wins. Says suddenly I need MR2, so he's building little pieces and snippets of different items, but he can.
Could Steve get run down? Hylissang's going to look for the stun. Vardags has used on the hunt.
Backup is coming though. Steve just needs to survive.
Let's see. Steve is going to jump onto Vardags. Boomerang Blade connects. Power of Evil was off on the side lanes. Vardags is going to get away. Well, Steve will get away, I should say.
5-man commit to the bottom side of the map. That leaves mid lane open. Buff picked up for Nukeduck eventually. And Power of Evil makes it back in time for mid lane.
Arms race continues. Both teams just looking for farm, just looking for their items. A Frozen Heart now for Steve. Going to help reduce the auto attacks and the damage from both Sivir and Gnar. Mini Gnar chucks a whole lot out.
You can feel that this is game 4 in the best of 5 series with a tempered approach. Game 1 was explosive, game 2 less, but still. On game 4 is very slow. We'll probably see some action around the next dragon. 1-1 apiece. Well, traditionally you don't really see too much action because you can trade a dragon for tier 1. Chachi poking out Vander because he's fighting for vision control because they want that dragon. This is the prelude to what will happen around 70 seconds from now. In this beginning of the game, you can trade a tier 1 tower for a dragon. Right now you're out of tier 1 towers to trade, so you have to commit or you give up a dragon for free. If you do that too much, you start losing the game.
So Chachi's going to go Mega Gnar for the Siege. This should force Rocket to play a little more defensively.
They can send in Vander at any time. They can always Fates call him out.
I get proven wrong as Vander just goes straight in for that knockup, as you mentioned, Crepo. Once Mega Gnar fades...
Alistar has 2 get out of fail free cards. You know, 1 Unbreakable, 1 Fates call.
On the condition you don't stack them, which is something we have seen in the summer split before.
But we've seen this before, haven't we? Sieging a tier 2 on the bottom lane against Victor.
With Steve teleporting in behind, looking for a gank. No, I can't say that is... Wait, is that a teleport that's going to be coming in on the try-push? There's Steve! Unicorns of Love now find themselves in a team fight. Vizichachi's trying. That's a great shockwave! 3 members of Rocket get chunked down. That may have saved Unicorns' lives. Fight may continue.
Steve's good at flanking, but if you walk into a choke point against Power Evil Orianna, he's still full. Yeah, you're not going to pass that. He's doing his best Gandalf impersonation, and that dragon, not quite a Balrog, will still go down, it seems. That ball's in the choke point right now, and they're very scared to enter.
Flash and Gnar is available for Mega Gnar. We'll see if he can find stuns. Unicorns have not started the dragon yet. Pull it out and take a couple of hits. Boulder Toss comes out, as does the Wallop. Mini Gnar, that's it. Gets chunked by a death laser. That's a flash in the Chaos Storm. Hylissang's going to be in trouble, but the fight is on 2 fronts. Hilly's down, as is Vardags. We see the Fates call. That's going to be lobbed onto Horror. 3 members of UOL down. And the dragon gets secured by Rocket as well. They even out the gold.
What a fantastic play by Steve, trying to soak the cooldowns. He says, guys, okay, I got this. I'm still healthy. If I just walk in, eventually they'll use their cooldowns on me. Then Nukeduck, he reads that beautifully. He flashes in aggressively on Victor, says, okay, I might go down here, but damn hell, I'll take 3 people with me. And this aggressive play, proactive play from Rocket is what we haven't seen so far in this series up until last game. And Jankos, very low. Ernest AoE, this might be a... Remember, Rawls is execute. You only need to bring this to 2K. Hide in the back of the pit.
2K's there. Rend, who's going to get it? Mr. Roth, the shockwave comes out. It gets some damage. They lose Steve, but Rawls was able to kill the Baron. Chachi and Power of Evil trying to hold Rocket in the pit. Rawls is going to hop over the wall, but they lose 2 in the process.
Yeah. Rawls waited for his Q to come back up and didn't fail that ever so important wall up. And now we went from chasing into a choke point against Orianna, seemingly losing the dragon, to good controlled aggression there. They didn't panic at all. They sent Steven first to soak up the cooldowns. And then that flash from Nukeduck. Yeah, fantastic play. He's definitely showing up in this series more towards the end.
Well, another siege coming up against Baron minions. Mega Gnar, the hop, the crunch. Wow, he goes way wide. Gets the Gnar against the wall. All of Unicorns follow. They've got Mr. Rawls. There's no more damage to follow it up. Rocket are forced to retreat, and UOL are going to get the tower.
Yeah, what happened there was Vander was trying to W knock back the Gnar as he was hopping in, but he ended next to Vander, so Vander knocked him sideways. And then Rawls was like, how the hell did that Gnar get here? Let's watch that again. Steve is soaking up this... Look, The ball moves to the right side. Steve steps in. Chachi uses his cooldowns preemptively. Again, cooldown soaked on Steve. Laser, this is the key laser, this one right here. Gets him low enough, and then Nuketox just walks in because he sees AoE potential. On the left side, Vander goes in because Fate's Call is still available. Horo, what goes up, must come down. He dies. Dragon almost gets stolen by a mini Gnar boomerang here, but just zero hesitate. Once they go in, they all go together, and I really like that from Rocket. I mean, we've seen that before. A game where Nuketox played Irelia against Ezreal mid, and in the team comms that came out as well, he was like, I can E-flash, I can E-flash. Wait for it, and we go. And this was the same thing. Just wait for it, wait for them. Laser connects, he's like, go, go, go. And yeah, beautiful execution. The game's even yet again.
Scary thing about the game being even, though, is that Unicorns have 3 extra towers. So if Roccat can start to push a little more, they're going to accelerate that gold lead, despite losing, what, 3 members with Baron buff?
And they just have such a good team fight composition with Maokai, Alistar, Victor. Just try and catch somebody and try and survive.
Chachi's going to try to run down Vander a little bit. Gotta be a little careful. It's forward. It's the hyper proc, but here's Baron empowered minions and Roccat off starting the siege.
And the later you go in a game, the less important damage component of Tibbers becomes. The more important, it just matters how many people you get and how much follow-up is in range. You know, earlier in the game, Annie can like one-shot an 80 carry. Later on, maybe do some damage, but you really want the follow-up to come out from Power Evil or Chachi with the Mega Gnar. Which is the ulti. Today I learned.
Yeah.
It's like, it's called Gnar. How confusing can you make it, right?
Exactly.
Please.
Gnar lands the Gnar! But Power of Evil, quite a big departure from his regular build. Deathcap, second item, another needlessly large rod.
Sonia's, I imagine.
We'll find out once he gets a little more farm. Slightly behind Nukeduck, even in the top lane. Rylai's actually picked up here for Horo. So a little bit of mixture of AP and HP.
That was what the Amp Tome was for, with the Giant's Belt.
Let's see how effective it makes Horo.
Likely it was going that from the start, so he didn't actually opt for the hunting guys. He wanted to shift that build over. Obviously, different build up for Rylai's. Easier now that you can go Rubicus into the Giant's Belt.
For Jankos, also a slight departure. He's picked up that Abyssal Scepter. All right, we're seeing Steve with Home Guards. Where is he going? Just out of base. Look at the observers trolling us. Building up anticipation and tension.
They're just merely highlighting the fact that he bought Home Guards. Thank you, observers. I do appreciate you. Unlike other unmentioned casters on this very desk. But yeah, really stale game. Again, we'll probably see a face-off around the Dragon. This time, however, Rocket have vision there, planted down initially. They can base, fill up their wards again. And now, Unicorns will be the ones face-checking, potentially, to this Rocket lineup. With caution, though. Power in numbers.
Vander. Rocket. They're split up, though.
Vander has no... It doesn't need to get the Righteous Glory. Goes for the Aegis this game, because obviously Nidalee hates building that. Just not a very efficient item for her.
Wow!
Yeah, lasers go pew-pew. Sivir ulti gets popped, though. Cleanse out of Tibbers. This is big, this is big. This is why you run Cleanse on Victor. Power Evil went for the Ignite. Orianna, let's see if we can make that more valuable than the Cleanse right there. I don't think you can. That should be Dragon, because this is the main initiation tools have been used. Sivir ulti on the hunt is down. Flash Tibbers is down.
For Nukeduck, he has no flash. No room for error now. Although Nukeduck's not necessarily been in range, or he's actually not had many missed positions throughout the course of this series.
See how Power Evil could have pulled the trigger on ultimate there, and he just didn't want to. He doesn't want to trade his ultimate for a flash on Jankos, because that would really mean that the Dragon is lost. Rocket also pushing the wave. They don't just start grouping around the Dragon just yet. They wait for it to spawn. Meanwhile, they keep putting mid lane pressure as long as they can. Unicorns, they want to inch in forward. Get some vision advantage, but these 2 pink wards that Rocket have there make it quite hard. Steve is ready with the flying teleport. Wards behind the Unicorns.
Again.
No on the hunt. This could be a repeat scenario of Game 2 in the European LCS.
It's being channeled. Steve is running in. He's going to get slowed by a boomerang, but he's still going to find Chachi. Now Steve is forced to flash defensively. Gets caught by a boulder toss, gets caught by a crunch. Gravity Field should cover his exit. on the hunt, is about 15% away from being available. Nah is going to hold Steve against the wall. Steve jumps onto Horror, flash forward from Vander. He's found Hillesang.
What's the Orianna ball?
Retreat. The Orianna ball gets Jankos and Steve, and Mr. Rolls was able to avoid it. Nobody has gone down yet, and a lot of cooldowns have been used.
I just love watching these zone control type of fights where everybody's hesitant to step too far forward because one Chaos Storm or one Shockwave can decide to fight. He's not quite up to that lethal point just yet on that Orianna Power Evil where one RW can decide whether Squishies live or die, but it was close. Rocket do pick up their third dragon of the series at a convenient time for them. 12 minutes remain.
How unfortunate.
Raptor Wars.
Chashi goes Mega Gnar and unable to get the last hit. Power of Evil did not go Hourglass. More zone control tools, Crepo.
Rylai's.
Props for that Rylai's.
Yeah, definitely worth going for if you're not getting engaged upon. We haven't really seen PoE get caught. Also shown in score, 0 deaths, so 40% slow on single target and AoE spells now too. As long as there's no damage over time. So really, really good control to the control mage. That is Orianna, so yeah, keep watching PoE's ball placement in these fights and keep watching Victor's lasers from Nuke Dog. That is definitely worth watching these fights. And then watch how these people play around them. If you're wondering why does this guy not press R, why doesn't he go in, why doesn't he flash, it's because they're respecting the counter engage damage and the sheer amount of zone control from both these mages.
And oftentimes the threat of having a Shockwave down will
is bigger.
force Rocket's hand as well.
It's like when you play Blitzcrank, the threat of your hook is very often bigger than the hook itself because you'll miss it.
Sadly, I often do. Now, Rocket maintain an even gold presence. They are slightly behind in towers, but they are ahead in dragons. And it's been the story of this game that we get pushed to the late game, and then position around objectives will determine the victor. But for Rocket, they seem to have woken up this series after a strong win.
Good adaptation, just the passive approach with a lot of MR didn't really work traditionally against the old Unicorns perhaps, yeah? Stack MR, go late game, can work against Unicorns, but the new Unicorns doesn't really work. New Revamp 2.0.
That's a fantastic point because you mentioned at the beginning of Game 3 that it's time to drop your prep and react to what you're seeing. And so far, Rocket seem to be doing well. UOL have reacted, they got a good start to this game. Rocket bounced back, and now it feels like Rocket are a little more in control. It feels like Rocket are just driving the game slightly more than UOL. But it is like,
however,
such a knife edge.
One thing that we, rather as the broadcast team, when we were preparing these matches and we went over some of the old matches, one comment was that the games got played on 2 lanes instead of 3. And that is something that we have seen in this series. How often have we seen anybody really exert split put pressure to the point where towers were falling, people were moving around, where that was the metronome of the game dictating the pace? Not really. We've seen endless amount of grouping and then eventually, like here, oh, this wave is sacked, I shall quickly clear it. But when you watch the likes of Fnatic just play the game, they go for more split push. They say, yes, we can stay safe 4 against 5. We read the game perfectly. We can then use that 6th man pressure from the minion wave, and it's not really working. That's what results in just these Baron fights over and over in full vision.
It's happening again. It's happening again. Mega Gnar is going to pop shortly, so Chachi will have that tool.
Victor's back, so likely we'll see Unicorns of Love back out, Rocket rotating in the mid lane. Unless an explosive fight starts out.
Here's the ball. And there's the rotate to mid.
Yeah, our Dance of Dragons is slowly devolving in a potential game of throws here as we keep grouping around this Baron for no apparent reason. This is, I've said this before, these half-assed Barons are just more symptoms of poor shot calling. It's like, what do we do? Minion waves on silence, yeah, they're not pushing, nobody prepped them. Deep vision, yeah, I can't get there. There's a Baron here, let's hit it. Oh, damn it, they saw it with their wards. It's clear in the pit. I guess let's back out then.
It's the truth, unfortunately.
It is, however, very easy for me to say that from here.
Yes.
I mean, you've seen it. I've tried it in the game. I've called many of those Barons.
And for Rocket, it's even more difficult to make a call because their playoff chances are on the line.
Yeah.
A loss in this game means Rocket go straight to the regional qualifier, which happens after Stockholm. in the studio, and it'll be a rematch with Giants, which was the last match they played in the regular split. It was a tiebreaker that put Rocket against UOL. So
with Yasuo on Nuketox, so should they win, they could have their trump card. I reveal to you Yasuo.
There was a hover for Yasuo this game as well.
Yeah, we're getting closer.
But Nuketox playing it safer when there's so much on the line. Actually, we get rematches for multiple places because if UOL win, of course, they advance the semifinals. They maintain that 20 championship point lead over H2K. And they're going to be looking at this man, Chachi, to help them get there.
Yeah, Banner of Command, obviously not quite useful into an 80-based laner like Chachi on the Gnar here. It's going to take care of that. At least we're seeing some side lane pressure. Teams have learned, okay, Baron's not working on either regard. But we're stalling and the next dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. Let's see how they approach this dragon fight.
For Unicorns, very important for them to secure this. It would put Roccat one dragon away from Aspect. I don't think we've got an Aspect yet this series.
Nope, don't believe so.
Despite getting very, very close. But for UOL,
at this point though,
seem to be more concerned about Baron.
Baron melts quickly. If you put Gnar, Elise, Orianna, Sivir on it, it goes down very quickly. If you put Kalista with Victor and Nidalee on it, it'll go down too. So whoever tunnels a bit too much, this is like your reverse. You're not. It seems like they're waiting for that ward to come out and fight them. It's like, it stays still, never mind. Wards don't attack people. Okay, Dragon's exposed. Kalista can go solo it. We have Alistar with face check potential with Unbreakable. Now they started. They cleared the ward immediately.
Watch the... Wow, look at that HP
Kalista's not there. Kalista's not there, though. They can burn it.
This is being dropped down. Hylissang
watch Jankos. He's going to spear, and he wants to execute.
I think the spear connected 1,400. He goes in. It's secured by the Unicorns of Love, and Jankos explodes. Fate's Call will save Vander for a while. A defensive flash from Steve keeps him alive. There's a Chachi now looking for the hyper. Mr. Rawls, you were on the wrong side of the lane. 2 down and Baron.
Note how Hylissang went for Flash Q instead of Flash Baron. Flash Cocoon goes on Steve.
Oh, Shockwave pulls him backwards as well. Gravity Field will keep Steve alive for a few seconds longer.
Horo drops in the laser.
To kill Horo. I didn't even see that happening. Inhibitor turret is going to be the focus. Baron empowered minions. UOL have cracked open the base.
And just like that, pseudo 50-50 Baron opens up the game for at least one team. Unicorns have the better play there. They knew somebody would be soloing the Dragon, so they were banking on either finishing the Baron with a burst damage or initiating an on-the-hunt Sivir fight. So in that regard, it was good.
It gets worse, Crepo. Dragon wasn't even secured.
No, he had to peel off. Mr. Wallace saw that it was going down. I think Rocket could have actually traded just Baron for Dragon and then went for the 5th one. Banner's moving in right now. He's going for some damage.
So, follow-up team fight. Look at the damage here from Nuketox. Chachi's going to hop away. Gravity Field zoning. Chachi does not have flash. He's down. Defensive flash from Vardags. They at least get a reprieve kill. But Dragon number 2 to UOL.
So this is where you make the sum of all trades. Flashes are still up on Jankos and Wallace. Down on Vander, down on Steve. More importantly, down on Nuketox. But a lot of flashes burn on UOL as well. If they can't use this one inhibitor advantage very well, then Rocket might actually be okay after losing that Baron. Even at the gold with this siege. Overall, I don't think it'll mean too much. One inhib is down, but if it's any inhibitor you want to lose, it is the mid lane one. It's the easiest defendable. If anything, wave control goes easily in your favor. You can't lose any more neutral objectives. They're both off the map, so likely we'll go back to a very slow game. Horo finds out his blue buff is not there anymore. Repels down once.
We're likely to see a siege in the bottom lane. And we're likely to see Steve teleport behind UOL for a fight.
Yeah, well, if history repeats itself. But that siege is still very far off because Steve is currently pushing out the bot lane. So that's at least going to take him roughly a minute or a minute and a half. And by that time, the Baron buff will be out.
Yeah.
And then we have Victor wave clearing again. So Vardags using his buff against Banner of Command. Pushing him a bit. So the move you would make here if you are the Unicorns is push out mid, rotate to the top side, deep ward the enemy red jungle, and just keep that control for as long as you can. Force Rocket to waste wards entering their jungle. Not what you want to do. Ball check every bush on the way, and eventually maybe find Vander right here. Nope, ward.
Interesting to see Power of Evil go for a 4th item Ludens as opposed to a Void Staff. And Chachi's working his way towards that Black Cleaver, increasing his split push threat. Look, Chachi's pushing bottom, has teleport available. The rest of you are well. They're sieging up top without Baron.
Yeah, not much MR on Steve. And then very squishy members in the backline that he just wants to hit with that Luden Spoke. That's all he wants to do. Power Ulysses. I don't need Void Staff. If I can connect a couple of spells to you guys, you're dead anyways. So I don't need the penetration from that item. Steve battling off. Doesn't have the traditional split push build though. So normally you see like a Frozen Mallet here or Black Cleaver, something that can whittle through. Reduce that armor on Steve. Obviously he has Frozen Heart Turmoil, so that's going to be slow approach to that bottom lane tower. But pressure is on the Unicorn side.
Death Ray comes out early there from Nukeduck.
There's one ward for a flank. Steve will have to base for home guards, else that'll be in full vision. Hillsang will likely clear that ward right now.
Do it just yet.
I'll be out of vision then.
Chachi and Steve are still trading. And that Black Cleaver is really helping Steve out for the time being, despite multiple hyper procs. Not really a wet noodle fight, but taking as long as one would usually. The rest of you are well. They're still trying the siege. They're still challenging the wave.
Watch that laser. It's not going to happen. We'll need to see some variation on this play. A bait, a flash tibbers, perhaps a fight in the bot lane. Leganar comes out. That's 600 free health, give or take. 800 perhaps at this point. But it's fine. If Unicorns keep this up and they keep their wards alive, keep their side zone a little full or their trinkets on cooldown, they can make this a Baron bait. It'll be 4 minutes from now perhaps, but or 3 minutes as their buff recently ran out, but they could technically do that.
And for you a while, they may have to, because they're still even on gold. But the damage that Nukeduck is putting out is terrifying. Mr. Rawls has got a lot of items completed and a QSS, so he can get out of a hilly stun.
Yeah, that's very important. That will change the way Rawls plays his teamfight by a significant margin. Because now he can dash in aggressively, QSS out, and keep fighting. And Hillsang obviously needs a couple of seconds to get the next stun rotation off. If he can then flash the Cocoon, or just avoid that somehow, he is free to reign these fights and save flash for Orianna ulti, and then he can do a lot of damage, especially with the Renowned Hurricane, proccing on multiple members in these fights.
For anybody that wants to see a game 5, Roccat cannot afford more mistakes. Dragon and Baron spawn within 5 seconds of each other in the next minute and a half. Now, I've been watching Vander's cooldown for Banner of Command. He's not used it yet. Despite there being a siege minion up front, he's holding on to the cooldown, waiting for the appropriate time.
Yeah, because there's no appropriate minion to use it. If you use it mid, it'll get cleared. If you use it on the side lane, it'll get cleared. You want to use that cooldown 30 seconds before an objective goes live, because very likely nobody will be close to clear that minion, and then you can still get the split push in time for that to matter for that objective, or at least one of them. So just don't waste it just yet.
Smart play then from Vander. Unicorns take
or
it.
He just forgets he has the item. Happens, but I doubt it.
Let's go with option 1, shall we?
I think Vander's smarter than that.
Smarter than your average... don't know where I was going with that.
Average player? No, that's why they're in the LCS, Trevor. They're ever so slightly better than your average player. Fantastic analysis. No, but yeah, Vander is a very vision-focused support in that regard, so he's obviously watching these waves a lot. I like this ward in the mid-game. Forces a sweeper at the worst. If at best, it gives you mid-lane vision, which is really what you want. Every rotation is pivoted around mid-lane. I think Professor Kobe explained that once, how these rotations actually work.
Rotations and translations.
Yeah.
Distinct.
Let's just call them map movements for now.
The movement between objectives, and those are going to be tested. 10 seconds to Dragon. Baron will be spawning shortly. There is deep vision in the top half of the map. Roccat make it clear where their focus is for the time being. If they're late to this party, again...
Baron started in full vision. Chachi is zoning. Jankos is going low. He has the smite. Steve's teleporting, but nowhere to be found. He teleports on a ward that's too far away. No home guards.
Baron's going to be down. Baron's going to be down. It's taken. That's a second of the game for Unicorns, but the team fight's going to follow up. Mr. Rolls is trying to kill Chachi. Chachi forced to hop over the wall. Now Vander is going to get pulled back by Fate's Call. Nukeduck still holding on to the Chaos Storm. He's going to throw it down in a second or two. Where is the Shockwave? Key ultimates being used. Steve gets cocooned in place, I believe that was.
Run to the hills. Run to the Dragon. Roccat could have traded it for the Baron. Memzer Chunk, improved recall coming out, only 4 seconds to base. But Hillsang might sacrifice his life to buy some time here.
Find out.
Comically quickly walking, but This should be secured forward. Might have a massive fight. Watch for Chaos Storm. Watch for the flank here. Massive Chaos Storm!
Wow, that is massive! Dragon secured by Rocket. Chaos Storm almost insta-gives Power of Evil, and in a 1v4, Nukeduck, he almost wins. Unicorns, however, are able to get away.
Oh, Rocket, with the miscommunication, they could have just peeled off. Screw that Dragon, you could have simply won the game right there. 4-man Chaos Storm and Laser from Nukeduck, but ends up using both his summoners defensively. That was close. That was at the edge of your screen. Nobody was watching, especially not Unicorns. That was a fantastic just trap set up by Nukeduck, but just this team wasn't on board with the idea, and they might lose an inhibitor in the mid lane because of it. 40 seconds. Their Nexus towers may get threatened if Chachi gets Mega Nard, teleports on a minion that defends a tower. Like, all these possibilities are real because the main AoE damage, wave clear, and counter to Orianna ulti, flash ulti is available in Power of Evil. This could be the game.
We'll find out. Inhibitor down. You are well. Currently going to play it safe.
They're waiting for split push pressure from Chachi. Of course, now they have double split push with the Baron buff. No Baron of Command to defend this from Rocket. Look at these minions. They're getting buffed. Next wave will be coming. Massive wave on the bot lane. Buffed up by Chachi. Just buy some time here, Unicorns.
Nukeduck is alive though.
Here he is. Teleport on the minion.
That's going to keep it alive. Hylissang's threatening with the stun. Chachi's arrived. No Mega Nard for a little while. He's currently tired. It popped down in the bottom. On the hunt has been used from Vardags, and this could be the game-winning team fight. There's Fate's call. Gonna pull Vander backwards before he lobs himself right back in. The Shockwave whips. Misses. The Shockwave doesn't hit anybody, but Chaos Storm was held onto by Nukeduck. Rocket, they lose an inhibitor and a tower, but they stand strong for now. You are well. They seem to be re-engaging. Look for the Chaos Storm from Nukeduck.
Yeah, just watch how Rocket is pacing around that Orianna ball. Whenever he puts it down, Power Wheel puts it down on the floor, everybody stays away from it. Inhibitor goes down to the sheer amount of zone control. Bottom lane, that massive minion wave knocked down the tower almost. It's on 35% of HP, as we see in your picture-in-picture right there on the bottom left of your screen. Unicorns of Love with a good firm grasp on this game, but the gold is only 4,000 in the difference.
On the series win, Crepo.
Match point.
2 lanes of super minions.
This guy right here, it's like, yeah, that's League of Legends. It's me.
Sheepy's not impressed with the distraction, but he should be impressed.
He was like, is the crowd laughing at me? Is there something stuck in my teeth or something? He's just unaware of what's happening around himself. But his team, the Unicorns, yeah, fantastic hold of the map right now. And those Barons, better every time they do them. More secure, and Rocket too late to the party. They could have been sitting on Aspect, traded that first Dragon for the Baron. Said, okay, it's fine, I don't care, push an inhibitor. It's only 3 minutes, the Baron buff you get, so make it count, and then...
Takes Steve forever to kill that banner on command.
He only has auto attacks, remember. No magic damage, it's immune to magic damage, so... It's that attack speed, scaling attack speed runes is the counter to Baron.
Well, Unicorns of Love now have the arguable toughest test. Get the last line of objectives. They need to buy time for those supers to get in the base.
Steve is waiting in the void gates here with Righteous Glory. Sadly, his belly is sticking out. Unicorns of Love are spotting him with that pink ward.
Horror gets rid of all of the traps.
Just watch mid lane, watch top lane. This game is panic engaged by Rocket because they know. They only have about 30 seconds and Unicorns know that they know.
Yeah. And we'll see whether or not Unicorns knowing that Rocket know that Unicorns know will change anything. Mega Nard, the timer has started. The threat is there.
They can straight up dive through this tower as well. 30% is nothing. 1, 2, 3 hits on the tower. It goes down. Steve gets stunned.
There's super minions on the Nexus turrets. Rocket have to decide what do they do. They've sent back their members to Waveclaw. They've lost a Nexus turret. Super minions, they're onto the second one. Rocket, they're undecided. Pick one and commit, Rocket. They're going to lose their third inhibitor.
Double combo.
There's a double combo. We see Mr. Rolls is defending the Nexus. Steve trying to hold off the rest of you are well. That was a flash and a Tibbers coming out of Hylissang. Not going to lead to any kills, but Tibbers may get the last hit on the inhib. It's actually PoE that moves in there. All 3 inhibitors down. There's only 1 Nexus turret remaining between a semi-final fight with Fnatic and a flight to Stockholm for the Unicorns of Love. But they're going to play it safe, and they're going to move their way out.
Talk about an anti-climax.
Well, maybe not, Chachi. Wow.
Flash.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's big. That's big for next fight. So 3 inhibitors down. 1 Nexus tower remains. 1 minute to Baron, 1 minute to Dragon. We've said this before. Let's see. Rocket no longer in a position to trade. They're stuck defending their base. So where Banner of Command does help you clearing waves, but gonna need a whole lot more to that. Yeah, this is where you need a hero steal. So our observers are having fun with Gentleman Nar. Yes, am I correct?
Yep, Gentleman Nar playing with his pocket watch as we hit 51 minutes into the game.
At least Renounce is valuable here to clear those creeps quicker. Yeah, frantically pushing out. And Rocket, not only, they're so afraid because in every brush, you know, every step you take, every move you make, UOL could be watching you. Probably are. Could be killing you. So, pushing in mid lane, just keep them in the base and then just peel back. And then, yeah, Fear of the Dark comes out. You have to face take every single brush until you get to that Baron.
Crepo. Middle inhibitors respawn. Banner of Command minion
dies.
Gonna get killed up by Mr. Rolls, but look at UOL. They grouped up. The top fell, what, 45 seconds to a minute after the middle one. Maybe a little longer, actually.
This is greedy from Unicorns. They could just simply peel back. Why go for a fight when you can buff yourself up and your minions? Or Nuktak no flash, so has guns available. A boatload of AP. Let's take stock of what they have just now.
Mega Gnar is gonna
900
come out.
AP on Nuktak.
Vizichachi has got Megan. Look at the size of that ball. Come on, protect. He'll be able to help UOL out as the engage from Rocket. They've caught Hylissang. I'm not sure that's the best. We are going to see the Fates call in a moment or two. UOL have peeled back. Horo is trying to get Jankos. The Shockwave only catches Steve. Horo is able to zone away Jankos, but it's Mr. Rolls that has got Power of Evil. Now Vardax wants to try and clean up the fight. Nuktak, get one onto Horo. He gets another onto Vardax. And there's a flash as a Rend. Mr. Rolls has just taken out Vizichachi. There are super minions in the base. They are being dealt with by Steve and by Jankos. Rocket win a 4-0.
The Nexus could really go down. There's 4 siege creeps hitting on that Nexus. It's at 65% right now. This could mean game over. Frantically Hylissang.
He's trying
that's
to
the wrong base.
Nope, that's not where you want to be. Right.
I told you it was greedy. I love it when I'm right, but at the same time, I hate to see this happening to the Unicorns of Love. That fight is worth analyzing frame by frame, by the way. If you watch how Power of Evil used this ball and how Rawless was baiting it. He stepped forward into the ball twice to get the ult to be cast. Power of Evil said no to the bluff, but he was so busy watching that ball that eventually nothing happened and he died. I don't even know how he died, but somehow he died. Probably eat like... Yeah, let's watch that again. Keep your eyes on Vizichachi here. The ball is going to move forward and then Rawless will eventually on the left side walk into that. Dragon is going down to Rocket. But this mind game is so interesting. Everybody's dancing around this Orianna ball. Rawless is going to walk forward right now here. He's trying to bait it. See how he's sidestepping every time? He gets hit. Orianna ulti gets used on Steve only. But how the hell does Power of Evil die here? Gets knocked up somehow and immediately it gets popped. And that is the opening for Rocket here. And good positioning by Rawless. And this is why they got him over Woolite, Barrett, and Aspect in game 4.
Yamato Cannon, you should be clapping, my friend. Aspect of the Baron. Aspect.
Even our cameramen are getting dizzy just watching this game.
The audience is split.
Yeah, for Unicath, I think it has to win. A Rocket Corn, I don't know.
Rocket Corn. Crepo though. Aspect of the Baron.
But no wards, so right now, what Rocket is thinking, is there any place in our base that has a ward? Because Chachi can teleport. Okay, we're clear. Okay, then slowly move out. And the time it takes for you to set up that perimeter, your Baron and your Aspect is gone, so all the excitement will probably die down. But still. Yeah, we're hitting the point where it doesn't matter what your gold lead is. We talked about this before. You know how gold leads over time in the same value become less efficient? This is how we can highlight it. 24K to 20K. It's a big lead. 87K to 83K, quite not so big.
Definitely not. 55 minutes on the clock. Rocket, famous for their longer games. I'd like to welcome our North American viewers. Team Solo Mid versus Gravity will follow this series. We could be going to another one, so get your snacks ready. Unicorns of Love.
And this is the point of the game where supports start begging for farm because everybody's on 6 items, and you want to be that too. However, no time for that. Baron and Dragon are 6 and 5 minutes away, respectively, so absolutely nothing is going on, but still it is so exciting to watch.
Only one inhibitor left to respawn for Rocket. That will at least buy a few seconds of extra time.
For the backdoor.
For the backdoor.
That is crucial. Right now you can rush to the Nexus and kill it, but if those 3 inhibs are up, you at least have a backup plan. You have like, you know, when the power goes out, one switch goes out, you can put that back up. That's what you're looking for. Yeah, Rocket. I just want to listen to the comms. I wish you could just find out what they're talking about right now. Like, what do we do? Do you want to go out? No, no, it's too dangerous. They could be here. Like, these are the type of games that end with a silly face check.
PTL needs to do a mic check on this series to listen on what the teams are doing. But like you said, Crepo, a silly face check, a single team fight, a single positional error can determine the fate of this series.
Okay, wait, is that? So we're this late in the game, and Horo, I've been praising him all game, still hasn't upgraded his trinket. Jesus Christ, Horo, what are you doing? Nukeduck, you have a sweeping lens. So the vision game shifts to a different form this late in the game because there are no more wards. They're barely in the trinket wards. People are sitting on 2 sweepers. Why do you need 2 sweepers? There's only maybe 5 wards on the entire map. And you can find them anyways with your pink ward trinkets. Switch your damn trinkets, double scrying orb, find who you're fighting against. More important, because only supports right now have Sightstone. Junglers have swapped them out.
Tell me how you really feel, Crepo.
Just like, very often you don't get here, because in scrims the game's over, or FF, you know, but at LAN you have to play this out. And yeah, the vision game completely shifts over differently, so switch your trinkets.
Let's step back and think about the match. Does Rocket or Unicorns of Love have momentum on their side?
Rocket have it. Unicorns have tried to get into that base so many times, but have gotten denied every single time. And Chaos Storm right now, Nukeduck, I'm just gonna check one more time. He has 1,035 AP.
Just as a note, Crepo, sorry, I know you're saying 1,035 AP, but he's got 2,500 gold
that he's sitting
hasn't
on.
Spent money to upgrade that trinket.
Nukeduck! What, are you serious?
Yes.
Are you trolling me?
No.
See, I just checked. He has 2.6k gold. He could upgrade his trinket 10 times and still have money for a pink ward. What are you doing with your life, Nukeduck? He has earned 24,000 gold this game. This is what supports can dream of. That's what I earn in a day.
Let's get back to
the game.
The game. Inhibitors being sieged. Wait, is this an engage?
Steve, TP home guards.
Where's the target? Mega Narc comes up. Cancel. No, no, cancel. Yeah, Steve.
Cancel.
Decides against it.
Stop playing being siege up. Okay.
Look, there's minions on the top inhibitor. Rocket, they're grouped. Once Mega Narc times, there may be an opportunity. Flashes are up for everybody on Rocket. Wow, 2 supers. They may get one. There's a flash for Steve. He's gone way deep. He's found Power of Evil. Horo's been knocked up as well. Jankos is trying to zone. Vizichachi cannot go Mega Narc. Remember, he's tired. Mr. Rolls has got a kill. Power of Evil may go down. Steve, get down. Power of Evil's down. Horo's down as well. Vordax, however, is still alive. Hillisang's standing. Nexus is under threat from super minions. Unicorns of Love, 4 for 1.
Imagine if Vizichachi just peeled off and teleported for the back door. Nukeduck 1k HP, getting even more gold right here. Perhaps he shall finally upgrade his trinket. Who knows? Maybe the game ends before he does it. And yeah, what an opening. As you said, Mega Narc times out, flash W, and then it's the moment your heart stops. Like, are they gonna face check into Oriana Bao? Jankos is the only one that got hit there. Aggressive flash from Rawless, and he started hopping forward. This should be the end of the game. You have 40 seconds right now to figure out the plan, how you take down these towers. And 1 Tibbers to defend it all. Oh, he's proxying the wave!
This is fantastic!
Kill the Tibbers!
Crepo, Unicorns of Love have been in Nexus defenses so many times, they've invented new ways to stall the game.
Pull the minions. We have Tibbers defending, but right now, 1 inhibitor's gonna drop. This should be the game. 70 seconds remain on Chachi.
20 seconds on the clock. Rocket in the final hour, in the 4th game. They want to close it out. They should close it out.
Game over, we're going to game 5!
One more battle to determine the next semi-finalist.
Did you see Yamato walk off, power walk like a diva? Oh, I'm loving it.
Now Unicorns need to show all of the progression of the last 2 weeks. on the verge of being reverse swept after an hour-long epic. We are going to Game 5.
I'm so excited.
And it's another Unicorns going to Game 5. I think with the exception of their Gambit quarterfinal, they've gone all 5 games in every playoff they've played this year.
Yeah. The one thing, killing the buzz.
Okay, okay.
How the hell did they lose this game? They had so many things to go for, but they had to get that. You know, they would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that meddling inhibitor that spawned at the end there. They wanted tier 1. If they just rotated to the Baron, took that Baron, then take the inhibitor. It's easier to do that with Baron minions. But props to Rocket for hanging on in this game. What looked like a potential loss, and especially Rawless, how he moves around that Orianna ball, he is conscious of power reveal triggering R. He steps forward, it's like, okay, use it, I have flash. No, now, no, okay, fine, you're dead.
And you want to contrast the difference in ultimates, power reveal shockwaves. The last 3, I think, only hit Maokai. A lot of it because of the Roll's threat, so to speak.
Yeah, he couldn't find an AoE.
Nukeduck could.
Nukeduck did.
Over and over. His Chaos Storms, his Death Rays. Nukeduck dealt the most damage in that game by far, and that was the Nukeduck that everybody talks about from scrims.
Will we see a Victor ban? Because Victor has been pretty interesting in this series, and somebody's shouting my name. Hey, hello, how are you? Yeah, fantastic game. Honestly, very exciting. Couple of mistakes, but you can't get a good game. Okay, you can, but you can't get a good playoff game without somebody screwing up and then at least capitalizing on it. And I'm honestly enjoying this because they're going along, and I didn't expect Rocket to hang on and survive.
Nor did I.
I would have expected a 3-1 here at the end.
Wait, hang on. You didn't expect Rocket to come back from having no inhibitors, no Nexus turrets.
Well, 1, no?
Giving up 2 Barons. I mean, towards that last push, they had nothing.
And then they get Aspect and Baron and do absolutely nothing with it.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't, because they were so afraid of that 1 ward, 1 backdoor. Yeah, very interesting. But how did it come to be? How did this early game start out? Good early pressure though from Horo. I feel his Elise was better, but I believe there's a panel of experts that can tell us more about that.
We will hear from them after the break though, because the best of 5 is now 1 game away from being decided between the 4th seed Unicorns of Love and the 5th seed Rocket. We will be back to look at the deciding game when we return after this. Unicorns to book that trip to Stockholm. The hop, the crunch, wow! He goes way wide, gets the Nara against the wall, all of Unicorns follow. Power of Evil, now Vardax wants to try clean up the fight. Nukeduck, get one onto Horo, he gets another! Mr. Rolls has got a kill, Power of Evil may go down! Steve, get down! Power of Evil's down! Horo's down as well! One more battle to determine the next semi-finalist.
Well, there we see the Unicorns of Love. How must they be feeling now? They had it in the palm of their hands, but we are down to Game 5. It all comes down to this between the UOL and Roccat. Now, of course, after this, right after Game 5, we'll go over to the NALCS for Team Solomid versus Gravity, but that's not up just yet because we have Game 5. We do have to give the players some time to, well, discuss and get ready for that Game 5. That gives us some time to break down what exactly should happen. Let's look at Game 4. Let's look at picks and bans for Game 4. The Callista. The fear it's instilled in the pick and ban phase of the Unicorns of Love, if you can remember, because it's been a while ago now, it was a long game, and how long they hovered over it.
I'm just so surprised. We had to go through Game 1 and Game 2 with Callista bans on the side of Roccat, then is left open. And as a lot of people would honestly expect, we saw Unicorns talk about it. Hovered for like 40 seconds, like, should we take it? And then in the end, they're like, no, we don't grab it. We take the Elise. Roccat knew they would get the Elise, get the Callista, sorry. And it was just strange to me because normally in a best out of 5, in Game 1, you would leave Callista open and say, Vardex, do you want to play it? Let's see what you can do, and then maybe we can ban it later if we are so afraid of a certain pick. But anyway, that seems to be fixed now. For Roccat, we see Rallis and Nuke Dog late game in these fights here are the massive carries on the team. Yet Unicorns, I mean, they had this game. They're doing so many things correct in the start of the game. Whenever at least the comps are even or they have a slight advantage in the mid game, they seem to get these leads over Roccat. But then closing it out, it's just so risky for them. Like the vision control is not there to push it. They take the wrong decisions in key moments, and then we get these super late games where everything can happen.
Yeah, as an illustration, that was the 39th time this split that a team got 2 Barons, but only the 6th time that a team lost. With 2 Barons, you have an 85% possibility of winning that game if you take those 2 Barons, just exemplifying once again how the Unicorns couldn't pull the trigger, and it is also the Game 4 syndrome and being very nervous, and this is when you have to step up and keep it together.
Yeah, Unicorns just, they'll want to forget that game for so many reasons. I mean, very rarely do you get to that point, not win the game, but you just look at the team fighting towards the end. There was just not a lot of coordination, and when there was the coordination there, Power of Evil was struggling to get any kind of multi-person ults. He was having to move forward in fights into zoned areas with the gravity field, trying to get an ult, and he'd end up ulting one person, Hylissang would end up ulting one person, and at that point you could see how far the composition was kind of lagging behind for the Unicorns. Yeah. If you're not getting a massive wombo combo, there is almost no way of winning those fights, because if Nuke Duck's not dead halfway through the fight, that's Roccat pretty much in the lead.
Yeah, and he's sitting on cleanse as well. I mean, it's almost impossible, but also the Gnar pick, which was kind of the response. Now, Nautilus has been banned away from Chachi a few times. The Maokai was picked in first rotation. I expect the same to happen here, by the way. Just Unicorns getting the Maokai this game if they want to stick to the trend so far, and I think that's smart. Remove Steve from a fairly easy-to-play champion, because, honestly, he's been struggling today. I mean, TPs have been all over the place. He's been dying quite a few times in lane. Put him on a champion where you can punish him for mispositioning, not like the Maokai who's just going to kind of run in many cases. But in these fights as well here with the Gnar, the build from Chachi was obviously very split push focused. Black Cleaver, there was a more of a Mortis, I believe, as well from him. So he wasn't really tanky enough to be a front line this late in the game.
What about a Shen?
I mean, Shen could have done it. I don't like Shen into Maokai.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Maokai will outscale it. But for the mid-game pressure, I think Shen would work great in this series, yet nobody has opted to pick him so far.
Yeah, it could be an option if you say that Steve hasn't had the best series. Maybe if his Chachi feels comfortable enough. But yet, again, when it comes down to a game like this with the pressure on the line, it's also about the coaches keeping a cool head going into Game 5.
Yeah, didn't look like too much of a cool head on Yamato Cannon as he power walked his way through the curtain to go and speak with his team. But yeah, just completely parting the curtain. But going into Game 5, it's going to be Unicorns of Love on the red side again. So speaking of the Maokai, you've got a couple of options here. You either hope that Roccat don't first pick something like a Maokai, which isn't great, but it's been so influential for them in this series, and then maybe look to early rotate it for yourself, because you want the mid lane counter pick. There's not really much worth in this series of getting a counter pick, because Steve hasn't been that influential when he hasn't been on the Maokai. So get that out of there. Maybe ban the Callista. Don't let Roccat first pick that, and give Power of Evil something for his mid lane, and maybe that's the platform that Unicorns look to build from.
Here's the problem, though, when it comes to last picking your mid lane. Victor is in the game, and Victor is perfectly fine to blind pick. So if Unicorns are trying to build around, hey, we want this last pick for Power of Evil, Rocket is just going to be like, well, okay, we're just going to like second rotation Victor, and you can pick whatever you want. Nukedog is going to be fine. Also, they have now seen that Unicorns didn't want to first pick Kalista. They took an Elise and traded for Nidalee, which is an even trade almost. It's a fair trade for both parts. And they didn't take the Kalista first pick. So Rocket doesn't have to do it either. They can first pick a Maokai if they want to. Then they can let them get Elise, Alistar on the side of Unicorns of Love, and you can still get Kalista and, like, again, the Nidalee pick or the Rek'Sai, even a Gragas, whatever you want. There are multiple junglers right now. Or you can take the Victor in that rotation, and suddenly Unicorns might feel like they're falling a little bit behind in their pick and ban phase, just because this one pick, the Kalista one, is so annoying for them. So we could see them ban it. So far, the bans have been, again, Lulu, Fizz, and Janna every single game. Yep. So they're very clearly banning out a Joggermore composition in terms of Lulu and Janna ban. So they're respecting that Rocket can play it. And then the Fizz ban, it's a flex pick. We've seen it Steve top lane, and we've seen Nukedog play it in the past, obviously in the mid lane. So they might just stick to those bans.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And I'm also hyped for that matchup we were looking at before, Nukedog versus Power of Evil. Nukedog has been doing phenomenally. Power, although he didn't get his shockwaves off in the end. What a matchup this has been, and we get another game of it, so it's time to settle the score. So we're going to head over to the casters and get onto the Rift.
Thank you very much. We are one game away from knowing our final semi-final contendant, and Unicorns will be on the red side again. It was being on the red side that started the losing streak. Will it be being on the red side that ends the winning streak, for better or worse?
I will have no idea until I see the draft, honestly. I really think Unicorns now have to shift. So they came in with preparation, fantastic. You know, ban the same thing twice, win twice, great. Lose once, okay, fluke. Same with Rocket, you know. Approach, try it, fails, adapt slightly, try it, fails, try something else. Unicorns need to stop banning Janna, Lulu, keep the Fizz in there, I don't care, because that's an annoying champion to deal with. But just get rid of Kalista.
4 games played, the same champions all 4 times. That Lulu, Janna, Fizz. The 2 games that Rocket have picked up victories, they've banned Nautilus, Morgana, and Irelia.
But it has been clear that Vardax, okay, not Vardax, Unicorns as a whole don't want to pick Kalista. So they're leaving it open until multiple rotations deep into the champion select. They have to sniff that out. Rocket started this series for people that only just tuned in by banning out Kalista twice himself. Then they realized, hey, perhaps we are playing a team that is 0-3 on Kalista and has left it open multiple rotations when open, and we actually have an AD carry that plays it very well. Let's play Kalista. Suddenly Rocket win 2 games.
Yep.
What's next?
I think it's a good point that you mentioned. Deciding game here. Everybody that is just joining us. So far, nothing has changed in the bans from the previous game. Rocket removed Irelia previously. They're going to remove Sivir this time.
Oh, they're pressuring the AD carry pool. This forces the Unicorns to ban Kalista. They don't. And they should. I think this helps Unicorns more than it helps Rocket, in my opinion. Unicorns have to ban Kalista here and leave open Janna. There's no other solution here.
Will they do it? 10 seconds before the final ban. Kalista!
Yeah.
So what is first pick worthy for Rocket?
Rocket will likely trend towards the Elise or the Alistar, given the way the games have been played. However, Janna has entered the equation. Perhaps that is why she does well into Alistar in lane and can disengage the engage later on. See Alistar without a counterpart of Kalista, obviously harder to play. Potential picks I'm looking here, maybe even Victor has had a significant role without too much counter in this series. I have Victor, Elise, that's what I'm looking at.
Alistar has not made it past the 3rd pick the entirety this series.
Yeah, usually Unicorns will now pick it up in return. However, Annie was good for Hylissang and they had complete control of the game. Just because they lost
doesn't make the champion less valuable. So for Unicorns of Love, Annie or Alistar, what they want to deny, Jankos goes back to the Elise. It was stolen away from him in the previous game, and Horo had a pretty good early game, to be honest. He was ganking effectively, pulling the attention of the rest of the team.
Okay.
And that's a very early Varus.
Very early Varus with the Alistar though, so not having the Janna to boost up that poke. So take the Alistar away from Vander. Opening with Varus, peculiar, honestly, to go that way. Let's see why. What have the Unicorns up their sleeves? One thing that has changed is Sivir and Kalista are finally both out. This could be a flex Varus.
It could be, but I also want to highlight Nukedog ran Yasuo into Pepinero's Varus in the tiebreaker game. There's a knock-up from Braum, there's a knock-up from Maokai. If this goes mid, could go Yasuo.
Speaking about countering Varus with walls and shields that block projectiles, Hylissang was the guy that played Braum into the poke meta to counter it initially. Vander watched that game in depth and says, hey, I too can play that game. Now locks in the Braum. Fantastic champion, by the way. Underplayed in Europe. He will come out big on the world stage. China and Korea are going crazy about him. Very high in pick order. Lanes well into Alistar too with the stuns there. So that's not going to happen. That's Annie not going to make that mistake again.
Corki is available if Rolls wants to go that route. You've got some magic damage from the mid laner. If Rolls goes Corki, could open up for Jace, a Yasuo mid lane, or Rolls could go something more AD focused and allow Nukeduck just to run Victor again, he run exceptionally well.
Oh, I want to see the Yasuo and then the Riven mid counter, something crazy. I don't even know if it's a counter, but it sounds like a...
It sounds like it.
It's melee against melee. Not melee. Alright. Double knock-up setup for the Yasuo, as you said, but just that is very heavy melee range composition, though. You're outranged by a significant margin. And you get sieged on pretty hard because you have no wave clear if you go for the Yasuo combo. Unless you can rotate your AD carry mid with a lot of wave clear. That could be the Corki that you were talking about. Coins of Love. I want to see this Varus be flexed. I want to see it come out in mid. Tribute to Yellow Pete and Genja back in the day.
Nukeduck could also run Corki mid like he did earlier in the series.
Or just Kog'Maw mid. AP Kog'Maw. This is technically a double flex. We don't know what's going mid.
Do they lock it in though? That's the question. 5 seconds left. This is game 5 in the quarterfinal. Kog and Corki.
So Rocket tell Unicorns we're gonna run poke in the mid lane and it'll be magic damage based, but which one?
Yeah.
Perhaps Rocket don't even know it yet either.
There would be a hint of beautiful irony if an AP Cog is what sends Unicorns of Love out of the playoffs, considering Power of Evil's love for the champion.
They're hovering mid lane champion, so this may actually be the Varus and...
Well, you know what's even smarter? Siva's banned, Kallista's banned, take 2 AD carries. What's left for Vardex?
Perhaps... Oh. Ooh. Perhaps it was predicted all along. Is this Unicorns... Who's mind gaming who at this point? I mean, Vardex has played a lot of Jinx back in the day, but playing Jinx into Braum, Maokai, and having to get to Kog'Maw...
Just as a note,
tough task.
0-3 on Jinx in the summer
Varus
split.
AD carry, because this may have not been the preconceived plan by Unicorns of Love, but at least it was the option, because now they can go Orianna mid, shield up against the poke, and find an opening. Rocket with a very interesting double poke composition. Not quite traditional. They have up until 20 seconds by LCS regulations to switch the champions in their final positions.
15 seconds before we see that rounding out. For Unicorns of Love, they have poke, they have team fights, they have wave clear. There's a lot of options they can do, but they have a low mobility mid and AD carry.
Honestly, I think the Corki mid is the better approach. I think Braum, Kog'Maw is a very strong lane. Because you can proc those Braum passives if you connect the Q from Braum and you apply that 4 double shot that you need to proc very easily with the massive range that Kog'Maw has. Past 20 seconds, it's going to be Kog'Maw AD carry. That lane scales very beautifully until level 6. Safe all-in potential, I'm going to call it. And yeah, medium range here. And good zone control then on the side of the Unicorns. Again, this may be a matchup where we're going to see a lot of dragon fights. A little slower though. Every time we've played AD Kog'Maw on the side of Rocket, they've lost 0-2 in this series so far because they lost the lane pressure. Can they pressure the bot lane right now?
We'll find out, because Rocket did build that full AD mid lane. It was Triforce into Blade of the Ruined King.
But it's still not full AD because it's a Corki.
Yeah. Mixed AD. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the last time I will ask you to do this tonight. It is game 5 of the series. Rocket or Unicorns of Love? Who will advance to the semi-finals and to Stockholm, Sweden? Hit us up on Twitter and let us know.
All right, Cleanse this time on Power of Evil. I like this adaptation. I think it's absolutely necessary to run Cleanse into Braum and Elise. Vander with the Ignite. Hylissang with the Ignite. Normal summoners across the board. Nukeduck could go for an aggressive play with this Ignite here in the mid lane. Now, who pushes who? Nukeduck should push mid, I think, with the Corki, early pressure. Corki, Braum. Kog'Maw Braum rather into Varus, Alice are tricky. interesting level 2 spike with Alistar. The Gnar Maokai matchup, that takes us back way time ago.
That's sure. Talking about the lanes, Crepo, where do you feel the pressure's going to lie? Who's going to have opportunities here? Jankos and this Elise with some tower diving power. Especially if you combo with Maokai, you can drop aggro quickly. Horo,
yeah,
we know how strong Nidalee can be, so, you know, in terms of the lanes, which jungler is going to have more options?
Yeah, and the 2v2 in top lane, that's also something you have to factor in, and especially Yamato Cannon as a coach does it. When you watch his VOD reviews very often of TSM series over in North America, he keeps talking about the strength of the 2v2 duo in the top lane. The CC is obviously advantageous to Steve and Jankos with at least, you know, Cocoon into Twisted Advance knockout, but the sheer amount of damage on Gnar and Nidalee could prove quite cumbersome to deal with. Vander on that Braum is actually a fantastic roamer because he can send out the Q slows and then all you need is a couple autos. He's going in for an invade.
And look at the
spotted. Is he going to steal it?
What potential is it? Wow, flash steal for Jankos.
I think that's worth it. I think that's legit worth it because you now pressure 2 members of Unicorns of Love. They're all the way at the wrong part of town. They need to get out of there, go to the other side of the jungle. Momentum on the side of Rocket. Look, these guys are still level 1. And they won't see each other again until 4 minutes from now when that flash is back up.
Adaptation, reaction, implementation. That's what Rocket have done this series. They dropped 2 games.
Oh, and look what, in reaction to that, Vander is basing. He's going to defend the bottom lane tower because that's pushing, and this will allow Steve to soak up some dual lane farm, base, and then teleport. And now they're going for the Maokai Braum dual lane in the bot lane, and they're letting AD Kog'Maw rather in the top lane scale with levels. Very quick level 6. Obviously, Hylissang on Alistar can't really deny all too well because he's a melee range support. The better strategical adaptation, however, this opens up for a 4v0 dive, so this wave has to be thinned out as soon as we can.
Find out if Rocket can do that. Level 1 still on Chachi. Horo just got level 2 after clearing out Crab. This ward was placed in the jungle of Rocket by UOL. Hylissang moved up, and they're going to at least steal Rocket's red. Remember, Jankos took UOL's red previously, and Mr. Rolls has been left alone in the top lane for 3.5 minutes. He's soaking solo XP.
Now Jankos is a little caught though. He went back to his jungle, then went back to the enemy jungle. He's going back to his jungle, says nope, going back to the river, and I'm going back to the enemy jungle. So,
Jankos,
not quite sure. A bit in flux. Is like, what he's trying to prevent is Chachi teleporting to the top lane to soak that wave. He's setting up a potential dive. Now Vander wants to find Chachi, confirm that he's still level 2. Nuktuk's here too.
Oh, this is an AD carry and support versus a jungler.
Stun could be good here. One more auto.
Stun's not going to connect on Mega Gnar.
But they're buying time for this top lane wave to be pushed in, almost in the tower. It's getting in there right now, so that's what they're doing.
And look how starved Chachi's been of farm. 3 CS. Unicorns are going to invest a lot into this tower dive. They've caught Steve out. Vander has got the Unbreakable, but he doesn't have stand behind me. He can't increase the defenses, and Chachi gets first bloods.
It's simply not wide enough. The shield, of course, from Vander. Fighting them in the minions here.
Oh, now Vander, he's in trouble. He's going to ignite forward. Vander's got 1. Now he's trying to get away. The Hyper's going to proc. Vander's trying to get backwards. Tower hit connects with Horo.
Oh, he's dead.
Horo's
he's dead.
in
Who's going to get the buff?
Form. Who gets the kill? Going to go to Horo. And Vardax tanks the shot. That was well executed.
Yeah, good dive. No panic there. Unbreakable, obviously, makes the first damage instance applied upon you 0 damage. And the next one gets reduced. Blocks all projectiles at the same time. That was Vander's goal there. He was goalkeeping. There were too many strikers at different sides. Just couldn't get those projectiles blocked. Very close, and Steve ended up dying there. What a fantastic start.
We're 5 minutes in, Crepo. Unicorns of Love have secured 2 kills.
PoE? I guess he's just waiting.
And PoE's down 10 CS to the early pressure of Nuktuk's AD carry Corki.
If you wonder why PoE was... It looked like he was tabbed out and chatting to somebody, but what he actually was doing was just not revealing on that mid lane ward. Just denying information to Rocket. Small things like this just mean a lot later in the game, because that could be like, okay, damn, he's gone. He's just, you know, roaming. He's doing wolf something. Just ends up revealing himself when he needs to. Steps into the limelight right there. Vander, very roam-heavy approach this game.
As has Hylissang, actually. Both of these supports moved around a lot over the course of the series, rather. And with all the movements going on, Vardex and Hylissang have now swapped up top. They are going to be met by Mr. Riles and Vander. You can see Jankos also moving top. Chachi finally got some farm down bottom. And we've got these Australia lanes, if you will.
Yeah, the same, but upside down. Vardex has a tier build, though. Nothing's going to come out of this one, but very scale-heavy build on the side of the Unicorns. Orianna. Power People has gone tier 2 on Orianna. Went Dean's last game. They're trying to find Steve here. Steve has gotten better at dodging these ganks. We'll likely go to sampling soon.
You had to say it. You had to say he gets caught.
Has gotten.
There we go. Meganar should pop. May lead into a wallop. Wait, Meganar, they're going to go for the dive. Flash forward for Horo. Third kill.
Yeah, really good at... Horo is excelling at these aggressive junglers, more so than Jankos had this series. Pee-wee is checking, finds Nuktok. That's all he needs to do. Make sure Nuktok isn't roaming top lane. Get that information. He's playing from behind, but that's fine. His team is winning the side lanes. Look, that tower is melting up in the top lane. Jankos couldn't find that same opening that Horo just did in the bot lane. But the bot lane for Rocket, now in the top lane, is scaling pretty well.
Tower gets denied. Hylissang may find himself stunned here by those concussive blows. Is Kortak eats a cocoon, and Jankos sinks the fangs. Teleports coming in from Chachi, instantly hopping away. Decides he doesn't want this fight. Maybe to defend the tower. They're in a 3v2.
Yeah, that's fine. They can hold that wave easy peasy, but good counterplay on the top side of the map from Rocket. Unicorns, however, have the tower advantage, and that's exactly what separates them. 1,000 gold during this matchup. Power Eagle under pressure, but not losing his tower at all. Good CSing by Nuktok, though. 68.
Wow, he shockwaves PoE. Here comes Horo. By the way, Horo's got Runeglaive completed already.
No flash on Horo.
No flash. Pounce is up, not going to get used. By the way, yeah, as we mentioned, Runeglaive already completed thanks to 2 kills and an assist. So Horo should be able to just...
Hylissang joining, they're threatening the dive. They just want to remove the wave clear from Nuktok, but still has enough mana. Vander joins in. Very, very turbulent early game right here.
This game could be determined by how effective the support's roams are. This vote started heavily in favor of the Unicorns of Love, and now Rocket. Rocket have the vote. Yamato.
That was like a golf clap. It's like, oh, fantastic, 1% win.
Do you see Yamato going crazy? His power walk is the most dramatic thing we've seen him do. But Crepa, I want to mention as we see the lanes shuffling, this series, Unicorns of Love have secured 13 dragons to Rocket's 12. This series, Unicorns of Love have secured 5 barons to Rocket's 4.
But everything that counts in the end is Unicorns of Love secured 2 Nexi. So did Rocket.
But it is the 3rd Nexi that counts. Yeah. Nexus, I guess, in this scenario.
I wonder if Nuktok got an extra 50 gold from that Nexus. That would have meant that he had even more gold to upgrade his trinket.
Oh, Steve. He's got Flash. He's got Vengeful Maelstrom. Chachi's going to time the gank once again. Horo and Chachi should be able to run him down. Runeglaive. Oh! You actually increased the damage, my friend.
Yeah. Don't ever flash in a straight line against Spears. Hylissang, Deja Vu on the other side of the map. He gets broke by Braum, gets stunned.
Concussive blows connects Vander, even turns his focus to Vardex. Ooh. Great heads-up play. 200 HP, but it's Jankos that gets the kill credit. Nuktak was trying to get an assist.
That could have been 2 kills there, though, if that concussive blow connected on Vardex, but he's obviously still had flash. Chachi, they kill Steve and they take his tower. They did it in the bot lane. They're doing it in the top lane right now. Will Steve ever go mid? Because then mid lane tower can get down too.
Steve's first game in the LCS ever was on a Hecarim with no flash, and he got camped heavily. Now this could be the last game in playoffs, and he's being camped heavily.
I guess that is just how the cookie crumbles.
A long way from finalizing that storyline, Crepo. But Chachi's going to secure the 2nd tower of the game for the Unicorns of Love with a gentlemanly headbutt. Gentleman. Okay, well, the minion will do it then. Fine. Make me a liar, Chachi.
1.2k gold in the lead, Unicorns of Love. 2 towers to 1. Failed combo by Hylissang. That's a lot of damage. Denied on Nuktok there. Power Eagle eating some poke. Yeah, a lot of action. Last game was very, very tempered. Teams were hesitant. Now back to action here. Very turbulent early game. Towers gone down left and right. Lane swaps. Sped up early approach. Both supports, Moby Boots roaming. However, Vander has more kills that he's involved in, so he has Sightstone. Can he translate that vision to get the gold even?
Big difference in itemization as well. Chachi has opted for a Black Cleaver first, which is not what he did in the previous matchup. Went a lot tankier, went for Black Cleaver as his third or fourth item. And maybe
because he's winning so hard. He wants to get the snowball going because he needed his jungler to kill Steve. Now he can itemize in such a fashion that he will no longer need to. So then, in turn, means that Steve will need his jungler to defend against Chachi. Otherwise, Chachi will take down these towers. More towers down. Unicorns have shown that with a gold lead and more towers on the map, they excel at playing the map. Chachi's level 8 right now. Already. Highest in the game, difference. Almost. Evil is slightly ahead. Remember, he came out of a lane swap, so to be doing this well.
Mega Gnar is very close here for Chachi. He's going to get dove. Cocoon connects. He hops. He crunches. He's going to go Mega in a moment. Flash defensively. Stun. He even gets the wallop. There's a Gnar available, but it's not enough. Mr. Rolls gets his second kill of the game.
And this is why I like Braum so much as a sport. Just apply your passive once and your teammates can provide a CC for themselves. However, he buys enough time to trade mid lane tower for tier 1 on the top lane. But Rawless picks up that kill and the tower here. He's well on his way for Triforce Spike. His gold lead is even.
Ooh, that was scary. Nukeduck realizes the mistake. Defensive flash at the threat of a pulverize. Unicorns of Love, 1 tower ahead, 200 gold ahead, but even on kills.
Triforce finished already 12 minutes, 30 seconds into the game.
Wow.
For Mr. Rawls, that is a big spike. Look at Vardax, however. He has tier brutalizer. He's like, guys, I'm freezing this wave. I need about 25 minutes and I'll come out swinging. It's like, it's not like we're facing the most like well-scaling AD carry on our side that actually has an early game power spike, which is kind of, you know, contradictory to itself. Kog'Maw scales so well, but he's also a Triforce carry. Obviously, he needs to have a weakness somehow. That is very low mobility. Now, Vander, they see a freeze in the top lane. That means Dragons should be yours. 5 against 4, especially with such a heavy spike in the middle. And Nukeduck has to be basing on a lot of gold here because he's sitting on Phage, Components, and Sheen. Finished instant Triforce. Double Triforce spike at 13 minutes into the game. This is big.
If Horo is unable to flank and kill somebody quickly, either Nukeduck or Rawls, there's so much damage on those 2 Triforces.
Yeah, I actually think lane swapping with a double Triforce comp is incredibly smart because you speed up the global gold, but it obviously works more in favor of those with the earliest spike. Especially if you then start camping for the lane that gets less gold. You know, it's harder for AD carries to farm in lane swaps. It's a good approach by Rocket. I wonder if that was planned or just, you know, adaptation within the moment. But right now they're sitting on 2 Triforces. If they can group mid, while Vardax was slow pushing out top lane, they can actually siege his tower even into an Orianna already because Vander can block the wave with his shield.
Such aggressive posturing, and Vander does that exactly. Vardax, however, is able to get to the mid lane and will push the wave back. This game is still balancing on a knife edge. Dragon will be up in a few minutes. UOL secured the first one uncontested, but I heavily doubt Roccat will give up another, considering the strength of the composition right now.
Yeah, but you can't just all siege from the front. This is not going to work. It's too hard to make this happen. This is why we see people flanking. Get some vision left and right, steal some raptors, steal some wolves, get some advantage from forcing, you know, you're hurting the cattle under that tower. Just keep them there and then steal away their food while they're not watching. That's the approach Rocket wants to take here. Unicorns, they're hanging on though. They're scaling Athenes and Tier on Power of Evil. So
that's the traditional build, we know.
That is the biggest disparity in power levels in the early to mid game we've seen this entire series. As we go on for fight around the blue buff, Horo gets it, he gets out.
Hylissang may not be able to. Well, he's got his flash actually.
He's out. So somehow, as we're talking about this power disparity, Unicorns of Love managed to secure and steal a blue buff away from 2 champions that are very reliant on it, Kog'Maw and Corki. But just in terms of stats, some items give you more stats as you complete it compared to the gold put in. Triforce is an incredibly stat-efficient item. Tier obviously scales, so you lose 2 tiers worth, which is 1.4k gold on combat stats, whereas you're fighting against 2 guys that build a Triforce, which spike in terms of gold efficiency. And then at the same time, you're actually still staying ahead in gold and map control. That is impressive from the Unicorns.
Needs to equate to more control as this game plays out because Rocket have the opportunity to punish harder.
One of the main reasons is because Chachi is ahead of Steve. And he built very early spikes, split push, control, bait people there. As long as they're dealing with Chachi instead of these weaker members of the Unicorns, that buys them time to get into the early and mid game. It secures the first Dragon too. That buys them time to fight against potential Aspect. We've seen these games go long. Aspect will likely be on the board again this match.
At least as a threat, albeit it hasn't been secured necessarily. Horo's going for a little bit more AP as well as that Ruby Crystal. So more options where he's going to go. And Vardag's pickaxe as well. So despite being down in CS, he's, as you mentioned, 22 minutes away from having a big impact in this game.
T-minus 20 minutes, boys. But yeah, Horo again, offensively positioning, posturing, ganking, and itemizing because again, he needs forward pressure because we've seen this before in the series. If you lean back too much, you will fall over. Just gotta stay on one leg at least.
It's going to be more difficult now. Steve has the engage power of a Righteous Glory. He has teleport as well. I'm going to state the obvious for a moment and say that Horo is really showing some impressive games this series. There was a little bit of questions and doubts on what level of coordination would they have because he replaced Gilius not too long ago. And Unicorns look better in almost every regard.
And last split, he was on the worst team in the spring split. Dropped out, auto-relegated. But it's good to find these good players in these worst teams. And sometimes you can even have a team with 5 good players that somehow just don't make it work. And once they split up, look at various members of the old Evil Geniuses in NA that split up. Altec, Pobel, they're all in good teams right now. Just couldn't quite make it work there.
Sometimes the synergy just doesn't work out. Crepo.
Same thing here for Horo. Fantastic performance though. Said, Jankos, I've seen you release, I could do better. So if I've seen you in Italy, I'm doing better this game. Jankos hasn't done bad by no means.
Yeah.
Horo has just excelled.
Just looked even better. Dragon has spawned, and Unicorns have got control.
That's the one thing. Jankos has been buying a lot more side stones, so Unicorns love. The burden of their vision has been solely put on Hylissang.
Teleport from Steve directly into the pit. Unicorn's going to back away.
Chachi is split pushing. They're trading tier 2 tower for this Dragon. They just want to stall the retreat right now. Potential steal with Spear.
No, not this time. Blue team actually secured it, so Jankos maybe miss-smiting it. Chachi's going to go Mega Gnar. Makes that tower push tad riskier. We'll see if he can... how much damage he can get.
Black Cleaver Gnar does a lot of damage and is safe because they're still basing. There's no home guards yet because it's early into the game.
And look middle as well, Cripper. UOL. They're going to take advantage of the backs from Rockets.
And not only can Chachi push this in, he can then turn into a flank in the mid lane. Vander, he can block some things. That tower goes down. I think this is the correct approach from Unicorns. Because 5 dragons for Unicorns is not the win condition they're looking for. Opening up the map, getting more global gold, getting quicker to that late game that they're building is what they're looking for. Because we've already passed the power spike of the Triforce. Additional global gold is more beneficial for Unicorns right now than it is for Rocket.
And all of that time allows both tier users of Power of Evil and Vardags to continue stacking. That Man Immune slowly growing. Tier towards Archangels slowly building up. So UOL...
PoE has a late tier though. He finished teams first, I believe, and then went for the tier because it's only on 220 stacks right now. So that is miles away. Same for Vardags. He's sitting at 312. It's Man Immune right now.
Play for the late game, boys. We're approaching 20 minutes, and UOL maintain the gold lead thanks to the tower lead.
All right, what's next on the menu? We've seen this before in the series. It all goes fine and dandy until you run out of towers to take. Yeah. And then it's hard to play out the map. But the series so far has been played on 2 lanes every game. Mid and top lane. Bot lane has, for the majority, been ignored, or it becomes mid and bot lane, top lane ignored. This is the first time we've seen one of these teams enter into a potential 1-3-1, or at least a split push, heavy split push component on their top laner with the Black Cleaver Gnar build. And I really want to see, have Unicorns practice this? Is this an adaptation, a reaction? And how will it manifest in the mid game? We have 20 minutes on the clock right now. 2K ahead of the Unicorns, who traditionally are behind at this point.
Vizichachi's sitting on 2,000 gold. And that's his lead over Steve. Steve just cracked the 5K mark. You can see 7-3 there. Chachi's just picked up a Hex Drinker as well. So heavily committed to this damage 1v1. But as you say, Crapple, we need to see, can he challenge more inner turrets?
Yeah, and that's a problem. If you play Maokai in a lane stop and you fall behind, Usually you're tanking and can engage. Now Steve specs heavily into the engage with his Righteous Glory, but he has nothing to back that up. He will connect Twisted Advance and melt immediately. He's a glorified support at this point due to the way this game has played out. Yes, he can open up the game by connecting with Vardex or Power of Evil, but he has to make damn right that he does it at the exact right time, the exact right frame, or he will just cost him his life.
Chachi.
Yeah, this is the 1v1 potential of Chachi, of course.
And of course, the threat of Mega Knight in the jungle. Only from Roccat wants to toy with that. Crepo, Archangels was just completed for PoE, so at least it'll stack towards Seraphs a little quicker. But Horror's also committed to that late game itemization because he's got himself a Rod of Ages at 20-ish minutes. So.
But now last game we had Nukeduck on 1038 AP, I still remember it. And he had the late game, but if his game keeps going slow, then Corki will fall off tremendously hard compared to Orianna because he doesn't have that spike. Elise has been falling off in this series too. Nidalee scales slightly better in the damage department. Obviously, Elise has more CC available. So everything will be on Mr. Rawls, on his Kog'Maw. Back to the first two games, he has to carry these fights.
All right, Chachi's picked the fight with Steve, but the support coming in. Here comes Rawls. He's going to land a living artillery. Actually, it won't. Boydus will come out, slow Chachi down. Chachi's just gone, starting to stack up. We are going to see that smash. Here comes some support. Vander was getting chunked by Horo, but Chachi goes down. And it goes to Steve, the man who had been kept down most of the game.
And this is the correct counter to split push. You group on the laner that is split pushing and you force them to fight because they will build for 1v1s and they will therefore by proxy be weaker in team fights, in multiple team-oriented fights. Hylissang finds Jankos, knocks him back, he repels upwards, backwards, he's out. But pressure from the Unicorns in return while people are basing on the side of Roccat.
3 members of Unicorns have upgraded their trinkets already.
Fantastic.
We will track if Nukeduck upgrades his, if at all.
Just to spite me. He'll sell it at the end of the game. Try and track me now.
So Crepo, previous dragon was secured by Roccat. It cost him a tower. It's minutes until it respawns. There's a Blade of the Rune King for Mr. Rawls and a BF sword for Nukeduck as well.
I wonder what this build is going towards from PoE though, because these, you know, replacement items like Athenes and Archangels, they slow your core items, which is like Rabadons and Void Staff on most of the mages. And with that Amp Tome picked up on PoE, it looks like he's going for a third item, Rylai's. So if it's for a mana-heavy, slow control mage in the mid-game.
Could also build into Death Cap as well.
Yeah.
BF and Blasting Wand. All that extra cost. But a lot of options, a lot of time to figure it out. We've not mentioned Vardag's build yet either, for a little while at least. Got that Brutalizer. Got the makings of a Last Whisper, so still building similarly to what you would on mid lane Varus.
Yep. And he wants to scale, honestly, on that Varus because Varus kind of falls off against the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw is stronger, so this build obviously scales very well into the late game. Poke, Hylissang flash.
Wow.
Combo. This is Baron from behind, slightly, yeah, 3-man.
It's completely blind.
Oh, they have no clue this is going. This will be Baron for the Unicorns. Fantastic adaptation and the bravado to do this in a 5th game of a best-of-5 series.
25 minutes in.
Oh, look at the faces. I want to watch the cams for Roccat right now.
Pay careful attention. On this patch, it's a global noise. Roccat will know.
Oh, they know right now.
Oh, Steve. It's secured. Steve is going to look for an engage. He's managed to catch out Hylissang. Vander will connect with the Winter's Bite. Losing a support for Baron? Sorry, Crepo, but I trade you any day of the week.
Yeah. I would do the Darren in a team and we'd come out together. I thought we were a team, Trevor.
Power of Evil.
Power of Evil gets choked out here in the mid lane, but yeah, to flash in for that Baron, that is confidence in your vision control. That's what I like seeing. You know why that happened? Because they upgraded their trinkets, Trevor. Not really, because it's because they had a pink ward. But yeah, fantastic Baron by the Unicorns, and this is also because Chachi has this very offensive build with that, you know, Black Cleaver. Makes it a lot easier. Tanking, obviously Alistar is one of the best supports for Baron because you just pop your ulti. You do more damage to it and you can soak up so much damage, and to do this 23 minutes in the game reminds me of Fnatic, honestly.
Talisman of Ascension completed for Hylissang. Early Baron for UOL, Last Whisper,
and more global gold. More global gold for these slow scaling carries that were just distracting Roccat in the mid lane. It looked like they were fighting for farm. No, I want to stack my tier quicker. No, I want to stack my tier quicker. Nope. They get the Baron, and now they can keep pushing. However, they're not looking to split push. They're grouping on Chachi here. Stopping
giant minion wave
support system here. They see the ward.
Tower should be uncontested. I can't see Roccat defending this.
It's gonna melt. You'll need more than one unbreakable shield right there, Vander, if you want to stop that massive minion wave.
Grouping is the name of the game, despite having such a strong split pusher. There's a minion wave pushing into UOL up top. Look at the mini-map. Someone has to go deal with that. I'd like to see Chachi continue play the
I mean, you don't have to. You can
champion.
legit just straight up group in the mid lane and say, okay, we don't care about some damage on our tier 2. We're going for that mid lane. Yeah, Power of Evil. He went from 300 stacks on that tier incredibly quickly to that Archangels right now. Because he has so much mana regen, he can continuously keep casting spells over and over again. See, double mana build. Very good at scaling.
200 mana away before Vardex can upgrade to that Mirror mana. Although, truthfully, he's got the core of what Varus needs. Cooldown reduction and armor penetration.
Yep, and CDR, more importantly. His piercing arrows are already on a 6-second cooldown.
And when you look at the squishies on Roccat, there's not a lot of armor on Nukeduck or Rolls. And if one of them goes down, it's going to be difficult against the damage sources of Chachi, PoE, and Vardex. If they trade like a PoE for a Nukeduck, there's still 2 damage sources from UOL. That's how they can win team fights.
Yeah, and you don't even have to trade. It's going to be almost a mistake to trade PoE for that Nukeduck. And even then, even if they make that mistake, they're still fine. The thing that strikes me the most is that this is a mixture between the new Unicorn and the old one. Yes, they play scaling compositions into the late game, but they're no longer waiting for it to scale. They have this super aggressive jungler that can find these openings and these kills across the map. They play their lane swap correctly. Their shot calling has been superior in the early to mid game. More foresight, more proactivity coming out of the Unicorns of Bluff, and I wonder if that's all to their jungler, Horo.
And the practice between week 9 and now quarterfinals. 2 weeks off, a stable patch for anybody that may have missed. We're on 514. We will be on 514 for all of the players, including North America, which will start once the series ends. Thank you for tuning in and watching. And sorry to TSM and Gravity. I can only imagine how tense they must be waiting to play their own quarter. Or how intense our teams are figuring out who's going to close this game out. Because UOL had a similar lead in the previous game.
Yeah, this time composition and just the state of the game makes it a lot easier for them. They can go back to that Baron and do it so easily. They have so much punish for face check right now. If you walk into this team, imagine if the vision is dark, which it is right now. Rocket have one lone pink ward for the hero's flank from Steve. No home guard still. Finished Frozen Heart. Can get in there, but he has to get by Horo poke, Power of Evil poke, and his armor that he has will get shredded. Both by the Black Cleaver and pierced by Vardex. Chachi connects. So what we said. Gets help from his jungler, gets ahead. Now the jungler needs to come to help Steve in return. This opens up man advantage in the mid lane. Unicorns of Love, they're not sieging, they're waiting. 1 minute to Baron, that's what they're waiting for. Or to Dragon Rother.
Legitimate
Baron
threat as well.
Later.
Cripper, we could see a team fight. We're definitely going to see it now. Horo got caught by the Cocoon. He manages to flash defensively. Helisag's thrown down Unbreakable Will. He commits to try disengage. Will lose his life.
Yeah. Chachi's flanking. Mistake from the Unicorns. Good opening from Roccat. They know when to bite. Flash Cocoon.
Flash Cocoon! Vardex will fall! Mr. Rolls gets his 3rd kill of the game.
That's a cleanse.
Is it going to be a stun? One more hit, it's all needed. Power of Evil's down. Roccat with 30 seconds until Dragon. They win a team fight.
And they even bring their one-man cheerleading squad in a suit. Yamato Cannon gets hyped. 2,000 gold remain the difference, but one tower is looking to fall. Fantastic fight. This is why I like Braum. You put the passive on him, he cleanses. They still get stunned right after. However, you have to cleanse the soul from the Braum Q. Vardex gets caught by Flash Cocoon. Should have just preemptively flashed that. And just no respect from Unicorns. They lose their jungler. Watch how Horo gets caught right here. All they have to do is bide their time, move up the Orianna ball. Fantastic. Is it going to be a Cocoon? Horo was caught earlier, actually. This is the Flash Cocoon on Vardex. Yeah, Vardex still flashes at the end. And cleanses the passive, but the mark stints on you. One more auto, flash auto from Nukeduck. And I really like Braum into these compositions that can gap close forward. So you apply the passive. They flash out, or they gap goes out, you Valkyrie after, or you flash after yourself. Eventually, you did count to 4. He gets stunned, get the kill.
Vardex could have flashed Cocoon. Power of Evil could have flashed Winter's Bite.
Yeah.
The thing is, the gold lead...
Shoulda. If. Here
we go. Hindsight is 2020. Both used flash after and still died. But you cannot discount the level of pressure that Vizichachi is applying. He's got a very big CS lead, he's got a very big itemization lead, and he actually maintained pressure on that top lane the entire time.
And look at the score though for Vander right here, 1-1 and 8. There's 9 kills on the board for Rocket. He's involved in all of them. Disengages Hylissang right here.
That's a great knockout, better Shockwave! Unicorns of Love bounce back and say, screw that! They get themselves 3, they get themselves another tower shortly, and Baron's alive as well.
They can go for the inhibitor or they can peel back for the Baron. The choice is theirs. Steve and Nuke are alive. Poke from Corki could keep them off. Powerful, you were right. He finished that Rabazon Death's Cap. Now, building out of the fantastic Amp Tome instead.
Unicorns
and they have the shield from Orianna to keep them alive. Watch Nukta, can he poke them off? 6k, 5k, it's dropping quickly.
Might be too late. Steve and Nukta gonna do what they can. A sapling will give some vision. Baron's down to 1.5 and Roccat wisely back out. Baron number 2 in game number 5 goes to the Unicorns of Love.
Let's watch that again.
I hope they go slow-mo.
All come to be. Look at this disengage though, into the choke point. Hylissang's flash gets countered, but Jankos gets too close. He wants to trade, and that costs him his team's life. He proxies the knockup into the Orianna ball. Jankos steps forward and he wants to get his QW trade, but this puts him in headbutt range. Obviously, once the headbutt connects, Pulverize goes on 3 members instead. Hylissang had already flashed at this point and gotten disengaged by the Braum ultimate. And that's what we talked about. It can be this close. And again, I'm putting my fingers very close to each other right now. You can't see this. Trevor can vouch for this. It can be oh so close, and that is the difference. But just wanting that additional extra trade to proxying the combo to 2 of your teammates.
And you compare Power of Evil's Orianna in the previous game, not able to find those shockwaves, to this game.
It is slightly easier to shockwave 3 knocked up targets when a Gnar is putting them in the wall too. But doesn't matter how you do it, just matters that you find them.
Send them home. Vizichachi continues to play pressure on the top lane. He's picked himself up a Thornmail against 2 AD carries.
It's so hard to deal with that. You just have to commit more members to it. It is impossible to deal with it 1v1. Like the relenting pressure right there is just too much.
Crepo.
Plus Baron, if they go 1-3-1, if they send Horror to the bot lane right now to buff those creeps, keep Ori in the mid lane, prevent the hard engages, counter flashes, who can get me? Stay away from that target. They're not gonna do it though, they're looking for a 4-1 siege, double poke, Nidalee Varus, zone control from Orianna. Look at Chachi right now, how is he whittling on that top lane tower?
Well, Unicorns of Love putting pressure in 2 lanes again. Got their second Baron of the game.
Vander's playing catch though, he caught the arrow, caught some of the skill shot, the spears too.
Can't catch them all though, sadly.
If you get caught a lot in Soul Q, Braum might be the champion for you. Put your skills to the test. Block those skill shots.
As long as you have the cooldown. There's that top lane tower. Steve. Look at it, what's 30% of the HP missing?
Yeah, this has to go quicker though for the Unicorns. Chachi gets caught, he's out, so he's not gonna push next wave. I really think they should have 1-3-1. That's what you do though. Braum cannot be in 2 places at the same time. Therefore you split push.
Well,
finally opened up there, he got poked out.
Look at the damage on this tower. Unicorns with their 8k gold lead, with their second Baron, are sieging up. Teams that get 2 Barons actually win 85% of the games. There are exceptions to that rule. Roccat proved that in game 4 of this very series, and they'll need to do it again.
Baron buff is close to expiring though. Look at the comeback mechanics. How is Unicorns gonna mess this one up potentially? Can Roccat flank with Steve? Can we get a flash Braum Q, flash Braum ulti? Nuke's out, Baron buff's out.
Look at this. Roccat looking to engage. Hylissang's gonna get cocooned, he's gonna get stunned. Piercing arrow comes through onto Mr. Rawls.
Horo's out of mana. It's the last spear he throws for a while.
If UOL can crack open the base, they do it on 2 lanes. But they may have been too greedy. Roccat hold and defend both lanes. And you do see a shockwave onto Vanda and engage from Hillesang. Vardax gets the kill credit. Nukeduck's trying to force PoE away.
And that's not the wrong approach. They just have to get rid of Vander. He's blocking all these kill shots. He is involved in every kill that Rocket has managed to procure, and so far he's been defending this mid lane tower on his own merit. Steve's holding Chachi off well, but there's 20% remaining. Chachi says, stop this, I'm gonna get this tower.
Gonna get the tower as well. That's it. 3 minutes of sieging. Chachi now wants to try and make his way out. Gonna get caught by a cocoon, but he's broken it up, and while that happened, inhibitor down as well. UOL. All the ingredients are here. Sheepy, the rest of the UOL fan base.
There is a saying in Dutch, giving somebody a cookie of their own dough. That is what Unicorns of Love are doing to Steve right now. Big lead. They get that dragon as well. Aspect is now off the board. That was one of the comeback mechanics / win condition for Rocket. They're sitting on 3 dragons. Next Baron will be big. Next Baron bait, fundamental to closing out this game right now. Middle lane is open, you can push that in. Top lane is exposed. So Steve was fighting 1v2 because he had a tower defending him. He no longer has that tower. So have to make it a fair fight, 1v1. Banner of Command gets buffed in the bot lane because they're gonna rotate to the top lane, get deep vision control, secure the Baron. And they're looking to close out game 5. This quarterfinal right here.
Super minions in the middle lane. Banner of Command minion in the bottom lane. Luckily for Rocket, they have 2 AD carries in Corki and Cogmore, both with Infinity Edges, Triforces, both with some sustain. But they cannot be a millimeter out of position. Because if one of them goes down, Chachi, PoE, and Vardax can finish it.
This game is a critical mass right now. The problem is they have to path to these choke points. Double sweeper gets used. Oracle's lens popped on Vander as well, so vision control, they're fighting for it. There's a teleport coming out from Steve. They're looking to collapse on the top lane. He has to have home guards. He does.
He's running real quick.
What Vander? Q flash and Power of Evil.
Vander, that's a great chain of corruption. It's not going to catch Steve. Steve's going to flash. He used his Righteous Glory. Hillesang's trying to disengage. The Glacial Fissure comes down. Power of Evil and Vardax are getting run down. Vardax will be going down. It's Nukeduck that gets the kill. Hillesang will follow suit, but look at the bottom lane. Visit Chachi may get himself a tower and more. Recalls coming out.
Stop the bases.
From Rocket, the rest of UOL trying to stop it. They won't be able to. Chachi will get an inhibitor.
But he can't deal with Chachi. Chachi can even pressure this longer. If Unicorns do the math and they count who's there, we might see more because top lane is exposed, mid lane is down. Chachi will go Mega Gnar. Bases got cancelled.
Has still not recalled. Chachi with one of the most effective split pushes we've seen. He's got a Gnar, is going to catch Nukeduck. I don't think the stun connected though. Throws in the house. Chachi is 1v1ing Nukeduck. He's tanky, he's beefy, he's killed by Mr. Rolls. 2v1, not fair, rematch, bro. Steve is now being focused out by Horo. That was a very good cocoon. That's going to keep Horo out of the fight. Sidesteps the javelin toss. That's a flash forward from Horo though. He says, you cannot get past me. Another cocoon connects. Horo, flash away. Rocket, they lost Steve. They lost 2 inhibitors.
I like the play. I like the play that Rocket were trying to. Having the home guards chasing them down, burning 2 flashes. Then some fantastic sidesteps by Nukeduck though, because he literally dodged everything Chachi was throwing at him. But it wasn't, or it was barely enough. In the end, we're setting up for this Baron. Anticipated. Went a lot quicker than we would have thought, but
yeah.
Unicorn should just wait here. We have 2 lanes with super minions. I think this might be it. This could make for a very exciting closing of the game if they manage to throw the game here.
Baron is getting lower. There's 3 members of Rocket in place. It's secured by the Unicorns of Love. Hillesang is engaged. He's thrown Vander forward, but they've lost Hillesang. Now Power Evil, he's in trouble. The stun connects. Concussive blows. Yankos will get the venomous bite. Evo's human form. Looks for more. Wants to sink in. That's going to be it dead. He smites Vardax where he stands. Horo, however, wants to turn it around. Mr. Rolls has got a lot of damage. He used his blade active, and Chachi says, let's try it again, ladies. Let's try it again. He wants 1 more inhibitor.
Steve's the gatekeeper though, knocks him back, knocks him up.
And he's going to be able to delay it. Chachi is just going to focus the inhib. He may have learned from his misgivings previously. Down to half. If he can dodge it, he can! He crunches! He manages to get a two-man stun as well. He needs a few more hits. He nods him against the wall. Gets a kill in the process, but he's not hitting the inhib. He does! No! The inhib lives! The inhib survives!
And Horo will probably take it down with one hit, but...
I believe...
Come on, eat this... Oh.
Come on. No, Horo's going to bail out. The inhib survives. And Unicorns.
It's not a game where you can use the cheat code greed is good. You have to wait. Greed is bad. Just wait for your super minions to push in. They get the Baron, but they pseudo get aced almost. Chachi drops in the end, so everybody ends up dying there. Hipter on 1 HP. What a fantastic... And look on, the gold gap is getting smaller and smaller over time.
Crepo. Unicorns of Love lost the previous game despite knocking down every inhibitor, every Nexus turret, and not finding the team fights they need. This is a very different composition that Rocket are running. But could that move be what Tilt is made of?
No, it's too early. You're still in control. I don't think you'll tilt if you have like the entire base open. I mean, I wouldn't tilt, of course. Of course not. No, anybody that's watched my stream knows that I will tilt.
One thing that we do know, we anticipated longer games.
Yep.
49-minute average game length, meaning in 7 minutes' time, according to averages, we should have a winner. We should have our next semi-finalist.
What I like the most, though, about the way this game has been approached by Rocket is Vardex, for example, full CDR build. He's arrow after arrow after arrow. They're not giving him the time to poke. Steve teleports, home guards, flash engage. Somebody, Braum, connects a stun on Power of Evil, you know, immediately, just all in or bust. And it's working. Rocket's hanging on with, you know, aggression, with risks, but they're paying off for them.
Dragon number 3 will be secured by UOL, uncontested. A lot of items have been picked up, Crepo, including a Thorn Mail for Steve. And we see all of the damage items for both AD carries. 4th item completed for Mr. Ross. Last Whisper to back up the sustain. And the crit from iEdge and Triforce.
And Braum is getting incredibly tanky right now. He has Face of the Mountain and Lockhead. Once he pops that, you know, puts up that Vault Door for those skill shots, he can soak up so much damage. In addition, I think he can block the Orianna ball too. Tries to pass him. So I'm not sure if that actually works. I know it works with Yasuo Wind Wall. Not quite sure if that actually works with the Braum multi. I don't think so, actually.
Well, maybe we'll get the opportunity to see it later in the game.
Probably have seen it already, but so much action in this game.
28 kills in 43 minutes. With so much on the line, neither team is playing reserved. And the split push threat
there's a lone ward in the back.
Has slowed down.
There's a couple lone wards in the back. Steve's in the base with home guards. He's going to attempt to teleport flank. Look for Power of Evil.
Oh, it's right there. Do it, Steve. Do it, Steve.
He's charging up. Crowd, feeding you energy.
Why that ward? Why that ward? Here comes Steve. Here comes Steve. He does have flash. He's looking for a target. He's in the middle of 4. Cocoon doesn't manage to connect, and the chain of corruption really goes wide. 3-man shockwave.
Look in the mid lane, though.
Play. Steve is still alive. Chachi says, screw the fight. I want the inhib. He's on the middle inhib. He's secured the middle inhib. Now Unicorns are trying to stall Rocket. This could be the game. Chachi is on the top inhib. Horo, 3-man Rocket. The pounce, the arrow, the piercing. Unicorns of Love. We're looking for the fight. Horo's gone golden and now he's gone down. He got smited. Chachi's got a tower. He's looking at the next tower. The rest of Unicorns are moving themselves into the lane. They want the last remaining inhibitor. Chachi got top. UOL are unable to get bottom.
1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits.
Not enough for the stun. Winter's Bite goes wide. Rocket. They lose more inhibs.
That was so close. What Rocket didn't calculate in is that after Righteous Glory gets popped, it's an AoE slow. If they would have waited for Steve to proc that on the entire Unicorn squad, they could have AoE'd them down. Meanwhile, Vander has to flash because of the pressure from Chachi. This was so close to being a completely different game, Trevor.
Unfortunately for Rocket, they are fighting for their lives, tooth and nail. They are still 5,000 gold down. at the 45-minute mark. They have more kills than Unicorns of Love. It does not matter because they have very little base to defend and work with.
And the Unicorns may want to invest in a couple extra sweepers because this is not the first time.
Great play from Chachi.
Chachi is doing some parkour with the Krugs. It's not the first time Steve has managed to get the home card flank off, honestly.
And we've seen how impactful Steve's Maokai has been this series. Analyst S talked about how high a priority champion it is for Roccat. He managed to pick it up in the second rotation. Here's
So,
that team.
what I want you to watch is what Steve does. He slows them down, but then watch for the AoE slow that comes out of Righteous Glow. He flashes so he can't get disengaged. Look, everybody's putting their offensive here, but now the entire team is slowed. If only they waited a little longer for that slow to come out and just didn't channel their abilities so soon. That could have been such a different fight, but in the end, I wouldn't even think about that until I saw it. I was like, oh yeah, Righteous Glow slows. Fantastic, maybe we should think about it in the future, but three-man combo ironically loses them the fight because Vander goes in here with that shield. Horo somehow has the Sonias already. Vander gets a shutdown, and yeah, backdoor happens, but they lose one Nexus Tower, but that's okay at this point.
There are
Get your inhibitors back.
4 damage sources on the side of Unicorns. Chachi's pretty tanky, over 3,000 HP before Mega Gnar form. But Void Staff, Rod of Ages, Runeglaive, Hourglass. And that's the jungler I'm talking about.
There's 830 AP on Power of Evil. There's 506 ability power on Horo.
Roccat, defense of the Alamo. Have to dig deep once more.
Steve doesn't have that home guard CP at his disposal. It's a bit slower. It's not that speedy tree that we usually see. Blocking the arrow by Vander. Good. Deny the poke. Chachi's teaming up on the Nexus Tower. It's obviously easier to defend one tower because you get closer to it. Half HP inhibitor.
Is palpable, Crepo. 50% down. Unicorns looking for an... Look at how many traps there are. It's just litter at this point, Horo. Not able to find a javelin toss, but every time he moves in, 1, 2 more hits. Glacial Fissure used defensively.
Engages.
It's too early, Vander. You needed to hold on to that. The Cocoon, insta-cleanse from Power of Evil. He's backed his way out. Elisai's caught in. Chain of Corruption's going to start to spread. Inhibitor still standing. The Nexus turret's falling. Super minions are onto the Nexus. Vander's lost his life. Steve forced to retreat. Mr. Rolls is looking for some pressure on Chachi.
Vander's down.
Now we need to see what can Power of Evil do. Crowd wants UOL to close it out.
There's 1 siege creep, 2 siege creeps. Chachi is there. Valdex is poking. Half mana. Power Reveal still fully alive. Hylissang. No ultimate available. Steve.
That's a flash engage! They've got Mr. Rolls. He's got the QSS though. He manages to get away. Mega Gnar will be coming out. There's a Chachi's gonna go Mega Gnar. That minion really needed to die according to Steve. Nexus is being focused. There are banner empowered minions. There are super minions. That's a 3-man roar! Vizichachi's done it! The Unicorns of Love are onto the Nexus! The Unicorns of Love are going to Sweden, and they are going to face Fnatic!
And we were talking about it, the first 2 games, Roccat, they went down. Preparation didn't work. They came back into this series. And what a series it was in the end. You can talk about how clean games have to be and how this may not have been the most strategical game, but I, for one, thoroughly enjoyed this. And Horo has made a fantastic impact on this Unicorns of Love roster. This is a different UOL than we saw 2 weeks ago.
And Horo giving some love to Mr. Rolls, former teammate, in fact, on the stage, knocking Roccat out of the playoffs. Unicorns of Love will advance to the semi-finals. Jankos, despite all the work, despite all the good plays, unfortunately, games 1 and 2, it was too much damage.
And somehow it works. These slow scaling compositions that we faulted the Unicorns of so many times, they managed to get it going this game because Horo was buying them time. But looking forward, can he buy enough time against Fnatic? Because he's going up against Reignover in the jungle, and Reignover punishes you incredibly hard. It'll be harder to take Huni down to 0-3. But still, that is a little too early to look at.
Yeah.
Let's just compliment the Unicorns on incredible tenacity in this series.
Oh, yes. To bounce back from an hour defeat with, what, 3 Barons?
After being 2-0 up, that is the best thing too. You know, you go 2-0 up, you have them, you know, all mapped out. Suddenly they react, you lose. They react even better, you lose again. And then you start wondering, you start questioning your bans, your picks, but they, as far as I know, they changed up that one crucial ban and yeah, it worked out. Saver and Kalista off the board, the Varus flex came out, both coaches saying, yeah, if only. Yeah, I know.
So close. So close, but so far. And that, of course, means Unicorns of Love will be advancing. It also means Roccat will be set up for a rematch with Giants in the regional qualifier once all of playoffs wrap up. But before we get to that, we do have to head to Pulse on stage, who's talking to Unicorns of Love, PoE, and Chachi.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. Now, I'm with the Unicorns of Love here, Power of Evil and Chachi. It wouldn't be a best of 5 without it going to 5th game for the Unicorns. Now, we saw this in spring as well when you had like an average split, you came into playoffs and you just blew everyone away. Why are you so much better in those best of 5s?
Well, so I think we have a really huge champion pool, so in playoffs we can try out stuff, as example, the Varus AD carry. You can just take the risk instead of best of 1s where normally every win counts. So I think in best of 5 you have more diversity of going for some picks.
Okay, well, I actually want to follow up on diversity because we saw the victor from specifically you, Power of Evil. We haven't seen that through the entire split. Were you holding that back? Were you holding that to the chest and now bring it out now?
So since 1 week or 1.5, I started practicing it more and trying to pick it up in my champion pool because it's like really good mid laner, and I actually like these control mages. At the start I didn't think he's my style, but yeah, he's actually, and I had fun.
Okay, so I need to follow up on Kalista as well because we saw this in the match. I actually want to aim this at you, Chachi, because we saw you guys move away from it, and then you were actually really thinking about it in one of those games and then moved away from it. Why exactly was that?
We actually changed our plan for the 5th game to like ban out the Kalista because we felt like it was a major force in their 3rd and 4th game. And we felt like we could risk leaving the Janna open because then we can get a poke-heavy style as well, or something like that, with fit pushing, and we can break them that way as well. So majorly that. We didn't want to face Kalista anymore in the 5th game.
Yeah, well, it definitely worked out in the end game. So moving forwards now, you're going to be facing Fnatic in a best of 5. How do you think that matchup's going to go? They're still undefeated. Are the Unicorns going to be the ones to upset them this time around in summer?
It will be definitely closer than our last game against them because it's going to be a best of 5 series and there's a lot of preparation coming into the matches. For our last game we prepared not that much and we can specifically prepare for them for the next week. So I think it will be a closer series and I think we will take at least 1 game off of them.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Congratulations once again on the win today, gentlemen. We're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that amazing series.
Thank you so much, Pulse. We're just going to talk a little bit more about that series. And remember that the NALCS is coming up in just a little bit with Gravity versus TSM. Hold tight. We do have to wrap up this series because it was an amazing series. Started off very, very active, then a little slump in game 4, maybe, that the teams were both scared. And then what did it come down to in this game? Let's look at the picks and bans quickly and talk over the adaptations. Of course, we talked a lot about the Kalista, the Maokai.
I think the mind game started, though, with the Varus. We sat here, as soon as it got locked in, we were talking, like, why on earth would you pick your mid laner there? We kind of were thinking, you know, it's likely to drop down to the AD carry. It looked like Roccat read that. Unicorns, I think, were trying to bait Roccat into a Yasuo setup and then had something in the bag and ended up very quickly changing their strategy. You heard Vizichachi actually talking about how they changed their strategy for Game 5 as well.
Right, but even though it's going to be like a untraditional AD carry, it fits the style of Vardax in this team. Again, it adds a lot of utility. He's not going to be the main carry, so I like that adaptation for Unicorns of Love. But also, I mean, look at just the pick and ban here. I quite liked what Roccat brought to the table. They got the Maokai pick, which I felt was so important for Steve. You had the same mid-game spike with double Trinity Force on both Nuke Dog and Mr. Rales. But there were just some very key mistakes in the game here that Unicorns punished him for. Like, again, we have the lane swap going on, where instead of Vander staying with Steve in the bottom lane to just defend under this tower here, and basically it's so difficult to dive those two guys with obviously the Braum passive, Maokai getting a few levels. He invades into his own jungle, to start in a fight, which leaves Steve on his own. So there's an opening now for 4 members to kill him. That gives a few early kills over to Unicorns. And that kind of starts the whole snowball, which became a big, big problem.
But that snowball got expanded at the Baron. You know, from the Baron, what it allowed the Unicorns to do is get the Orianna rolling. Let that power dip that normally is there just get completely expanded on. So, you know, Orianna on 3 items already was around 700 AP. So that allowed them to get towards that late game scaling.
I just want to super quick talk about this Orianna build because
Sure it's going to be quick?
I really, no, it's not going to be quick. It's probably going to take a while. But anyway, I really like the build because what he did, so you go Athenes first. Normally, he's like to go tier first, but it makes you way too weak in the early stages. You have no impact. So he goes Athenes. And then because to pick up this Baron here, what you can do is you can get tier and then early Seraph as well because he gives higher base amount of AP compared to before. So he used that and the Baron buff to stack it up super fast, reach a late game point where he was insanely strong, and it was beautiful because his Shockwave in the mid lane was part of also really turning this in favor of Unicorn.
Yeah, and at the end of the day in a 5th game set, you saw as well, okay, good decision making by the Dragons. UOL at one point peeling off of the Dragon, that early Baron. It is an evolution, and they held it together in this game 5. Heartbreaking for Roccat, though. We also want to crown an MVP in today's set, and we really saw one player go huge to bring their team to the semis, making the clutch engages all day long. I don't know why. To bring the Unicorns to victory, our player of the series is a support. Hylissang, you could have said, okay, Vizcachi in this last game, Power of Evil did really well, but he was really the catalyst in a lot of these games.
Especially the first 2 games.
Yeah.
We remember all the way back. The roam at the beginning of the first game completely set the pace for Hylissang. That was what we expected from him from spring. Didn't see it all that much in summer. Looks like a tentative return to form, but I'm not going to sign that check quite yet.
But he really needs to keep the high level going.
Yes.
He wants to beat out Yellow Star in a week, because that's going to be the big thing now for Unicorns of Love. Again, you made it to the top 4. That's huge, especially in terms of going to Worlds, the championship points and everything. But Fnatic are waiting.
Fnatic are waiting, so let's take a look at the bracket because the quarterfinals here are done in the European LCS. So let's check that out. Fnatic, of course, and Unicorns of Love are semifinal in Origin versus H2K. Very important in here is also the championship points because the UOL with this, they stay on par with H2K, ahead of them even.
Yes, they stay on par, and the really interesting thing now is if the highest seeded teams in the semis win, that being Fnatic and Origin, it would set us up for a potential 3rd place game with Worlds implications, because that is the battle for the highest point. So unless some, unorthodox things happen, we obviously have to play the semis.
Origin H2K is going to be really
right.
Yeah.
There's so many hype matches, but that would be a real barn burner of a game.
Yeah, and that brings us to the next step on the journey to Worlds 2015. The European LCS semifinals are going to kick off next Saturday at 5 p.m. Central European Time, 8 a.m. Pacific. Origin will take on H2K as our first semifinal. It'll be followed by the NALCS semis, where CLG will face Team Impulse over in LA. So a lot to go there. Very exciting. And we'll stress Wednesday, there's also something on stake.
There's a little thing on stake on Wednesday, and that is the automatic promotion spot for the LCS spring split for 2016. So it will be the Challenger Series finals. We'll have Mouse Sports taking on Team Dignitas EU. That'll be live from the LCS studio itself. So I'm really hyped for these 2 teams to meet it. There's the potential for an upset. Mouse upset gamers too. Now we'll see if they can do it against Team Dignitas.
Yeah, we'll all be here to cover the action.
Yeah,
you good?
all of us
all right.
will be on the analyst desk. It's going to be great.
Anyway, that's it. The first round of the summer playoffs wrapped up here in Berlin. And we're finally going to hand it over to Dash and the gang in North America for their second playoff quarterfinal match between Gravity and Team Solomid. Stay tuned. On behalf of myself and everyone here at the European LCS, thank you for joining us. And we'll see you a little further down the road to the summer finals.
Teams have locked in their champions. It's time to load up the best of 5 between Unicorns of Love and Roccat. One more to attack. Red buff is ticking. That's he's coming in. First blood secured. He's going to be able to pick up a kill onto Power of Evil. Vortex is getting focused out. The mine knocks him up in the air, and the fangs get sunk in from Jankos. Dredgeline, it connects on Newton. Hylissang, he stuns up Roccat. The Chaos Storm is out. Power of Evil is running right through the backline. Newton's going to get turned into an egg, but he's going to get cooked for breakfast. Power of Evil, when he carries hard.
Power, let's one-on-one.
No.
I play my Lucian. I need to warm my mechanics up. Invite me.
I will 1v1 you.
But I want to go to the game.
Someone invite, please.
I said I will 1v1 you.
Are you scared?
Invite? No.
Because you didn't say yes. You were
I'm
like...
more scared of Power Fever, not of you.
Look at the ward. It's behind Unicorn. Here comes Steve, and he's got cookies. Vortex is in trouble as Jankos takes him out, and that pulverize hit nothing. Jankos, he finds the cocoon onto Power of Evil, and we see the arcade smash coming for the kill. The Unicorns of Love are going 2-0 in this best of 5.
They prepare cheese, I prepare ham. So you could say this best of 5 is a sandwich, but I think Unicorns of Love is gonna go home hungry.
Either way, they'll go ham or they go home. So let's see.
Mr. Rolls gets bounced around before he gets bopped on the head and taken down. Gets a knock-up onto Nukeduck. Nukeduck's flashed away, but he gets followed. Chachi follows him over the wall. Roccat keep their semi-final hopes alive. One match away for Unicorns to book that trip to Stockholm. The hop, the crunch, wow, he goes way wide, gets the Nara against the wall, all of Unicorns follow. Mr. Rolls has got a kill, Power of Evil may go down, Steve gets down, Power of Evil's down, Horo's down as well. One more battle to determine the next semi-finalist. Who will advance to the semi-finals and to Stockholm, Sweden?
They know when to bite. Flash Cocoon.
Flash Cocoon! Vortex will fall! Super minions. That's a 3-man roar! Vizichachi's done it! The Unicorns of Love are on to the Nexus. The Unicorns of Love are going to Sweden, and they are going to face Fnatic